To hear this and many more audiobooks not available on YouTube in a podcast feed, please visit the first link in the description below, and thank you for your support.
History of the Three Internationals by William Z. Foster. Part 3. The Third International, 1919 to 1943. Chapter 27. The Zimmerwald Movement, 1915 to 1917. The opportunist betrayal on the war split the Second International, both organizationally and ideologically. There were several general groups of parties, those of the two belligerent camps, Central Powers and Allies, which were at dagger's point, and the parties of the neutral countries, and the Russian party, which fitted into neither of the other categories. The ideological division between right, left, and center, always a factor in the Second International, was greatly accentuated by the war, especially as the struggle dragged on and the opposition to it began to take more definite shape. The three tendencies eventually were to crystallize into three definite international organizations: the resurrected right wing, Second International, the centrist 2.5 International, and the communist Third International. The line of the right wing was class peace and all-out support of the imperialist war. The center sought a bourgeois peace, while the left, acting in the spirit of the Stuttgart-Copenhagen-Basel resolutions, sought to transform the mass anti-war spirit into a revolutionary fight for socialism. The beginnings of the Third International. The earliest roots of the Third International reach back to the foundation of the Bolshevik group in Russia. The manifold writings of Lenin during the pre-war period were the foundation, along with those of Marx, of its revolutionary ideology. The struggles of the Russian proletariat in the great revolutions of 1905 and 1917 belong properly to its tradition. The sprouting left wing in the pre-war Second International, so sedulously cultivated by Lenin, was its primary international manifestation. But this revolutionary tendency did not truly become an international movement until after the First World War and the Russian Revolution, and particularly after the betrayal of these historic struggles by the opportunist, social, democratic leaders. From the very outset, Lenin understood that the Great War treason by the leaders of the Second International meant the death of that body as the world organization of the proletariat, and thus made imperative the establishment of a new international. Lenin, who lived in exile in Galicia to be nearer to Russia when the war broke out, managed to make his way to Switzerland, where he arrived on September 5th. Under his leadership, a group of Bolsheviks gathered and began the publication of a journal, the Social Democrat. After preparing a preliminary thesis on September 6th, Lenin wrote a manifesto on the war, which was issued by the Central Committee on November 1st, 1914. This manifesto laid down the main line along which the Bolsheviks eventually carried through the Russian Revolution and the establishment of the Communist International. The manifesto characterized the war as imperialist and declared that, quote, "The leaders of the International committed treachery with regard to socialism when they voted for military appropriations, when they repeated the chauvinist, patriotic slogans of the bourgeoisie of their own countries, when they justified and defended the war, when they entered the bourgeois cabinets of the belligerent countries," end quote. It declared that, quote, "The opportunists have set at naught the decisions of the Stuttgart, Copenhagen, and Basel Congresses," end quote. It concluded in its condemnation the anarcho-syndicalist tendency, which it called, quote, "a natural supplement of opportunism," end quote. The manifesto called for a United States of Europe on the basis of the overthrow of the German, Austrian, and Russian monarchies, a slogan later withdrawn as incorrect. The party's statement declared that, quote, "In all the other advanced countries, the war has placed on the order of the day the slogan of a socialist revolution," end quote. The transformation of the contemporary imperialist war into a civil war, continued the manifesto, is the only correct slogan, pointed out by the experience of the Commune, outlined in the Basel 1912 resolution, and derived from all the conditions of an imperialist war between highly developed bourgeois countries. It declared that the Second International had collapsed, and it called for the formation of a new international. In Russia, the bold stand of the Bolsheviks against the war called down immediate persecution. The Bolshevik Duma members were jailed, as were several Central Committee members. Pravda was suppressed, and many party groups were broken up. But the party forces were soon reorganized, and the fight against the war was carried on, both inside Russia and from the new Central Committee headquarters in Switzerland. Socialist anti-war conferences. Under the terrific slaughter and general hardships of the war, mass anti-war sentiment began to grow and to express itself, especially after the first few months of patriotic fervor had worn off. Opposition movements sprang up here and there. In Germany, in December 1914, of the 14 members who had voted against the war credits in the leading party caucus, only one stood up, Karl Liebknecht, who bravely spoke out in the Reichstag amidst the howling of the patriotic pack. His courageous voice was a symbol of the rising anti-war movement throughout the world. During this period, a number of Socialist International anti-war conferences took place. In January 1915, there was a meeting of the Socialists of the neutral countries in Copenhagen, and in February also, a conference of the Socialist parties of the Entente countries in London. The Socialists of Germany, Austria, and Hungary also met in Vienna on June 18th of the same year. In September 1914, the American Socialist Party had proposed a General Socialist Conference, but nothing came of it. The Bolsheviks paid close attention to these several conferences. They sent delegates to both the London and Copenhagen gatherings, but these bodies decisively rejected Lenin's revolutionary line on the war. They would go no further than pacifist appeals to the respective governments to establish peace, a hopeless project. The first significant wartime conference of anti-war forces was held by the women in Bern, March 28, 1915. The conference was led by Clara Zetkin, Secretary of the International Socialist Women's Bureau of the Second International. It was the first conference to include representatives of all the major belligerent countries. The Bolsheviks gave the conference strong backing. The Russian delegation included N.K. Krupskaya, Lenin's wife, Inessa Armand, Zenaida Lilena, and Olga Ravich. The Congress, however, rejected the Bolshevik resolution. The resolution adopted, while condemning capitalism and speaking out for socialism, confined itself to general anti-war agitation. The International Socialist Youth also held a conference in Bern, April 5, 1915. Here again, the left provided the real backing for the conference, but the delegates were not ready to adopt Lenin's program, the Russian resolution being rejected. The conference resolution followed much the line of the preceding Women's Conference. The gathering set up the International Bureau of Socialist Youth, which published a paper, Freie Gunde, for which Lenin wrote. The first Zimmerwald Conference. Meanwhile, the Italian Socialist Party, which had taken a stand against the war, grew wary of trying to interest the major parties in a general anti-war conference, and called one on its own responsibility. After a preliminary conference in Bern, July 11th, the General Conference came together at Zimmerwald, a small village near Bern, September 5th through September 12th, 1915. The Zimmerwald Conference, like the previous gatherings of the women and youth, gave effective answer to the lying excuses of the right-wing socialists who, to prevent unified action against the war, were arguing that general socialist conferences were impossible during wartime. Present at Zimmerwald were 38 delegates from Russia, Germany, France, Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, Italy, Holland, Switzerland, Sweden, and Norway. There were 3 Russian parties represented, Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, and left socialist revolutionaries. Lenin and Zinoviev led the Bolshevik delegation. Trotsky represented a splinter group. There were 10 German delegates, including Ledebour, Hoffmann, Meyer, Bertha Thalmayr, and Borchardt. Meram and Bourdin represented French syndicalist unions. 3 delegates of the ILP and the Socialist Party of Great Britain were unable to get passports. The socialists in the United States had similar difficulties. Liebknecht, then in the army, sent a letter. Zeitgen and Luxemburg were in jail. The conference, which indicated a strong growth of anti-war spirit, was nevertheless unclear in its analysis and objectives. It divided into three general groups. The right, the majority, was made up of most of the German, the French, some Italians, the Poles, and the Russian Mensheviks. The left was a group of 8, mostly from Russia, the Scandinavian countries, and the Balkans, led by Lenin. Trotsky, as usual, had a middle group of 5 or 6. Lenin's group introduced a draft for a resolution and a manifesto calling for an immediate end to the war, refusal to grant war credits, withdrawal of socialists from the cabinets of England, France, and Belgium, and the overthrow of the capitalist governments. The resolution was voted down by 19 to 12, and the draft manifesto was referred to the Commission. Ultimately, a manifesto was adopted and signed by all the delegates. This document, which contained much of the material presented by Lenin's group, condemned the war as imperialist, demanded that it be brought to an immediate end, condemned the failure of the old leadership to fight against the war, and demanded a peace without annexations. The manifesto endorsed the general line of the Stuttgart-Copenhagen-Basel resolutions, but was vague as to the way socialism was to be arrived at. It also said nothing whatever about founding a new international. The conference set up the International Socialist Committee to be made up of 1 to 3 representatives from each country. R. Grimm of the Swiss Social Democratic Party was elected secretary, and headquarters were established in Bern. The left-wing delegates submitted a statement to the effect that they were not satisfied with the manifesto. Quote, "It contains no characterization of either open opportunism or opportunism covered up by radical phrases. The manifesto contains no clear characterization of the means of combating the war." End quote. This document was signed by Lenin and other left-wing leaders. Later on in an article, Lenin, while recognizing the weaknesses of the Zimmerwald movement, stated that it constituted a step forward, and upon this basis would be supported. The Zimmerwald Conference was the germ of the Third International. The Keinthal Conference. The second conference of the Zimmerwald movement was held in the Swiss village of Keinthal, April 24th to April 29th, 1916. In the 7 months since its first conference, the movement had grown considerably on the basis of increased anti-war activities and a developing mass resentment against the war. Some 25 parties and groups were now affiliated, including the socialist parties of Italy, Switzerland, Great Britain, Romania, Russia, Poland, Bulgaria, Portugal, and both the SP and SLP of the United States. The Italian and Bulgarian trade unions were affiliated, and especially active were the youth organizations. Particularly important at this time was the formation in Germany in January 1916 of the Spartakusbund, or International Group, by the left wing. This development was significant because of the key role of Germany in the war, and because of the great size and prestige of the German socialist movement. The program of the Spartakusbund was written by Rosa Luxemburg. This program, later submitted to the Keinthal Conference, while it called for a new workers' international, was not specific on revolutionary action to end the war. The Keinthal, or Second Zimmerwald Conference, was made up of 44 delegates. Lenin, Zinoviev, and Inessa Armand were present from the Russian Bolsheviks, Martov and Axelrod from the Mensheviks, and 3 delegates from the Socialist Revolutionary Party. Germany had 7 delegates, Italy 7, France 4, Switzerland 4, 1 came from the Socialist Youth International, and a sprinkling from various other parties. The draft resolution of the Bolshevik group proposed that the call to the workers should be, quote, "Lay down your weapons. You should turn them only against the common foe, the capitalist governments," end quote. This was rejected by the centrist and right majority of the conference. Instead, the resolution proposed by the Zimmerwald International Socialist Committee was adopted. While this one was a distinct advance over that of Zimmerwald and called for a fight for socialism, it went no further in practical proposals than to demand a vigorous and united front for an immediate armistice and for peace without annexations. The fight on the question of a new international occurred over the matter of relations to be maintained towards the International Socialist Bureau, leading body of the Second International. The ISB was roundly criticized, but the conference refused to break off negotiations with it altogether. The Zimmerwald left, mainly the Bolsheviks, voted with reservations for these limited resolutions. Their general estimate of the conference was later thus summed up. Like the Zimmerwald Conference, the Keinthal Conference did not accept the basic principles of the Bolshevik policy, namely, the conversion of the imperialist war into a civil war, the defeat of one's own imperialist government in the war, and the formation of the Third International. Nevertheless, the Keinthal Conference helped to crystallize the internationalist elements of whom the Communist Third International was subsequently formed. The Irish Rebellion of 1916. In the great revolutionary struggle that was brewing during World War I, one of the most important elements was the growing revolutionary stand of various oppressed nations of Europe. These eventually were to play a big part later in tearing to pieces the Russian, German, Austrian, and Turkish empires. The first clear signal as to what was going on in this respect was the insurrection in Ireland during Easter week of 1916. This was the latest in a long series of insurrections during Ireland's 700-year struggle against English domination and exploitation. As we have seen in Chapter 8, Karl Marx attached high importance to the Irish independence movement, not only for the sake of the oppressed Irish people themselves, but also as a weapon in the general struggle against British capitalism. The Irish leaders, who generally condemned World War I as an imperialist war, seized upon a key moment to stress the fight for Irish liberation, when Great Britain was busily engaged in trying to wipe out its dangerous imperialist rival Germany. The difficulty, however, was that the Irish people were not prepared for the suddenly announced rising. The rebellion began on April 24th and ended 5 days later. The heroic little army of rebels, only 120 strong, could not stand off the armed might of Britain. On May 12th, Padraig Pearse and James Connolly, together with other leaders, were executed. Connolly was so badly injured that he had to prop himself up on a structure while he was being shot. In commenting upon this bold but futile revolt, Lenin, while showing that it represented a real mass movement and not merely an adventurous putsch, said, quote, "The misfortune of the Irish is that they rose prematurely, when the European revolt of the proletariat had not yet matured." The outstanding leader of the rebellion was James Connolly, formerly an active worker in the IWW, SLP, and SP in the United States. Connolly was a brilliant Marxist, and one of his main theoretical achievements was to dovetail the struggle for socialism in Ireland with the fight for national independence. Ryan says that Lenin ranked Connolly very high and spoke in cordial terms of his labor in Irish history to Irish trade union visitors to Russia. The ill-fated Irish attempt of 1916 was followed by a far bigger and more effective insurrection in 1921 to 1923. Lenin's great theoretical struggle. Since the turn of the century, Lenin had been tireless in his brilliant efforts to establish a revolutionary political program, but the period between the outbreak of the war in August 1914 and the advent of the Russian bourgeois revolution in March 1917 was one of even more intense theoretical work and polemical struggle on his part. The basic task he was then carrying out was to teach the socialist movement and the working class in general the elementary lesson that the overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of socialism was the only constructive way out of the war, as he had written a decade before, into the famous Stuttgart, Copenhagen, Basel resolutions. Thus, his whole life's work was being exposed to the acid test of reality. The immensity of Lenin's wartime task was vividly exemplified by his experiences at the Zimmerwald and Keinthal conferences. Here were the most advanced and revolutionary fighters in the International, but they were by no means ready to accept the Lenin revolutionary way out of the crisis In both conferences, Lenin's followers were in a small minority. Lenin not only had to wage war generally against the illusions and treacheries of the right and center groups of the socialist parties, but also against the shortcomings and immaturities of the left wing itself. In the Russian party also, he had to carry on a constant fight against variations and deviations of various sorts. This was a continuation of his great theoretical work ever since the party was founded. For years he also polemized against Trotsky over innumerable questions. At this particular time, two of the most intense inter-party struggles he had to wage were against the Bukharin-Pyakhatov group and others over the questions of the self-determination of nations and the arming of the people. One of the most important polemics by Lenin during this period was with Rosa Luxemburg, author of the Junius pamphlet, written while she was in prison. Lenin undertook to eliminate her errors regarding the necessity of underground party organization in the war situation, the question of advocating a republic in Germany, and the possibility of national wars during the period of imperialism. In his endless, sharp, and bitter polemics with the right and center, Lenin leveled his heaviest attacks against the renegade Karl Kautsky, erstwhile Marxist theoretician. In this period, with the masses moving rapidly to the left, Lenin singled out Kautskyism as the greatest danger within labor's ranks. This was because this particular brand of opportunism, with its pretenses at Marxian orthodoxy, its glowing use of revolutionary phrases, and its conservative practice, was especially stultifying to the proletariat. It tended to kill the militancy of the working class and to betray the masses into the hands of the right-wing traitors and the ruling class. Lenin calls Kautskyism, quote, covered up, cowardly, sugary, hypocritical, opportunism. Kautskyism wishes to reconcile the revolutionary masses with the opportunist chiefs, who have nothing in common with them. But on what basis? On the basis of words, on the basis of left words, of the left minority in the Reichstag. Let the minority like Kautsky condemn revolutionary action, calling it adventurist, but let it feed the masses with left words. Then there will be peace in the party, with the Sudikums, Legans, Davids, and Monitors. End quote. The Kautsky centrists were a basic hindrance to the mass socialist revolt against the right-wing leadership during the war. They were also the most decisive element in the defeat of the German Revolution at the end of the war. In the spring of 1916, Lenin produced his great book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, which we have summarized in Chapter 18. This book was one of Lenin's most decisive contributions, enabling Marxism to take into consideration the specific problems for the world proletariat engendered by the development of world imperialism. In all his writings about imperialism, Lenin stressed the basic difference of this stage of monopoly capitalism from the earlier period of competitive capitalism with its relatively placid development. The imperialist era, says Lenin, is, quote, a new epoch, comparatively more impetuous, full of abrupt changes, catastrophes, conflicts, end quote. Lenin especially attacked Kautsky's theory of ultra-imperialism, of a world with an organized, stable capitalism, presumably moving towards socialism. Lenin summarized Kautsky's views as follows, quote, from the purely economic point of view, it is not impossible that capitalism will yet go through another new phase, that of the extension of the policy of the cartels to foreign policy, the phase of ultra-imperialism, i.e., of a super-imperialism, a union of world imperialisms and not struggles among imperialisms, a phase when war shall cease under capitalism, a phase of the joint exploitation of the world by an internationally combined finance capital, end quote. In his introduction to Bukharin's book, Imperialism and World Economy, Lenin gives a crushing answer to this ultra-imperialism of Kautsky and all other advocates of organized capitalism, including eventually Bukharin himself, when he says, quote, "Can one, however, deny that in the abstract a new phase of capitalism to follow imperialism, namely a phase of ultra-imperialism, is thinkable? No. In the abstract one can think of such a phase. In practice, however, he who rejects the hard tasks of today in the name of dreams about easy tasks of the future becomes an opportunist, theoretically. It means to fail to base oneself on the developments now going on in real life, to detach oneself from them in the name of dreams. There is no doubt that the development is going in the direction of a single world trust that will swallow up all enterprises and all states without exception, but the development in this direction is proceeding under such stress, with such a tempo, with such contradictions, conflicts, and convulsions, not only economic, but also political, national, etc., that before a single world trust will be reached, before the respective national finance capitals will have formed a world union of ultra-imperialism, imperialism will inevitably explode. Capitalism will turn into its opposite." End quote. The Russian, Chinese, and other revolutions during the period of imperialism, as well as the cumulative breakdown of the world capitalist system, testify to the correctness of this basic analysis by Lenin. Chapter 28, The Russian Bourgeois Revolution, March 1917. In January 1917, the world was startled by the development of a strong revolutionary strike movement in Russia. There were big strikes in Baku and in Nizhny Novgorod, and by January 9th, 1/3 of Moscow's workers were on strike. On March 3rd, the workers of the big Putilov works in Petrograd also went out. The Bolsheviks organized big street demonstrations, and by March 9th, 200,000 workers were on strike. The next day, the strike became general. The militant workers carried banners, "Down with the Tsar! Down with the war! We want bread!" On March 12th, the Petrograd troops refused to fire on the people, and by evening, 60,000 of them had joined with the demonstrators. The workers flung open the jails to free imprisoned revolutionaries, and they began to arrest Tsarist generals and officials. All over the country, similar events took place. By March 14th, the revolution had won. The Tsar abdicated and a provisional government was set up. This consisted of a group of reactionaries headed by Rodzynko, president of the Duma, a landlord and monarchist. A few days later, a new government was established, with Prince Lvov as premier, Milyukov as foreign minister, and Kerensky as Minister of Justice. What had taken place was a bourgeois, democratic revolution. Political power had passed into the hands of the class of capitalist landowners and bourgeoisie, which, as Lenin said, quote, "for a long time has been ruling our country economically," end quote. But there was also a growing direct challenge to the rule of the bourgeoisie. Even before the Tsar abdicated, the workers began to organize soviets of workers and soldiers on the model of the 1905 revolution. Soon, nearly every town and city had its soviet. The result, says the party History, following Lenin's analysis, was, quote, "a peculiar interlocking of two powers, of two dictatorships, the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie represented by the provisional government and the dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, represented by the Soviet of Workers and Soldiers' Deputies. The result was a dual power," end quote. The challenge of the Soviets to the bourgeois government was as yet, however, only potential, for these bodies, with few exceptions, were in the control of the Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries, and the Soviet leaders were quite willing to leave the power in the hands of the bourgeoisie. The party history explains this situation largely by the fact that during the period when the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries were busily, quote, seizing the seats in the Soviets and building up a majority there, the majority of the leaders of the Bolshevik Party were in prison or exile. Lenin was in exile abroad and Stalin in Severdovlov, in banishment in Siberia, while the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries were freely promenading in the streets of Petrograd. End quote. The revolution was a tremendous justification of the political line of the Bolsheviks as mainly hammered out by Lenin. It proved Lenin's contention that during periods of revolution, conscript armies made up of masses of the toilers would rally to the side of the revolutionists, and it likewise knocked on the head the false gospel of the right-wing heads of the Second International that armed popular revolts were no longer possible against modern armies. It also justified Lenin's position that in the bourgeois revolution the proletariat was the leading force, and that in the fight against Tsarism the great bulk of the peasantry could be relied upon as a revolutionary force. By the same token, it repudiated the current Menshevik revisionist tendency to sweep aside the peasantry as a counter-revolutionary mass. Finally, it justified Lenin's great program of countering the war with revolution. Why the revolution took place? Behind the March Revolution was the explosive force of a growing capitalism and an expanding proletariat. From 1900 to 1913, industrial production in Russia increased by 62%, although most of the basic industries, coal, iron, oil, railroads, etc., were owned by foreign capitalists, French, English, Belgian. There was nevertheless a substantial growth of the Russian bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie. The working class grew even more rapidly. Confronted by a savage, semi-feudal autocracy, the Russian working class was especially class-conscious and revolutionary, characteristics which were given direction and accentuated by the work of the brilliant Bolshevik leader, Lenin. The workers slaved 11 to 13 hours per day for destitution wages. They were tyrannized over in the shops. They had no right to organize industrially or politically, and their strikes and other protest movements were met with bloody repression. The jails were full of working-class fighters. The peasants faced an equally harsh regime. They were systematically robbed of their lands, they were taxed to death, and they were in the grip of iron-fisted usurers. And both workers and peasants, when the government saw fit, were drafted by the millions to die on the battlefields in the imperialist service of the Tsar. The many nationalities making up the Russian people were also subjected to ruthless repression, and periodically savage pogroms were directed against the Jews. The Orthodox Church was completely identified with this whole monstrous system of robbery and oppression. After the loss of the 1905 revolution, it was not long, however, until the militant working class was again on the march. In January 1914, there were 140,000 workers on strike in Petrograd, and there were hard-fought strikes in Baku and many other centers. During the first half of 1914, despite barbarous repressive conditions, there were no less than 1,425,000 strikers throughout Russia. The movement was so vigorous that the party history says, quote, "The advance of the revolution was interrupted by the World War," end quote. Tsar Nicholas I welcomed the war as a preventative of revolution, but it worked out quite otherwise. The terrific slaughter suffered by the Russian armies due to incompetent political and military leadership, the graft and corruption of government officials, the starvation conditions prevailing among the population, the complete breakdown of industry and transport, the general purposelessness of the war for the people, plus good leadership from the Bolsheviks produced the inevitable result: revolution. The Revolution of 1905 grew out of the Russo-Japanese War, and the Revolution of 1917 was precipitated by World War I. The reactionary Provisional Government. The Provisional Government was reorganized in May as a coalition government made up of constitutional Democrats, Cadets, the main bourgeois party, Mensheviks, and Social Revolutionaries, SRs. Its program was to conserve the interests of the capitalists and landlords, and to balk the revolutionary demands of the workers and peasants. This was quite in harmony with the general line of the right-wing revisionists of the Second International. The key to the government's policy was to keep Russia in the war. In this, it had the active support of the Allied governments, who crowded Petrograd with delegations, including right-wing socialist leaders, urging the Russian government not to make peace and to keep the revolution from going politically to the left. On April 18th, the Russian foreign minister declared arrogantly that, quote, The whole people desire to continue the world war until a decisive victory is achieved, end quote, and he pledged the government to this effect. In order to carry out this reactionary pledge, an offensive was launched in July, which proved to be a ghastly disaster for the Russian army. To all the demands of the workers and peasants, the Kerensky government dangled the prospect of a constituent assembly which was repeatedly postponed. Correctly estimating the government, Stalin declared that, quote, "The peasants will never see the land, the workers will never get control of industry, Russia will not gain peace," end quote. Meanwhile, the government castrated and subordinated the Soviets, thus ending what Lenin had called the dual power situation. Political repression was begun, and the Bolsheviks were forced underground. Encouraged by the reactionary course of the government, General Kornilov, in August, organized an armed uprising aimed at restoring Tsarism only with great difficulty, and chiefly through the activity of the Bolshevik forces, was this dangerous revolt suppressed. The revolutionary program of the party. In Switzerland at the time of the March Revolution, Lenin at once understood that this was only the first stage of the struggle. In his letters from afar, he told the revolutionary workers that, quote, "Sooner or later, perhaps even now while I am writing these lines, you will inevitably be called upon again to display wonders of similar heroism in overthrowing the power of the landowners and the capitalists who are waging the imperialist war," end quote. This was the theory of uninterrupted revolution, see chapter 21, as promulgated by Lenin in 1905, and as first stated by Marx in the Revolution of 1848, see chapter 3. Trotsky's assertion that he was the first to outline the theory of the bourgeois revolution growing over into the proletarian revolution is a lie. Lenin and a group of 20 Bolsheviks returned from Switzerland to Russia on April 3, 1917, in a sealed railroad car, the Germans giving them safe passage, presumably in the naive belief that this would help the German cause. Immediately upon arriving in Petrograd, Lenin outlined his famous April Theses, which blazed the path for the proletarian revolution of November. Lenin's April Theses laid down for the party a brilliant plan of struggle for the transition from the bourgeois democratic to the socialist revolution, from the first stage of the revolution to the second, the stage of the socialist revolution. The whole history of the party had prepared it for this great task. The theses characterized the provisional government as a bourgeois government, and its war as an imperialist war, and they called upon the workers to give no support to the government or its war program. They urged fraternization of the soldiers of both sides at the front. For the early stages of the period of passing over to the socialist revolution, the theses called for nationalization of the land and confiscation of the landed estates, amalgamation of the banks under the control of the Soviet of Workers and Soldiers, and the setting up of worker control over the industries. In the broadest sense, the theses proposed the advance from a bourgeois democratic republic to a Soviet republic based upon the proletariat and the poorest strata of the peasantry. It demanded all power to the Soviets and proposed the arming of the people to substitute for the present army. It declared that the war cannot be ended in a truly democratic way without the greatest proletarian revolution in history. The theses also proposed that the name of the party be changed to the Communist Party as the correct expression of the program of the party, on the same basis that Marx and Engels had also called their organization the Communist League. The theses also demanded the establishment of a Communist International to replace the discredited and shattered Second International. The party many years later said, quote, in his celebrated April Theses, Lenin made a new discovery which enriched Marxist theory. He arrived at the conclusion that the best political form of the dictatorship of the proletariat was not the parliamentary democratic republic as had formerly been the opinion among Marxists, but a republic of Soviets. That brilliant discovery was of enormous importance for ensuring the victory of the socialist revolution in October 1917 for the triumph of Soviet rule in our country. End quote. The Central Committee, after an internal struggle in which Lenin submitted but later withdrew his resignation, finally endorsed Lenin's revolutionary April Theses, that is, with the exception of a few, such as Kamenev, Rykov, and Pyatakov. All through this crucial period, these elements, including also usually Zinoviev and frequently Bukharin, were to be found in the opposition and generally on the outer edges of the party's Leninist policy. A peaceful road to the revolution. In dealing with countries with autocratic governments, Lenin was ruthless in pointing out the necessity for an armed revolution. He said that in the period of imperialism, Marx's contention that peaceful revolution was possible in Great Britain and the United States was no longer valid. But Lenin, nevertheless, was also quick to see the possibility opening up during the early democratic stages of the bourgeois Kerensky regime for a peaceful advance to socialism in Russia, and he proceeded on that basis. Kerensky, because of the strength of the revolutionary forces of the workers and peasants, was unable to use armed force effectively against them. Lenin's policy gave the lie to those enemies who maintained then and still do that communists advocate violence on principle. The Mensheviks and the SRs had control of the Congress of Soviets. The Communist Party, while advancing the slogan of no support for the provisional government, carried on a policy of peaceful agitational work. As Lenin said, the task was, quote, to present a patient, systematic, and persistent explanation of the errors of their tactics, an explanation especially adapted to the practical needs of the masses. As long as we are in the minority, we carry on the work of criticizing and exposing errors, and at the same time, we preach the necessity of transferring the entire power of state to the Soviets of Workers' Deputies. End quote. Commenting upon the policy, the party history states, quote, this meant that Lenin was not calling for a revolt against the provisional government, which at that moment enjoyed the confidence of the Soviets, that he was not demanding its overthrow, but that he wanted, by means of explanatory and recruiting work, to win a majority in the Soviets, to change the policy of the Soviets, and through the Soviets to alter the composition and policy of the government. This was a line envisioning a peaceful development of the revolution. End quote. With this policy, the Communist Party made rapid progress in winning over the masses in the army, navy, factory committees, and trade unions. At the Petrograd Factory Committee Conference on May 20th, 3/4 of the delegates supported the Bolsheviks. In various other cities, Bolshevik minorities and the Soviets were also turning into majorities. At the first All-Russian Congress of Soviets on June 3rd, however, the Bolsheviks were still a relatively small minority, but the decision of the government to begin the July offensive deeply disillusioned the masses and greatly speeded up the big stream of recruits into the party and also hastened the growth of its influence. Whereupon the government, seeing that it could not defeat the communists in free political debate, decided to crush by violence the party and the great mass movement behind it. Street demonstrations were broken up. A warrant was issued for Lenin's arrest. Several members of the Central Committee were jailed, and the party's publishing plant was wrecked. Consequently, the party was forced underground. At the time of the July offensive, the Kornilov revolt, and the subordination of the Soviets, there was also a general curtailment of mass civil liberties. By abolishing the democratic rights of the communists and the masses, the government chose the path of civil war. It was making it clear that the only way socialism could be established in Russia, that the sole means by which the workers and peasants could win their demands of peace, land, and bread was by fighting for them arms in hand. The Communist Party realized and accepted this hard ultimatum. As the party history says, it, quote, began to prepare for an uprising with the object of overthrowing the power of the bourgeoisie by force of arms and setting up the power of the Soviets, end quote. The government had decided on an all-out fight. Russia began to head directly towards the November proletarian revolution. The Stockholm-Zimmerwald Conference. Meanwhile, in the ranks of world labor, the Russian Revolution of March had made a tremendous stir. It created profound enthusiasm and enormously stimulated the growing peace sentiment among the world's working masses. In Austria, late in 1916, Friedrich Adler, son of the party leader Victor Adler, in order to arouse peace sentiment, had shot and killed the premier, Count Stuckart. In Germany, there were hunger riots. A split took place in the Social Democratic Party, and the Independent Social Democratic Party of centrist orientation, and with Dittmann at its head, was formed. The whole socialist group in the Reichstag refused to vote the war credits. In France, anti-war syndicalists and left-wing socialists conducted strikes in the war industries. In England, too, there were walkouts among war munitions workers. In Italy, there were similar strong anti-war movements among the workers, and the American bourgeoisie was able to plunge the United States into the war on April 6, 1917, only in the face of a strong mass opposition headed by the Socialist Party and waged by Debs, Ruthenberg, Wagenknecht, and other left-wingers. This broad developing anti-war sentiment led to three broad socialist peace movements during 1917. The International Socialist Bureau, which had been moved from Brussels to Stockholm through a Dutch-Scandinavian committee called a conference to take place in the latter city. The American Socialist Party actively participated in this movement. The Petrograd Soviet also called for a conference in the same city, and the International Socialist Committee Zimmerwald likewise announced a Stockholm conference. Finally, the ISB, the Petrograd Soviet, and the Dutch Scandinavian Committee agreed on August 15, 1917 as the date for the conference. The proposed Stockholm Conference attracted wide support among the various socialist parties. Among others, the German, French, Britain, Italian, Russian, and American parties agreed to participate, but the Allied governments, whose prospects for victory were looking up, considered the conference as a peace move engineered by hard-pressed Germany, and they were against it. Their right-wing social democratic tools, therefore, condemned it. Gompers, in the United States, was especially unbridled in his denunciation of the conference, and Havelock Wilson, head of the British Seamen's Union, declared that his union's members would refuse to carry delegates to Stockholm. Characteristically, the United States government, which had joined the war under the hypocritical pretense that it was fighting to make the world safe for democracy, struck the first blow against the Stockholm Conference by refusing passports to the American socialist delegates Hillquit, Lee, and Berger. The British, French, and Italian governments quickly followed suit, with the result that the much-advertised conference failed to materialize. Meanwhile, the Zimmerwalders in the ISC, who were sharply divided over whether or not to attend the forthcoming General Conference, Lenin arguing that it should be boycotted, held their own conference in Stockholm September 5th through September 12th. Lenin was not present. The Zimmerwald Conference, because of the confusion over the proposed General Conference, was poorly attended. Its actions were pretty much a reaffirmation of the theses previously adopted at Zimmerwald and Keinthal. The adopted manifesto endorsed the Russian Revolution, called for a militant mass strike and general struggle for a socialist peace, and declared that, quote, the international proletarian mass struggle for peace signifies at the same time the rescue of the Russian Revolution, end quote. By this time, the Zimmerwald left was sharply in opposition to the right-centrist Semikotskians who were leading the movement. They had caused the removal of the centrist Chairman Grimm, with the leadership falling to Angelika Balabanov. Then, on the left opposed the right-centrist leader's failure to support a revolutionary policy to end the war, their endorsement of the ill-fated right-wing Stockholm Conference, their general reluctance to break with the Second International and to move toward the formation of a revolutionary Third International, and their confusion and conservatism on a whole series of other political questions. Lenin had already come to the conclusion that the new international would have to be built in the face of the resistance of such wavering elements. Chapter 29. The Russian Proletarian Revolution, November 1917. The crucial period between July and November 1917 in Russia was one of rapid party growth and revolutionary preparation. The provisional government, Alexander Kerensky's Socialist Revolutionary, became the premier on July 20th, deeply discredited itself by its continuation of the war, its obvious intention not to give the peasants the land, its curtailment of democratic liberties, and its criminal guilt in the Kornilov revolt. Daily, its unfitness to rule became more obvious. During this period, there was a big growth of the people's mass organizations of all kinds, and increasingly they went over to the Bolshevik leadership, especially after the Kornilov revolt. On August 31st, the day following the victory over Kornilov, the Petrograd Soviet endorsed the Bolshevik policy, and 5 days later the Moscow Soviet followed suit. Bolshevik strength grew from day to day in the army, and peasant seizures of land were taking place in various parts of the country. The revolutionary crisis was swiftly ripening. The party held its 6th Congress secretly in Petrograd, July 26th to August 3rd. At this time, the party had 240,000 members, as against 45,000 at the time of the March Revolution. By party orders, Lenin was in concealment in Finland, and Stalin made the main report. He stated that, quote, "The peaceful period of the revolution has come to an end. The non-peaceful period, the period of clashes and outbreaks, has set in," end quote. The party was preparing itself for the revolutionary test, lying immediately ahead. At this Congress, the small Trotsky group, professing full agreement with the Bolshevik policies, was admitted to the party. Leon Trotsky, 1879 to 1940, was born in Russia of storekeeper parents, and he became active in the revolutionary movement in 1896. For over a decade, he had kept up a guerrilla warfare against the Bolsheviks, and although he was given highly responsible work upon his eventual entry into the party, the future was to show that he was an alien element and unassimilable. In a desperate attempt to divert and defeat the rising revolutionary spirit of the people, the Kerensky government organized in early October the so-called pre-parliament, which was to serve as an interim body until the Constituent Assembly should come together later on. But the Bolsheviks boycotted this counter-revolutionary organization, and eventually it was swept away in the great storm soon to burst. The masses were not going to allow themselves to be talked out of the peace, land, and bread and socialism for which they were fighting. During his enforced stay in Finland, Lenin produced another of his basic Marxist works, State and Revolution. This great book reaffirms the class character of the state, as laid down by Marx and later discarded by the right opportunists of the Second International. Lenin demolished the revisionist theories of the modern capitalist state as a people's state. He demonstrated, to the contrary, the use of the greatly strengthened imperialist state as a weapon against the increasingly revolutionary working class. He pointed out that this autocratic state could not be taken over by the workers for their own purposes, but had to be destroyed and the dictatorship of the proletariat substituted for it. He said, quote, "A Marxist is one who extends the acceptance of the class struggle to the acceptance of the dictatorship of the proletariat," end quote. Lenin elaborated upon Marx in his conception of the state, giving a detailed analysis of what the structure of the dictatorship of the proletariat would be. His book, in fact, presented a clear picture of the type of socialist regime that the Russian working class, under his leadership, was just about to start building. The revolutionary crisis interrupting his writing, Lenin never got to finish completely this elementary work. He explained it this way, quote, "What interfered was the political crisis, the eve of the October Revolution of 1917. It is more pleasant and useful to go through the experience of the revolution than to write about it," end quote. The conquest of power. Returning from Finland on October 7th, Lenin doubly impressed upon the Central Committee what he had been writing from exile, that the people were ready for revolution. He declared that, quote, "The majority of the people are with us. Now we have a majority in both Soviets," end quote, Petrograd and Moscow. He stated also that for a revolutionary situation to be mature, it must meet 3 conditions, namely, that the uprising must be based upon an advanced class, that it must coincide with the revolutionary upsurge of the people, and that the governing classes must be vacillating and in confusion, all of which conditions were presently fulfilled. Lenin further proceeded to outline in detail the military steps that had to be taken to ensure the success of the coming insurrection. Lenin, however, met with much opposition in the Central Committee of the party. The Kamenev-Zinoviev group were in general against the uprising, and Trotsky wanted so to postpone it as to have ruined it finally. Lenin carried his point, and the Central Committee on October 10th decided to move toward the armed uprising. After reviewing the favorable situation, the historic resolution says, quote, "All this places the armed uprising on the order of the day, considering therefore that an armed uprising is inevitable, and that the time for it is fully ripe. The Central Committee instructs all party organizations to be guided accordingly." End quote. Upon Central Committee orders, a revolutionary military committee was organized in Petrograd, which became the general headquarters of the revolution. Also, a party center was set up within the military committee with Stalin in charge. Zinoviev and Kamenev, opposing all this, publicly denounced the uprising in the non-party press, for which Lenin called them strikebreakers and unsuccessfully demanded their expulsion. On November 6th, Lenin arrived at the Smolny Institute and assumed direct charge of the insurrection, which was directed against the armed assault that was already underway from the Kerensky forces. On November 7th, Red Guards and revolutionary troops occupied the railway stations, post office, telegraph office, the ministries, and the state bank. The pre-parliament was dissolved. That night, the members of the provisional government were arrested at the Winter Palace, and the revolution was an accomplished fact. After a 4 days fight in Moscow and a few skirmishes elsewhere, the various cities and towns followed Petrograd's revolutionary example. The Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets went into session November 7th, late at night, when the revolutionary uprising had already succeeded. The Bolsheviks were in an overwhelming majority. The Mensheviks, Bundists, and right socialist revolutionaries walked out. The Congress gave them a parting blast and officially proclaimed that all power had passed to the Soviets. It also set up a Soviet government with Lenin as chairman of the Council of People's Commissars. This became the governing body for Russia's 160 million people. At this time, the party had some 300,000 members, and through the Soviets and trade unions, many millions more of close sympathizers and supporters. The workers and peasants in fighting alliance under the leadership of the Communist Party had struck down bloody Tsarism and capitalism. They therewith broke international imperialism at its weakest link and dealt the world capitalist system a vital blow, one from which it has never recovered. The victory of the great October Socialist Revolution marked the triumph of the Leninist theory of proletarian revolution by overthrowing the rule of the capitalists and landlords, by overthrowing the rule of the imperialists and establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat. Our party carried out the program that was adopted at the Second Congress of the RSDLP. Footnote: 50th anniversary of the CPSU, page 17, end of footnote. Many elements of sound Leninist policy combined to make the great victory possible, but at the heart of it all was Lenin's achievement of revolutionary unity between the proletariat and the peasantry, contrary to the gospel-like belief of the Mensheviks and other revisionists, and fundamentally in line with Lenin's teachings. The overwhelming majority of all categories of the peasantry had combined with the workers in overthrowing Tsarism in the March Revolution, blazing the way in Marxian theory and strategy. Also in the November Revolution, Lenin and the great Communist Party had succeeded in enlisting the vast mass of the poor and middle peasantry along with the workers to overthrow the Kerensky capitalist government. Now it remained for Lenin and the party to achieve an even greater political miracle by leading this great mass of small landowners, supposedly immune to socialism, eventually to begin the building of socialism under the general guidance of the working class. The Soviet government in action. With characteristic energy, speed, and thoroughness, the Communists, once at the helm of the Russian ship of state, promptly began to put their long-developing program into effect. The Bolsheviks, for years denounced as sectarians and utopian visionaries by the right-wing leaders of the Second International, were showing themselves to be men and women of most decisive action. With successive blows, they shattered the old government apparatus and put the new regime into operation. On the day after the seizure of power, on November 8th, the Congress of Soviets passed the decree for peace, calling upon the belligerent powers to establish an immediate armistice. The same night, the Congress also adopted the decree on land, abolishing landlord ownership without compensation and turning the lands of the landlords, the Tsar's family, and the monasteries, some 400 million acres, over to the peasants. Meanwhile, The workers, through their shop committees, were busily taking over the industries. In January 1918, the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets nationalized all factories, mines, transport systems, etc. Within 4 days of taking power, the Universal 8-hour day was established, and a system of social insurance set up. Great Britain, France, and the United States refused to agree to the armistice proposed by the Soviet government, so the latter started separate peace negotiations with Germany. These began on December 3, 1917, at Brest-Litovsk. The Germans laid down hard conditions, with the result that the delegation head, Trotsky, supported by Zinoviev, Radek, and others, broke off the negotiations. The Germans thereupon resumed their march into Russia, taking over whole stretches of territory. The Russian armies, shattered in the war, were in no position to make effective resistance. Lenin insisted that the harsh German peace terms be accepted, which was done. The revolution had to have breathing space, he said, or it would perish. After a bitter struggle against Trotsky and other leftists in the party, Lenin carried his point. His peace maneuver showed his brilliant strategic genius. It very probably saved the revolution. The bourgeois war makers and their social democrats all over the world let out a howl of rage at the Bolsheviks' betrayal of their sacred imperialist war cause. The Soviet decree giving the land to the peasants was also a Leninist masterstroke. It won the great body of the peasants firmly to the side of the revolution, without which support the Soviet regime could not have survived in the desperately hard years ahead. Party leftists, in tune with the right leaders of the Second International, declared that in strengthening land proprietorship among the peasants, the Bolsheviks were building up an impregnable barrier against socialism, but Lenin was certain that the great masses of the poorer peasants could eventually be won for socialism, and so it turned out in fact. He declared that in this period of building socialism, the richer peasants had to be fought, the middle peasants neutralized, and the broad masses of poor peasants cultivated as allies, which was a revolutionary Marxian innovation in policy towards the peasantry, and one upon which the success of the revolution depended. Another stroke of decisive importance was, at the very outset, to establish political equality and the right of self-determination for all the peoples making up Russia. This built further solid foundations beneath the new government by winning to it the backing of the hitherto bitterly oppressed lesser nationalities, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, receiving counter-revolutionary aid of Germany and Britain, however, unwisely decided to exercise the conceded right of separation and to go it alone. Thus, another Bolshevik heresy, self-determination, turned out to be a major buttress for the weak and struggling socialist regime. What to do about the Constituent Assembly, slated to be open on January 18, 1918, also presented a major problem, especially as the majority of the delegates was made up of socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks. Lenin, as usual, proceeded straight to the heart of the question and provided the fundamental remedy. He pointed out that the Soviets, not the Constituent Assembly, were the ruling body as a result of the revolution. He said, quote, "We see in the rivalry of the Constituent Assembly and the Soviets the historical dispute between the two revolutions, the bourgeois revolution and the socialist revolution. The elections to the Constituent Assembly based on electoral lists made before the November Revolution are an echo of the first bourgeois revolution in February, March, but certainly not of the people's, the socialist revolution," end quote. Rosenberg agrees with Lenin's general conclusions, stating that, quote, "If Lenin had ordered the holding of new elections, there can be no doubt that the Soviet government would have obtained an overwhelming majority at the polls," end quote. Hence, when the Constituent Assembly voted down a resolution calling for the recognition of the Soviet government as the state power, it was officially dissolved on January 26th. 1918. The swift development of all these revolutionary policies by the Communist Party and the Soviet government was not accomplished without serious inter-party struggles against Trotsky, Zinoviev, Radek, Bukharin, Kamenev, Pitakov, and others. Lenin had to fight for his policies all along, and one of his staunchest supporters was Stalin. To the outside world of labor, often the Leninist revolutionary policies also seemed new and strange. Left-wingers living in the bourgeois world could not understand many of them. Even such a politically well-developed left leader as Rosa Luxemburg wrote a pamphlet in which she sharply criticized the new regime for its mistakes, including the giving of the land to the peasants, the establishment of the right of national self-determination, the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly, the restriction of civil rights of counter-revolutionary parties, etc. The defense of the revolution. World capitalism, no less than domestic Russian reaction, saw in the Russian Socialist Revolution a mortal enemy. Consequently, from the end of 1917 until the beginning of 1921, the Soviet government had to fight for its life in a bitter civil war against Russian counter-revolution and also against armed imperialist intervention. The people, war-weary, hunger-ridden, with their industries paralyzed and their armed forces largely destroyed in the war by a superheroic effort, pulled themselves together and under the leadership of the Communist Party defeated the most powerful counter-revolutionary armies. They shattered the forces of Generals Yudenich, Kornilov, Denikin, Krasnov, Semenov, Kolchak, Wrangel, and many other White Guards, and they also beat back the armies of Great Britain, Japan, France, the United States, Poland, Romania, and the Czech irregulars. At one time, the great bulk of the country was in the hands of the enemy. The government was cut off from its principal sources of food, fuel, and raw materials, and in Moscow and Petrograd, the workers were getting a ration of only 1/8 of a pound of bread every other day. Nevertheless, with unparalleled courage, the people built their Red Army, and by the end of 1920, had driven all their enemies from Soviet soil. The bitter armed assault by the organized forces of reaction obviously made the defense of the struggling Soviet regime of the greatest importance to the world labor movement. The ISC, Zimmerwald, issued several statements calling upon the workers to come to the support of the embattled Soviet Union. In January 1918, great strikes, largely inspired by the influence of the Russian Revolution, broke out in Austria and Germany. Less powerful movements also took place in Great Britain, and even in far-off Seattle and Philadelphia, longshoremen refused to load cargoes destined for interventionist forces in Soviet Russia. The main sentiment in support of the Russian Revolution also definitely affected Allied troops fighting against the Soviet government at the Versailles Treaty negotiations in Paris. Lloyd George, upon being asked why Britain did not make a more energetic fight in Soviet Russia, declared that if he now proposed to send 1,000 British troops to Russia for that purpose, the troops would mutiny, and also that if a military enterprise were started against the Bolsheviks, that would make England Bolshevist, and there would be a Soviet in London. An actual mutiny did take place among American troops in North Russia of Company 1 of the 339 U.S. Infantry on March 30th, 1919. As a result, all the American troops in the area had to be withdrawn shortly thereafter. The right-wing Social Democratic leaders, however, assumed a very hostile attitude. They were reformers, patchers up of capitalism, so naturally they took a stand against the First Socialist Republic. Like the Russian Mensheviks, they opposed it from the start. Characteristically, at the Bern Conference in February 1919, called to pull the disrupted Second International together again, they condemned Soviet Russia, and prior to this, Karl Kautsky wrote a booklet during 1918, The Dictatorship of the Proletariat, in which he systematically attacked the Soviet regime. He particularly dissented from the whole conception and practice of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This man, who could readily find excuses for the imperialist slaughter of millions in World War I, was outraged at the suppressive measures taken by the new government against the vicious counter-revolution. His booklet gave the main line of anti-Soviet attack for the less cunning right revisionists. In reply, Lenin immediately wrote his book, The Proletarian Revolution, and Renegade Kautsky. He defended the dictatorship on principle as well as the general policies of the Bolsheviks throughout the revolution. He justified the overthrow of the provisional government and also the liquidation of the Constituent Assembly on the grounds that the Bolsheviks had behind them a clear majority of the people. He supported the repression of the former ruling classes because of the urgent political necessity to stamp out the armed counter-revolution. This book, in a sense, was a continuation of his State and Revolution, analyzing after the events the revolution which this famous work had outlined beforehand. Chapter 30. The Soviet System. The October Revolution, as distinct from all other revolutions, said Stalin, overthrew all exploiters and transferred power to the most revolutionary class of the working people, the proletariat. Under its leadership, the old system of exploitation was destroyed, and a new socialist system was established in which exploitation and oppression have no place. The Great October Socialist Revolution denotes a radical turn in the history of mankind, from the old capitalist world to the new socialist world. The new government, at first called the Russian Soviet Socialist Federated Republic, was later named the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The Soviet Constitution establishes that, quote, all power in the USSR belongs to the working people of town and country as represented by the Soviets of Working People's Deputies, end quote, and also that, quote, the land, its mineral wealth, waters, forests, mills, factories, mines, rail, water, and air transport, banks, communications, large state-organized agricultural enterprises, state farms, machine and tractor stations, and the like, as well as municipal enterprises, and the bulk of the dwelling houses in the cities and industrial localities are state property, that is, belong to the whole people, end quote. Exploitation of man by man is specifically prohibited, and, quote, work in the USSR is a duty and a matter of honor for every able-bodied citizen in accordance with the principle, he who does not work, neither shall he eat. The working motto in the Soviet Union is the socialist one of from each according to his ability to each according to his work, end quote. Socialism is the first stage of communism, of which the basic motto is, quote, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need, end quote. The Russian Revolution was political, economic, and social. It profoundly reorganized every major institution in Russia, including the Orthodox Church, which was depoliticized. There was no blueprint to work from, only the broad outlines of the new society having been worked out before the revolution. Consequently, under the brilliant leadership of Lenin, an immense economic and political pioneering and experimentation on socialist institution building had to be carried out, which saved an enormous amount of work and struggle for later revolutions elsewhere. Here, only the barest outlines can be given of the status of the Soviet regime at its inception and also of the general character of its orientation in later years. Since the seizure of power by the workers, Soviet society, highly flexible and progressive, has passed through three general stages. The first was the period of war communism from 1918 to early in 1921, the years of the civil and interventionist wars, with industry and agriculture collapsed and disintegrated, and with the regime fighting for its life against a host of internal and external enemies. This was a time of the most rigid government controls, of a universal ration system, and of the gravest hardships for the people. The second period, that of the new economic policy, NEP, beginning in 1921, was one in which, to help stimulate production under the given conditions, an open market was established for the peasants, and certain small manufacturing and private trading was allowed. Foreign trade and the commanding heights of industry, however, remained in the hands of the government. The third period, culminating in the complete victory of socialism, with the vast bulk of all production carried on by state industry and collective farming, got well underway about 1927 and has continued with growing strength until the present time. Now, the USSR is at the verge of beginning to introduce the higher stage of classless society, communism. From the very beginning, the capitalists of the world, with the ardent help of the right social democrats, have carried on an unprecedented campaign to misrepresent and vilify every angle of Soviet life. These allied elements, the masters and their agents, realized at the outset that capitalism in its fight for life must try to keep the workers of the world from learning the truth about what was actually happening in the first socialist republic. Thenceforth, their tireless efforts to smear and belittle the USSR and to build an ideological barrier against it have grown into a huge and well-paying literary industry. And unfortunately, they have been largely successful in their lying endeavors. In many capitalist countries, notably the United States, the masses of the people know little or nothing of what is actually transpiring among the Soviet people. On the other hand, the advanced proletarian forces of the world from the outset rallied effectively in defense of the Soviet Union. They realized that the future of world democracy and peace were tied up with the fate of the USSR. The attitude assumed towards the Soviet Union is the supreme measure of proletarian internationalism. The political structure. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics is a socialist state of workers and peasants. This is the dictatorship of the proletariat, or rule of the workers. It means that the leading class in the Soviet government is the working class. In the beginning, this proletarian class leadership was expressly stated in the Constitution adopted on July 1st, 1918, by allowing the workers one representative in the National Congress of Soviets for each 25,000 persons, and the peasants only 1 for each 125,000, but in the 1936 Constitution, this unequal ratio was eliminated. At the present time, the USSR, made up of 3 friendly classes, workers, peasants, and intelligentsia, with harmonious economic and political interests, is well on the way towards a classless society. The leader of the people and of the government is the Communist Party. The party is the vanguard of the proletariat. It is made up of the best developed, most devoted, energetic, and tireless elements, primarily of the working class, but also including peasants and intellectuals. By its clear-headedness and indomitable fighting spirit, the party gives the lead and sets the example for the whole nation. It has its basic branches in every institution, government, army, industries, farms, trade unions, schools, and all others. The party is flesh and blood of the people, and it fires and stimulates the whole mass. The magnificent Soviet Communist Party of today, unparalleled for political effectiveness in the history of the world, is the fruition of the brilliant work of party building begun by Lenin many years before the revolution. From the time of Marx's earliest writings, communists have always endorsed the principle of an eventual stateless society, that is, the withering away of the state after the proletarian revolution. This could not take place after the November Revolution in Russia, however, nor has it done so even yet, for the sound and sufficient reason that, because of the hostile capitalist encirclement, the Soviet had an imperative need to maintain a strong state apparatus, including powerful armed forces, in order to beat back invading counter-revolutionary forces from both at home and abroad. Only when the capitalist encirclement is liquidated can the withering away of the state begin. The Soviet state, which remains the dictatorship of the proletariat, is fundamentally different from the capitalist state. Its edge is outward. Inside the country there is no use of military power, since there are no classes to repress. The remnants of the exploiting classes have long since been liquidated as class forces. The efforts of the Soviet government are directed towards cultivating the interests and the welfare of the great mass of the people instead of those of a comparative handful of exploiters. Hence, from the outset, the Soviet state has largely taken on the nature of a scientific administration of things, something that no capitalist state can possibly do. Democracy in the Soviet Union is on an altogether higher level than in any capitalist country, and it has been so since the Great Revolution. This fact is demonstrated by the basic democratic realities of the ownership of all of the industries and national resources by the people, the full political equality existing among the many nationalities making up the Soviet state, the complete equality of woman with man in every sphere of life, the punishment of anti-Semitism and other racial and national chauvinism as a crime, the universalization of higher education, the establishment of such basic freedoms as the right to work and the right to leisure, the direct participation of the mass organizations of the people, trade unions, cooperatives, and others in the government of the country, and the generally high level of the civil rights of the people. The Constitution of 1936 being far and away the most democratic in the world. The foundations of this whole governmental structure are the thousands of local Soviets, organizations which combine the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of government in a single organization under the direct control of the people. In analyzing the Soviet governmental and democratic system, Sidney M. Beatrice Webb of England, despite a background of many years of opportunist Fabianism, said in 1936, quote, "In this pattern of work, individual dictatorship has no place. Personal decisions are distrusted and elaborately guarded against." End quote. As for the government, quote, "Our inference is that it has been, in fact, the very opposite of a dictatorship. It has been, and it still is, government by a whole series of committees. Our own conclusion is that, if by autocracy or dictatorship is meant government without prior discussion or debate, either by public opinion or in private session, the government of the USSR is in that sense actually less of an autocracy or a dictatorship than many a parliamentary cabinet." End quote. During the November Revolution, The Cadet, Menshevik, and Right Socialist Revolutionary parties, in their defense of the Kerensky government, took an openly counter-revolutionary stand, and as a consequence, they were eventually outlawed. The Soviet government at its foundation was based upon an alliance between the Communist Party and the Left Socialist Revolutionary Party. There were also in existence numerous other political parties and groups of various anarchist, syndicalist, and other tendencies. John Reed mentions no less than 19 different groupings as participating in the November 30th, 1917 Soviet elections in Petrograd. The Bolshevik left SR coalition, an uneasy partnership at best, lasted only until mid-1918, when the SRs got out of the government. Among their other violent dissents, they were opposed to the Brest-Litovsk peace and wanted the war against Germany to continue. To this end, they went so far as to kill Mirbach, the German ambassador to Moscow. They also developed an assassination policy towards Bolshevik leaders. On August 30th, 1918, Dora Kaplan, SR, shot and dangerously wounded Lenin in Moscow. From then on, the tendency was toward the one-party system in a fully developed socialist country, inasmuch as all the people's interests are fundamentally harmonious. There is a proper place for only one political party, the Communist Party, in the people's democracies, which are early forms of the proletarian dictatorship. There are, however, several parties, with the Communist Party in the leading role. The existence of many political parties in capitalist countries, each primarily representing some particular class or subclass, merely signifies that the class struggle is raging, with all the parties and groups struggling for their particular class advantages at the expense of the others. The economic foundation. Following the November Revolution, there was for a short time a strong tendency to manage the broken-down industries through workers' shop committees. This was a syndicalist trend, and it was obviously unfit to build and to operate modern industry. The first real advance towards creating a scientific, socialist, industrial management to replace the bourgeois engineers and technicians who had fled was the formation of the Supreme Economic Council in December 1917. Already in 1918, Lenin initiated the primary steps toward large-scale industrial planned production. Real economic planning, however, did not get well underway until late in 1920 as the Civil War was ending. In 1921, Lenin put out his famous slogan, "Electrification plus Soviet power equals communism." The Gosplan, or State National Planning Agency, was established in April 1921, but for a few years its work was confined chiefly to planning within individual industries, metal, textiles, transport, etc. It was not until 1928, in the famous first five-year plan, that a general production plan for all industries in all localities went into effect. After this, Soviet production leaped ahead, establishing records of achievement far surpassing those ever accomplished by capitalism, even in its best periods of growth. By 1933, the Soviet Union had been converted from an agrarian into an industrial country, and its great industrial advance was just beginning. For the first 10 years of the Soviet regime, agricultural production was carried on upon the basis of the peasants operating their own individual tracts of land, which, however, belonged basically to the whole people. There were in existence a few model collective and state farms, but it was not until 1929 to 1930, during the first five-year plan, that socialist farm organization really got underway. In the main, this took the form of collective farms, agricultural cooperatives. This development could take place at this particular time because of the current great upsurge of industrial growth, which meant that large-scale mechanization of agriculture had begun. On May 1st, 1930, collectivization in the principal grain-growing regions embraced 40 to 50% of the peasant households, as against 2 to 3% in the spring of 1928. By the end of 1931, over 80% of the peasant farms had combined into 200,000 collective farms and 4,000 state farms. By 1934, there were 281,000 tractors and 32,000 harvester combines at work in the Soviet countryside. This deep-going agricultural revolution, which amazed the hitherto skeptical capitalist world, was one of the very greatest of Soviet accomplishments. The agricultural revolution eliminated the rich farmers' kulaks as a class, even as the socialization of industry had wiped out the big capitalists as an economic and political factor. The first two 5-year plans called for a capital investment of some 200 billion rubles, $40 billion, all of which had to be raised by the war-ravaged Soviet people. To get together such an enormous mass of capital necessitated a considerable tightening of the belts of the workers and peasants. Nevertheless, drastic improvements took place in mass living and working standards. Under the first 5-year plan, unemployment was completely wiped out, there being no place in a socialist planned economy for periodic economic crises and wholesale joblessness such as curse the capitalist system. This is basically because Soviet production is not carried on for private profit, like capitalist production, but for social use. The trade unions in the Soviet regime. Trade unions in a socialist country obviously must play a very different role than they do in a capitalist country. Their function is determined by the fact that the workers control the government and there are no capitalist exploiters to fight. This gives the workers, who are the leading class in the dictatorship of the proletariat, a direct sense of responsibility for the conditions in industry and for the success of the regime in general, something they cannot have in profit-ridden capitalist countries. Like all Soviet institutions, the trade unions of today are the result of much experimentation and pioneering work. In the beginning, with no clear ideas prevailing as to just how the trade unions were to operate under socialism, there was a division between the shop committees and the national unions, many believing the latter institutions to be superfluous. But soon the unions came to be based upon the shop committees as their foundation units in industry. From the earliest stages, the unions began to take on pioneer functions and forms corresponding to the new workers' society of which they were a basic part. These new tasks came to include such vital matters as the establishment of labor discipline in industry, direct participation in industrial management, the systematic increase and improvement of production, the education and technical training of great masses of new workers, the elaboration and enforcement of factory legislation, the direct management of the immense system of state social insurance, and on occasion even the taking up of arms to repel the imperialist interventionists. And through all this, of course, the unions have had the direct supervision over the workers' economic interests by the elaboration and enforcement of wage scales, hours of work, and general working conditions formulated in collective agreements with the government. The unions, while naturally working in close collaboration with the workers' government, retain an independent status. In capitalist countries where the workers have to fight the employers and the government, the strike is a most vital weapon, but obviously it is unimportant in the Soviet Union, which has no exploiters and has a workers' government. In the early days of the revolution, in the formative period, there were, however, numerous strikes, many of them started by counter-revolutionary elements who wanted to cripple the Soviet regime. In 1920, there were 43 recorded strikes, but soon even the less advanced workers came to realize the folly of striking against their own government. Hence, the strike, although still legal, fell into abeyance and is now a great rarity. The establishment of labor conditions in the USSR is not a matter of bitter class struggle, but of friendly negotiation and scientific economic planning. The presence of piecework systems in the USSR strikes visiting trade unionists as strange, seeing that they have to fight so resolutely against piecework in the capitalist countries. But the matter is simple enough. bearing in mind the elementary factor that there are no exploiters in the Soviet Union to rob the workers of their increased production. The All-Union Central Committee of Trade Unions in 1932 thus explained the situation. Quote, "The piecework system makes every worker materially interested in increasing the productivity of labor and raising his own qualifications. We must lay all emphasis on the fact that the piecework system in our country is radically different from the piecework system in the capitalist countries. There, the piecework system is a means of exploitation. Here, where the state is exercising the maximum degree of care in the protection of labor, and where we have a working day lasting 7 hours, the piecework system accelerates the tempo of socialist construction, increases the productivity of labor, and guarantees the improvement of the material and general living conditions of the workers." End quote. Different rates of wage scales prevail in Soviet industry. This is in line with the socialist principle, to each according to his work. It is part of the elaborate system of incentives, in effect, for Soviet workers. A basic factor of this situation is that with every kind of education and promotion wide open to the workers, to the advance to the better paid, more skilled, and more responsible positions, rest freely within the choice of every worker himself. Chapter 31. The German and Hungarian Revolutions, 1918 to 1919. With its enormous human slaughter and property destruction, World War I resulted in the breaking up of 4 great empires, the Russian, German, Austro-Hungarian, and Turkish Ottoman. It was climaxed also by the overthrow of 4 feudal autocrats, the Russian Tsar, the German Kaiser, the Austrian Emperor, and the Turkish Sultan, and of their royal systems with them. Demolished, too, was the capitalist system in Russia, and it would also have been destroyed throughout Eastern and Central Europe had it not been for the profound treachery of the right-wing Social Democrats. This vast revolutionary upheaval followed the general lines long foreseen and advanced by Lenin. Far more than anyone else, he was the ideological leader of the tremendous post-war, anti-feudal, anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, pro-socialist movement. The lead for the entire struggle was given by the Russian people, with the Communist Party at their head. Lenin's influence in this far-reaching revolution was to be seen clearly under 3 general heads. First, the whole broad struggle was in accordance with Lenin's long advocated policy of transforming the imperialist war into a revolutionary struggle against the reactionary governments responsible for the terrible butchery. The timetable of the various phases of the Great Revolution was not the same in all countries, nor was the political content of the revolution everywhere identical, but the fundamental homogeneity of the entire movement was unmistakable, and it was also undeniably Leninist. Second, in the breakup of the 4 great empires, a strong national revolutionary force manifested itself. In the struggle under varying conditions, a whole series of new nations were crystallized into independent entities, among them Finland, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. This development, too, was quite in accord with the program of the Russian Communist Party and Lenin's teachings. For many years, long before President Wilson even dreamed of his 14 points, Lenin had ardently advocated the principle of self-determination of nations in the face of the strongest opposition of right social democrats and even of many left-wingers, but in close harmony with the wishes of the respective peoples. Third, in the great revolutionary upheaval in the 4 empires, there was also a powerful anti-capitalist, socialist element, which, of course, was unmistakably Leninist. It was the growing over of the bourgeois revolution into the proletarian revolution. It came to fullest expression in Russia, the political leader of the entire movement, and only social democratic treachery prevented socialism from prevailing in most, if not the entire, area involved. These three basic facts show that in the revolutionary aftermath of World War I, Lenin and the Communist Party struck the real note of progress for world society. This development was fully in line with the historic role of communism, which furnishes the constructive world leadership as international capitalism rots and decays. This great reality was also to be demonstrated again and again in the tremendous world upheavals that were to take place between the end of World War I and the present time. Soviets in Germany. As the war dragged along interminably, in the vast welter of human slaughter and suffering, the workers in Germany, as elsewhere in Europe, became increasingly rebellious and developed more and more of an anti-war spirit. Broad strike movements in Germany, early in 1918, involved as many as 1 million workers. A strong shop stewards movement grew up in Berlin and elsewhere. Powerful open protest meetings swept the country against the harsh terms of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty. Numerous bread riots took place, and there were increasing reports of insubordination among the troops. By the early fall of 1918, the mass prestige of the Kaiser's government as a result of its generally reactionary character and its declining military fortunes began to approach the zero mark. And the tremendous example of the nearby victorious Russian Revolution was an inspiring force of great magnitude in awakening the German working class to action. During the war years, under the influence of treason by the right wing, the Social Democratic Party had split into three segments: left, center, and right. The revolutionary left, led by Luxemburg, Liebknecht, Mering, Zeitgen, Jugaisches, Payek, and others, with relatively only a small organization, crystallized during the war early in 1916 into the Internationals, or the Spartacus-Bund. Footnote: from Spartacus, the popular Thracian leader of the great slave revolt against Rome, 73 to 71 BC. End of footnote. The Communist Party was not formed until December 1918, largely of Spartacist forces. The vacillating center, led by Koski, Haas, Ledibor, Barth, Dittmann et al., men of revolutionary words and conservative deeds, crystallized their large mass following in December 1915, first around the Social Democratic workers' community and shortly afterward into a new organization, with which the Spartacus Bund early affiliated, the Independent Social Democratic Party of Germany, formed in April 1917. The Rights, outstanding among whom were Ebert, Nosk, Scheidemann, Lagan, Wells and Company, blatant revisionists, held most of the party press, organization, and membership under the original party name and apparatus. They also largely controlled the trade unions, which had been reduced to some 2 million members, mostly skilled workers, but which by 1918 were growing furiously, quadrupling this number by 1920. The spark that's touched off the German Revolution was the successful mutiny of the sailors of the Grand Fleet in Kiel on November 5th, 1918, who refused to die gloriously with the fleet so that the British could not get the ships. Like wildfire, the revolt spread throughout Germany. The influence of the Russian Revolution immediately made itself manifest as the rebellious workers, soldiers, and sailors set up Soviets all over the country, in the main cities, and in the chief centers of the armed forces. These councils, patterned after the early Russian Soviets, had the support of the great body of the workers and soldiers. On November 7th, a Soviet took political power in Bavaria, with Kurt Eisner at its head. On November 9th, the national government, with not a kick left in it, collapsed, and the Kaiser fled to Holland. The revolution was virtually bloodless. The revolution betrayed. At this time, with the imperial regime demoralized, the German working class, given united leadership, would and could readily have driven through with the proletarian socialist revolution, but this was the last thing that the dominant right social democratic leadership wanted. These people did not believe in nor want socialism, like their kind everywhere. They were essentially liberals who only strove to patch up capitalism a bit here and there. Their whole line was to cooperate with the employers to smash the revolution. Their attitude was that all means were justified to prevent the victory of socialism in Germany. Their chief leader, Ebert, expressed their general position when he said, "I hate the revolution as I hate sin." How far from the minds of the revisionist social democratic leaders was the idea of establishing socialism in Germany was demonstrated by a big capital labor conference held at the time. This unprecedented conference, in which all capital was represented by the multimillionaire Hugo Stinnes and all labor by the real boss of the Social Democratic Party, the trade union leader Karl Lagen, took place in Berlin during November 8th to November 15th. Even as the machine guns were rattling in the streets of the city, basing themselves on the counter-revolutionary presumption that the capitalist system was going to continue as before, and that there would be no extensive socialization of industry, the conference proceeded to work out an elaborate collective agreement recognizing the trade unions, establishing the 8-hour day, setting up workshop committees, etc., while the political leaders of the party were making demagogic speeches to the workers, telling them how they were going to lead Germany to socialism. The real party leaders behind the scenes were thus cynically settling the revolution, that is, peddling it away for relatively minor economic concessions. The aim of the whole maneuver was to split away the trade union movement, mostly of the skilled labor aristocracy, from the revolutionary masses, and thus to defeat the struggle as a whole. The Workers' and Soldiers' Council of Berlin, on November 10th, declared that, quote, "The old Germany is no more. The Workers' and Soldiers' Councils, Soviets, are now the bearers of political sovereignty," end quote. This corresponded to the earlier workers' program in Russia, "All power to the Soviets." The council called for a general strike. The program further demanded the rapid nationalization of industry and the general democratization of the country. Although the Berlin Soviets were controlled by the revisionists and opportunists, this, in words at least, was basically the policy of the communists. It refuted the argument of the renegade Borkenau and others that there was no revolutionary spirit among the workers. Lenin was profoundly correct in analyzing the German situation as revolutionary, and so the bourgeois ideologists also understood it. The right social democrats, fearing like death the revolutionary spirit of the workers and the possibility of a dictatorship of the proletariat in Germany, set as their first counter-revolutionary goal to devitalize and destroy the new-fledged Soviets. In close cooperation with the capitalists to save Germany from Bolshevism, they started out by establishing a caretaker government headed by Friedrich Ebert, 1871 to 1925, a former saddler and an extreme revisionist, who in 1913, upon the death of Babel, became the leader of the party. Ebert promptly canceled the general strike that had been called by the Berlin Soviet. The next step of the rights was to set up a provisional government a few days later, composed of 3 right-wingers, Ebert, Scheidemann, and Landsberg, and 3 independents, Hasse, Dittmann, and Barth. Although the revisionists obviously were fully decided to go no further than establishing a bourgeois democratic republic, nevertheless, the independents, while pretending to favor all power to the workers' councils, joined hands with the right wing in what could only be a governmental attempt to stamp out the revolution. This was fatal. It was such unprincipled maneuvers as this that caused Lenin to characterize the centrists as the most dangerous of all the enemies of the revolution. On December 16th, the National Congress of Workers' and Soldiers' Councils met in Berlin. The rights, largely due to their strong control of the party organizations, trade unions, and cooperatives, had 3/4 of the delegates, and the independents most of the rest. The Congress therefore supported the provisional government and voted for holding the National Assembly and against establishing Soviet power. This situation corresponded with the big Menshevik and socialist revolutionary majorities and followers in the Russian Soviets in their early stages. The counter-revolution not relying upon its dubious majority in the workers' councils, sought an opportunity to drown the revolution in blood, and founded in January 1919. The government suddenly removed Emil Eichhorn, the military commander of Berlin and Independent. This provoked an armed struggle by the Spartakists and left independents, who rallied to the support of Eichhorn. A general strike spread throughout the country. Noske, Social Democratic Minister of Defense, mobilized the former Kaiser's officers and other reactionary military elements and threw them against the fighting workers. For 2 weeks, the streets of Berlin and other cities ran red with blood, but in the end, the rebellion was crushed. It was a deadly blow to the newly formed Communist Party. On April 13, 1919, the workers in Bavaria set up a Soviet republic, but after 18 days of existence, it fell. It was in this general struggle that Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, who had been recently released from jail, were savagely murdered. They had been rearrested on January 15th in Berlin, and while presumably being taken to prison, were cold-bloodedly shot down. The assassination was deliberately planned by the authorities, but the government denied all responsibility for it. No effort was made to apprehend the murderers, who were well known. Thus perished 2 of the noblest fighters ever produced by the world revolutionary movement. Footnote: Leo Jagaitis, the husband of Rosa Luxemburg, was also killed. End of footnote. The bourgeoisie resumes full charge. After this bloodbath, which caused the independents to resign from the government, the rights pushed on to their counter-revolutionary National Assembly. They held the elections on January 21st, right in the depressing aftermath of the defeated revolutionary struggle. Not surprisingly, therefore, the parties of the right carried the elections by a considerable margin. The revisionist Social Democrats got 39.3% of the total vote cast, and the independents 7.68%, with the communists not participating in the elections. The bourgeois Weimar Republic was set up during the next weeks. The capitalists, however, realizing the revolutionary mood of the workers, and to mislead and confuse them, put right-wing Social Democrats at the head of the new government, Ebert, Scheidemann, and Noske, whom they knew they could trust fully to defend the capitalist system against revolutionary working-class attacks. The assembly leaders also, as soothing syrup for the workers, drew up a radical program of socialization of industry, improvement of wages, housing, education, and support of workers' councils, etc., a program which they had not the slightest intention of putting into effect, and they never did. They cynically gave the Soviets an advisory capacity towards the new government. This, in general, was a perfect outcome for the capitalists. They had regained control of the government apparatus and had placed at the head of it right social democratic reactionaries who would take on the task of shooting down the revolution. These same social democrats were also at hand to assume the heavy responsibility of signing the infamous Versailles Treaty, an act which was to be a millstone around their necks a decade later, when they had to face rising fascism. Despite the disastrous January events, the German workers during the next 4 years made several revolutionary attempts to end German capitalism, which we shall deal with in passing, but these all failed, in each case being shot down by the forces of reaction, organized and led by the right-wing Social Democrats. In its supreme hour of need, German capitalism found effective protection from the socialists of the right. It was precisely such a course that the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries in Russia had also had in mind, but the Bolsheviks were strong enough to smash their counter-revolutionary efforts and to lead the revolution to victory. The loss of the German Revolution prevented most, if not all, of Europe from going socialist after the First World War. This would have been a crushing blow to world capitalism and would have changed the world situation Upon the heads of the right Social Democrats, therefore, rests the criminal responsibility for the rise of world fascism, for the slaughter of World War II, and for all the other social disasters that have followed from the prolongation of the life of the obsolete world capitalist system, and the end of these sacrifices and disasters is not yet. Various other factors contributed to the defeat of the German Revolution. The German bourgeoisie was stronger than that in Russia and better able to fight. The workers were more afflicted with bourgeois illusions, especially about Wilson's 14 points, than were the Russians. Nevertheless, with proper leadership, they could have carried through the revolution. Together with these fundamental reasons for the revolution's failure was the weakness, both ideologically and organizationally, of the Spartacus Bund, later the Communist Party. The party was not strong enough to mobilize and lead the German working class in the face of the many difficulties of the time. The Berlin Uprising was a disastrous error, and so were leftist refusals to stay in the old unions and to participate in political elections. But underlying all this, and the most decisive reason for the defeat of the revolution, was its outrageous betrayal by the right Social Democrats, with the round-the-corner assistance of the centrists, the men of revolutionary phrases and conservative deeds. The Hungarian Revolution. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was blown to pieces in the great revolutionary upheaval that followed World War I. All that was finally left of it is the present-day tiny Austrian Republic, with only a small fraction of the broad territory once encompassed by the empire. The General Revolution was mainly of a national liberation character. The major oppressed peoples, Poles, Czechs, Slovenes, Serbians, Montenegrins, Croatians, and Hungarians, breaking away from the empire and setting up bourgeois republics of their own. In Austria itself, the numerically strong Socialist Party, led by Victor Adler, Karl Renner, and Otto Bauer, made a weak show of militancy, waging broad strikes and trying for a majority in the bourgeois parliament during the May 1919 elections. The conservative parties won the most seats from the country as a whole, with the Social Democrats securing a 2/3 majority in Vienna. In Hungary, however, the upheaval did not halt at the bourgeois stage, but definitely tended to continue over into the Socialist Revolution. On October 31st, 1918, the old regime collapsed under mass pressure, and Count Karolyi, a bourgeois Democrat, was made head of the provisional government. He later became president on November 16th, when the Republic was set up. Karolyi's government, however, was unable to make any headway in the face of the chaotic political and economic situation. On March 21st, 1919, it had to yield to a predominantly communist government committed to the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The leading party in the new government was the Socialist Party of Hungary, an amalgamation of Social Democrats and Communists. The real head of the new government was its foreign minister, Béla Kun, a communist. Other active figures in the government were Eugene Varga, the famous economist, and Matthias Rákosi, the future head of the People's Democratic Republic of Hungary 25 years later. The new Soviet government failed because of the extreme objective difficulties it had to face and also because of serious political errors made by its leaders. Under direct military pressure from the Allied powers, the government was forced out of office, and in August 1919, the Republic was overthrown. During the short life of the Hungarian Soviet regime, the leaders of the government made many costly mistakes in policy. The most important was the failure, despite the great lesson of Soviet Russia, to give the land to the peasants and thus to draw them into the revolutionary struggle. Also, ignoring Lenin's brilliant strategy at Brest-Litovsk, They failed to exploit the opportunity to establish peace with the Allies, even at a serious cost. They also made an ill-based and hasty nationalization of industry and trade which the weak government was unable to follow up, and more basic still, they made the grave error, sharply criticized by Lenin, of amalgamating into one party with the Social Democrats, revisionists, and all. Together with these disastrous errors of leadership as negative forces were also the detrimental effects of the betrayal of the revolution in Germany by the right Social Democrats, which injured the struggle all over Central Europe, the specific refusal of the Austrian socialists to have their party come to the aid of the Hungarians, and the general weakness of the Hungarian labor movement, the inexperience of the communist leadership, and the ruthlessness of the Allied powers in stamping out Hungarian communism by armed force. In view of all these negative conditions, the Hungarian proletarian revolution, at best, was a forlorn hope. Chapter 32. Formation of the Third International. 1919. When the Third Communist International was formed in March 1919 in Moscow, the capitalist world was in a state of exhaustion and disarray. World War I and the Russian Revolution had dealt the system terrific blows from which it was and still is unable to recover. These great events marked the beginning of the general crisis of capitalism, the period of its decline and decay, the epoch of imperialist world wars and proletarian revolutions. The general crisis of capitalism represents the extreme sharpening of all the internal and external contradictions of the capitalist system, the struggle between the workers and capitalists over the workers' products, the conflict among the various capitalist groupings, the contradiction in interest between the capitalists and the city middle class and the peasantry, the wars among the capitalist states and against the colonial and semi-colonial peoples, and the growing split between the capitalist and socialist worlds. All these conflicts and antagonisms have their roots back in the earliest stages of capitalism, but in the period of imperialism, they mature and reach the point of great explosions, which systematically undermine the capitalist structure and begin to destroy the whole capitalist system itself. When the Communist International, Comintern, or CI, was born, the capitalists were trying to pull their international system together again after the tremendous blows it had suffered in the World War and the Great Revolution in Russia, which were major expressions of the fatal general capitalist crisis. The capitalist statesmen were framing the Versailles Treaty, which was signed in June 1919 by the Allies and Germany. This was a bandit treaty based on the capitalist principle, to the victors belong the spoils. The treaty stripped Germany of her colonies abroad and much of her European territory. It also loaded her down with enormous war reparations. The treaty thus cultivated the soil for World War II. To enforce their violent imperialist redivision of the world, the victorious powers set up the League of Nations. Great Britain and France bossed this body from the inside, while the United States, to retain its freedom of action, never joined the League, but began to maneuver from the outside for world domination. From the outset, the Communists condemned the Versailles Treaty, Lenin blasting it as more brutal and reactionary than the Brest-Litovsk Treaty of the Prussian Junkers. The Social Democrats on both sides of the war line, while grumbling somewhat at the harshness of the treaty, generally adopted a policy of fulfillment of its terms. The resurrection of the Second International. under the general head of pulling the forces of capitalism together again after the great blows of the World War and the Russian Revolution, the corpse of the Second International was disinterred and galvanized into life at a General Socialist Conference held in Bern in February 1919. In its post-war role, the Second International was to be even more blatantly than ever a pro-capitalist organization, setting for itself the ultra-reactionary task, in close cooperation with the employers, of beating back the advancing proletarian revolution. Present at Bern were 102 delegates from 26 countries. Notably absent, for revolutionary reasons, were the left parties from Russia, Italy, Switzerland, Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia, Finland, Latvia, and Poland, and also the Youth International and the International Women's Secretariat. The Belgian party, ultra-chauvinist, refused to sit in the conference with enemy parties, and the AFL declined an invitation for the same general bourgeois reason. Like the capitalist statesmen at the Versailles Conference, the socialist statesmen in Bern quarreled bitterly among themselves over the question of war guilt. This was the first and main matter on the agenda, consuming 2 days of discussion. Nobody blamed the traitorous social democratic leaders, as should have been done, but instead the defeated Germans were singled out just as the bosses did at Paris. They were ultimately forgiven, however, on the grounds that by overthrowing the Kaiser's regime, the German Social Democrats have now proclaimed in deeds their resolute determination to devote all their strength to rebuilding the world shattered by the war and to fight in the League of Nations for socialism. This was a lie, for neither then nor afterwards had the German leaders any idea of fighting for socialism. The German Kotskians were especially active in whitewashing the right-wingers of their war guilt and also of the murder of Luxemburg and Liebknecht. Formally, the gathering laid over until a future meeting the basic evaluation of the Russian Revolution, but, as Dutt says, the general feeling of the conference was clearly condemnatory. The revisionist resolution by Branting, leading Swedish Social Democrat, which was adopted, repudiated in principle the dictatorship of the proletariat and declared in substance for bourgeois democracy. This was the official beginning of a decade-long anti-Soviet propaganda campaign, which eventually was to equal or outdo anything produced by the capitalists themselves. For the rest, the Bern Conference went on record for the League of Nations, for an international labor charter of the League, and for the right of self-determination of nations. This right, however, was not to include the peoples of the colonial areas who were left to be, quote, protected by the League of Nations, end quote, and their development furthered in such a manner as to fit them to become members of the League, a thoroughgoing imperialist proposal. The right wing was in full control of the conference throughout. It set up a permanent commission of 2 members for each party, with an executive of 3 revisionists, Branting, Henderson, and Huysmans, to prepare for another conference. The call for the Third International. On January 24th, 1919, as the Paris Peace Conference was meeting, and just prior to the holding of the Bern Socialist Conference, the representatives of 8 Marxist parties at a meeting in Moscow, including the parties of Russia, Poland, Hungary, Germany, Austria, Lettland, Finland, the Balkan Revolutionary Socialist Federation, plus 1 unofficial delegate, Reinstein of the American Socialist Labor Party, sent out a call in the name of the Russian Communist Party for a World Congress to establish a third, or Communist International. The invitation was sent to 39 left parties, labor unions, and other groups throughout the world. The Congress call, amounting to a basic program of principles and action, and drawn up in agreement with the program of the Spartacus Union in Germany and of the Communist Party Bolshevik in Russia, contained 15 points. These called for the revolutionary seizure of power, the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the disarming of the bourgeoisie and the arming of the proletariat, the suppression of private property and the means of production and their transfer to the proletarian state, the Marxist characterization of the role of the right-wing and centrist groups, and the establishment of a new world organization to be called the Communist International. This historic call was issued at a most crucial time. The workers and peasants in Russia, with the Soviet government in power, were fighting a desperate struggle for political survival against a murderous domestic counter-revolution and armed intervention by the imperialist allies, victors in the World War. That terrible war had just come to an end. The revolutionary wave was surging in Germany, Austria-Hungary, Italy, and the Balkans. In England, France, and other continental countries also, vast mass strikes were developing, and, even in the United States, which had suffered least from the war's hardships, reverberations of the great post-war revolutionary crisis were to be felt in the unprecedented strike movement of 1919 to 1922. The world capitalist system, after its monstrous World War I crime against humanity, was shaking under the pressure of the aroused proletarian masses of the Western world. The Communist International about to be born was the fruition of a long leftward mass development dating back to Marx and Engels. It had as its more immediate background the foundation of the Bolshevik group in the Russian Party in 1903. The long pre-war struggle in that country and in the Second International against the Menshevik revisionists and the Kotskian centrists, the bitter fight against the war in the left Zimmerwald movement, the great victories of the Russian Revolution, and the current revolutionary struggles in Germany and other countries. The outstanding leader of this entire revolutionary development, both in theory and practice, was the great Lenin. The Revolutionary International, for which he had fought so long and vigorously, was coming into being. The Moscow Congress. The founding Congress of the Communist International took place March 2nd through March 6th, 1919. 19 parties and groups were represented, several other delegates being arrested on the way by hostile governments. The published list of the delegations and their voting strength was as follows: Armenia, CP 1, Austria, CP 3, Estonia, CP 1, Finland, CP 3, Germany, CP 5, Hungary, CP 3, Letland, CP 1, Lithuania, CP 1, Poland, CP 3, Russia, CP 5, Ukraine, CP 3, Norway, Social Democratic Labour Party 3, Sweden, Left Socialist Party 3, Balkan Revolutionary Socialist Federation 3, German colonies in Russia, CP 1, Oriental nationalities in Russia 1, Left Zimmerwaldians 5, Switzerland Social Democratic Party unofficial 3, and United States Socialist Labour Party unofficial 5. There were also individual observers from Holland, Yugoslavia, Korea, Persia, Switzerland, Turkestan, Turkey, United States, Azerbaijan, Bulgaria, China, Czechoslovakia, France, Georgia, and Great Britain. The agenda of the Congress was 1. Presentation of reports. 2. Program of the Communist International. 3. Bourgeois democracy and dictatorship of the proletariat. 4. Attitude towards the socialist parties and the Bern Conference. 5. The international situation and the policy of the Allies. 6. Election of committees and organization. Lenin opened the meeting with the following brief remarks. Quote, "At the request of the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party, I am opening the first International Communist Congress. First of all, I shall ask all those present to honor the memory of the best representatives of the Third International, Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, by standing. All stand up. Comrades, our meeting has a great world historical importance. It shows the collapse of all the illusions of bourgeois democracy. For not only in Russia, but even in the more developed capitalist countries of Europe, as for example Germany, civil war has become a fact. The bourgeoisie is experiencing wild fear before the growing revolutionary movement of the proletariat. It becomes clear if we take into account that the course of events since the imperialist war is inevitably facilitating the revolutionary movement of the proletariat, that the international world revolution is beginning and increasing in all countries. The people recognize the greatness and importance of the struggle which is being fought out at the present time. It is only necessary to find that practical form which will allow the proletariat to realize its rule. This form is the Soviet system, with the dictatorship of the proletariat. The dictatorship of the proletariat. Till now these words were Latin for the masses. Thanks to the spread of the Soviet system throughout the world, this Latin has now been translated into every modern language. The practical form of dictatorship has been found by the working masses. It has become comprehensible to wide masses of workers, thanks to the Soviet power in Russia, thanks to the Spartakists in Germany, and to similar organizations in other countries, as, for example, the shop stewards' committees in England. This all shows that the revolutionary form of the proletarian dictatorship has been found, that the proletariat is now in a position to make use of its rule in practice. Comrades, I think that after the events in Russia, after the January struggle in Germany, it is especially important to note that in other countries, the latest form of the movement of the proletariat is coming to life and becoming dominant. Today, for example, I read in a certain anti-socialist newspaper a telegraphic communication to the effect that the British government has invited the Birmingham Soviet of Workers' Deputies and expressed its readiness to recognize the Soviet as an economic organization. The Soviet system has not only been victorious in backward Russia, but even in the most developed country in Europe, in Germany, and also in the oldest capitalist country, in England. Let the bourgeoisie continue to rage. Let it still murder thousands of workers. The victory will be ours. The victory of the world communist revolution is certain. End quote. The program of the Congress. The New World Organization was definitely a continuation of the First International, of treasured memory. In fact, it even officially carried over the name. Article 2 of the Comintern Statutes reads, quote, "The new International Working Men's Association assumes the title of Communist International." End quote. The Congress produced two major political documents. The first, which was to serve as the program of the Comintern until its Sixth Congress in 1928, was written primarily by Lenin, and the second was Lenin's general theses on the question of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The programmatic resolution, based upon the fundamental premises of Marx and Engels, went generally along the lines of the writings of Lenin during the past 15 years, of his anti-revisionism and his analysis of the imperialist war, his condemnation of the treachery of the right and centrist social democrats, and especially his great works, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, and State and Revolution. The new era has begun, says the manifesto, the era of the downfall of capitalism, its internal disintegration, the epoch of the proletarian communist revolution, increasing revolutionary ferment in other lands, uprisings in the colonies, utter incapacity of the ruling classes to control the fate of peoples any longer. That is the picture of world conditions today. The program foresaw the way ahead through the conquest of political power by the proletariat, the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat through Soviets, the expropriation of the bourgeoisie, and the socialization of production, and the advance to a classless communist commonwealth. The revolutionary era compels the proletariat to make use of the means of battle, which will concentrate its entire energies, namely mass action, with its logical resultant, direct conflict, with the governmental machinery, in open combat. All other methods, such as revolutionary use of bourgeois parliamentarism, will be of only secondary significance. Proletarians of all countries, in this war against imperialist barbarity, against monarchy, against the privileged classes, the bourgeois state, and bourgeois property, against all forms and varieties of social and national oppression, unite. Lenin's theses on the dictatorship of the proletariat are a thoroughgoing statement of theory and practice. Lenin crucifies those bourgeois elements and social democrats who assert that capitalist democracy is real democracy and counters to it the genuine democracy of the Soviets. He also smashes into those hypocritical bourgeois forces who themselves come to political power through violent revolution and class dictatorship, profess to be horrified at the proletarian dictatorship. History, says Lenin, quote, teaches us that not a single oppressed class has ever come to power or ever could come to power without living through a period of dictatorship, that is, of the conquest of political power. End quote. But this Soviet dictatorship, different from all others, is being exercised for the benefit of the great masses of the people and not for the welfare of a small minority of exploiters. The chief national labor movements in the First International were those of England and France, and in the Second International that of Germany, but now the Russians were leading the Third International. Lenin at the Congress concerned himself with how and why it was that a backward country like Russia could lead the world labor movement, as was being emphasized by the Russian Revolution and by the leading role of the Russian Communist Party in the new International. This was because of the great impact of the Russian bourgeois revolution, growing over into a proletarian revolution. Engels and also Kautsky, in his Marxist days, had long ago foreseen this possibility. The advanced guard role of the Soviet Union was to continue over into our own times, when the USSR, now become a great industrialized socialist country, stands as the leader of the world democratic peace-loving socialist camp, along with its new great partner, People's China. The formation of the Third International. The Congress proceeded to establish organizationally the new International. A preliminary step in this direction was to liquidate the old left Zimmerwald movement, which was done formally. The resolution pointed out that, quote, the Zimmerwald Union or coalition has outlived its purpose. All that was really revolutionary in it goes over to the Communist International, end quote. On the other hand, quote, those elements of the center, as the Bern Conference shows, now join the social patriots in fighting against the revolutionary proletariat, end quote. There was some discussion as to whether or not to proceed immediately to the formation of the Communist International. Eberlein, the delegate of the German Communist Party, voted to delay the matter. This showed a lingering failure in German left-wing circles as well as in others to understand clearly that the revisionists, by their support of the World War and by their open hostility to the Russian Revolution, had profoundly split the world labor movement. Lenin was insistent that the International be formed at the present meeting, and this was done. Only provisional steps were taken for the organizational structure of the new International, it being decided to leave the working out of a definitive constitution to the next full Congress. As an interim arrangement, however, an executive committee of one member from each party was selected, and this, in turn, chose a bureau of 5. The bureau consisted of Rakovsky, Lenin, Zinoviev, Trotsky, and Platon. The executive was made up of representatives of the parties of Russia, Germany, German Austria, and Switzerland, Sweden, and the Balkan Federation, the American SLP not being included. Gregory Zinoviev was chosen president, and Angelika Balabanov secretary. Thus was born the Communist International, which in the oncoming years was to play such an enormous part in the stormy world. Chapter 33. Revolutionary Perspective. Third Congress, 1920. The Second Congress of the Comintern was held in Moscow, July 17th through August 7th, 1920. Between this time and the holding of the First Congress in March 1919, the wave of revolution had risen in Middle and Eastern Europe. Despite the Noska-led government terror, the German workers were again on the march, having beaten back the dangerous Kapp Putsch. See Chapter 35. 2 weeks after the first CI Congress, the Hungarian Soviet Republic was born, and the Red Army of Soviet Russia was rapidly clearing the Socialist Republic of all its armed foes, which now included the Polish army. The world bourgeoisie was full of fright at the revolutionary prospect, and Colonel House told President Wilson, quote, "Bolshevism is gaining ground everywhere. Hungary has just succumbed. We are sitting upon an open powder magazine, and someday a spark may ignite it." End quote. The establishment of the Communist International in the midst of this revolutionary situation struck the world labor movement with a great impact. The rank and file of the Marxist movement everywhere was deeply stirred, and many parties began to gravitate towards the Revolutionary International. More and more, Lenin was looked to as the great leader of world labor. Among those parties endorsing or declaring for the Comintern between March 1919 and March 1920, in the order of their actions, were the socialist parties of Italy, Norway, Bulgaria, Greece, Sweden, Hungary, CP, Holland, Switzerland, United States, Great Britain, Spain, France, and the General Labor Federations of Spain and Italy. Occasionally, splits took place in these parties and unions as they moved to the left. When the Second CI Congress assembled in the fall of 1920, there were represented 42 sections from 35 countries. Indeed, there was a sort of stampede into the Comintern. Not only genuine revolutionary fighters, but many dubious, opportunistic elements, riding the leftward movement of the masses, also declared for CI affiliation. Lenin said it had become the fashion among the centrist opportunists to join the Comintern. Formation of the Young Communist International. An important step in the gathering of the new revolutionary forces between the two congresses was the organization of the Young Communist International in November 1919. The Congress of 29 delegates took place in Berlin under illegal conditions, with 14 countries represented. The program worked out followed the general line of the Communist International, but with the central stress upon youth demands regarding living and working conditions, militarism, and education. Although the YCI was formally an independent body, it maintained close relationships with the CI, the two organizations exchanging representatives to their respective executives. The leader of the Youth International was Willy Munzenberg, one of the many opportunists who wormed their way into the communist movement during this period. The Marxist youth movement, in the shape of sports clubs and fraternal societies, first began to spring up in various West European countries during the 1890s. The leaders of the Second International, at first, paid little attention, but finally, in 1907, at the Stuttgart Congress, the youth managed to set up an international secretariat, see Chapter 24, which met regularly from then on. By 1914, it had 15 organizations and 170,000 members. Karl Liebknecht was one of the founders of this youth movement. When World War I began, most of the official youth leaders, De Man, Dannenberg, Frank, etc., followed the line of the Second International leadership, supporting the war. Youth masses, however, very quickly began to react against this course and to pull their forces together to fight against the war. The Bern Youth Conference in April 1915, see Chapter 27, was one of the very earliest organized movements against the war. International Youth Day was held on October 3rd, 1915. The line of the conference anti-war resolution, however, was pacifist. The Russian youth, with the Lenin policy, urged the transformation of the imperialist war into a civil war, but this policy was rejected. After Bern, the International Secretariat published the International of Youth, for which Lenin wrote. Throughout the war and the great revolutionary struggles that followed it, the youth were to be found working actively on every front. In the German and Hungarian revolutions, they were among the best fighters, and they had many martyrs. But, especially in Soviet Russia, the youth, the Komsomols, played a most vital role. They fought all through the Civil War, and they were also ever at hand in the tremendous work of reconstructing the nation's war-shattered economy. By early 1920, the Soviet YCL had 400,000 members. From the outset, the communist policy was to build the youth organization into a broad mass movement, not a skeleton framework such as it had been during the pre-war period of the Second International. In 1921, the Sports International was formed. Lenin devoted the closest attention to youth work. Program of the Second Congress. Lenin made the main report at the Second Comintern Congress. In a brilliant analysis of the post-war situation, he outlined the fundamental tasks of the Communist International. He portrayed the chaos prevailing among the capitalist powers following the war, with the imperialist countries, especially the United States, trying to re-establish and to extend their controls. Estimating the situation as a whole, he said, quote, "The bourgeois system all over the world is experiencing a great revolutionary crisis, and the revolutionary parties must now prove by their practical deeds that they are sufficiently intelligent and organized, have sufficient contacts with the exploited masses, are sufficiently determined and skillful to utilize this crisis for a successful and victorious revolution." End quote. Lenin was then addressing himself principally, of course, to the workers of Europe, but had Germany and a few other countries in Central Europe overthrown capitalism, this undoubtedly would have created a revolutionary situation on a world basis. In his report, Lenin singled out the greatest barrier standing in the way of a broad proletarian revolution in Europe, the opportunist social democracy. Practice, said he, quote, has shown that the active people in the working class movement who adhere to the opportunist trend are better defenders of the bourgeoisie than the bourgeoisie itself. Without their leadership of the workers, the bourgeoisie could not have remained in power. This is not only proved by the history of the Kerensky regime in Russia, it is also proved by the Democratic Republic in Germany, headed by its social democratic government. It is proved by Albert Thomas's attitude towards his French bourgeois government. It is proved by the analogous experience in Great Britain and the United States. End quote. Following the general line of Lenin's report, the Congress worked out a whole series of practical and organizational measures designed to equip the Comintern and its affiliated parties to cope with the broad revolutionary situation with which they were confronted. Among the questions handled were a thoroughgoing analysis in all major aspects of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the question of when and how to build Soviets, important tactical problems regarding the question of parliamentarism and political action, the relation of the proletariat to the peasantry before, during, and after the revolutions, the attitude of communists toward the trade unions and factory committees, theses on the youth and women, the national and colonial questions, the treacherous role of the social democracy, conditions of membership for the Communist Party, and the revolutionary role of the party of Lenin. Several of the documents of this Congress, which was held in the formative period of the Comintern, rank among the great writings produced by the Marxist world movement. Especially to be noted in this respect are the theses on the national and colonial questions, conditions of admission to the Communist International, and Lenin's left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. The Second Congress was one of the greatest of all those held by the Comintern. Left-wing communism. The famous booklet Left-Wing Communism, to consider it first, was written by Lenin in April 1920, some 3 months before the Second Congress. It was composed to combat the errors of the ultra-leftists throughout the Comintern. Lenin considered the right danger far and away the most serious, but, in order to preserve the party's strength and integrity, he also fought against those phrasemongers of the left who made a point of being more revolutionary than the Bolsheviks, for in the long run, both right and left opportunism led to paralyzing the struggle of the proletariat. Lenin's document played an important role at the Second Congress of the CI and also ever since throughout the entire International. It is one of the classics of Marxism-Leninism. The left sectarian is one who tries to take shortcuts to the revolution, who seeks to bypass the elementary problems of mobilizing and leading the proletariat. Lenin points out many leftist weaknesses, including a rejection of participation in parliaments and in political elections, a refusal to remain members of conservative trade unions, a rigid and flexible attitude towards political problems and organizations generally, illegalism in principle, and a failure to utilize all legal opportunities for party work, etc. Prior to the Russian Revolution, there were many elements of the left deviation in the labor movement, as expressed by the anti-politicalism of French, Italian, and Spanish anarcho-syndicalism, the dual unionism of the American IWW, the no immediate demands stand of the Socialist Labor Party in the United States, and the general non-participation attitude of the anarchists towards elementary mass movements of the working class. During the period of the First International, this leftism was the dominant deviation in the form of Bakuninism. The development of the Russian Revolution and the growth of a revolutionary situation in Europe after the war greatly intensified such leftist moods. All the parties were more or less affected by them, including the Russian party. In the United States, for example, during the nearly 2 years of their underground existence, the two communist parties had no immediate demands whatever in their programs. The British communist movement was likewise saturated with leftism, and there were serious splits in several other parties over leftist policies. The Bordiga Group in Italy, the Communist Labour Party in Germany, the lefts in Holland, etc., all of whom were represented at the Second Congress. Lenin, who was a great master of firmness of principle and flexibility of tactics, crashed into this whole structure of revolutionary phrasemongery. In his booklet, he demonstrated the necessity for making use of the bourgeois parliaments as a forum to reach the masses. He showed, among many examples, how the no-compromise leftists, Trotsky, Bukharin, and others, had almost wrecked the new Soviet Republic by taking an inflexible, so-called revolutionary stand at Brest-Litovsk and refusing to sign the harsh treaty. In criticizing sharply the British communist sectarians, Lenin stated that their political policy in elections should be one of cooperation with the Labour Party. This was a definite outline of the broad United Front program, which was later to become the main tactical line of the Communist International. Lenin attacked vigorously the conception, whether held within or without the communist parties, that Bolshevism was solely Russian in character. He demonstrated its fundamental internationalism. The road to socialism is essentially the same in all countries, though it varies in important particulars. Lenin especially excoriated those leftists who refused to work inside the conservative mass trade unions and insisted on creating new and perfect dual unions such as the IWW in the United States had been doing for 15 years past, to the infinite harm of the labor movement. Lenin said, "There can be no doubt that people like Gompers, Henderson, Johow, and Lenin are very grateful to left revolutionaries who, like the German opposition on principle, heaven preserves us from such principles, or like some of the revolutionaries in the American industrial workers of the world, advocate leaving the reactionary trade unions and refusing to work in them." End quote. The general effect of such dualist policies was to leave the mass trade unions undisturbed in the hands of their reactionary leaders. As Lenin foresaw, the crassest forms of this general leftist deviation, the policies of no compromise, no immediate demands, no electoral political action, no participation in conservative trade unions, etc., were soon liquidated, and chiefly on the basis of his great booklet. Down to this day, however, subtle forms of left sectarianism, generally a failure to participate vigorously in every phase of the great mass class struggle, remain a serious handicap of many, if not all, of the communist parties in the capitalist world, and they must constantly be fought. The 21 points. The 21 conditions of admission to the Communist International, another great document of the Second Congress, were written to keep out of the Comintern those centrists who were flocking to it at this time. Among other such centrist groups were the Independent Labour Party of Great Britain, the Italian Socialist Party, the Left Social Democratic Party of Sweden, all of which had representatives present. Such elements were, as Lenin pointed out, the gravest danger to the revolutionary movement, as the workers had learned to their bitter cost in Germany and Hungary. The conditions of admission precipitated the long-needed clear differentiation between the left and the center. It was one thing to cooperate in given circumstances with the center. It was something else to have centrists incorporated into revolutionary parties in leading positions. The 21 points written by Lenin laid down the essentials of the Leninist party of the new type. Very briefly summarized, they proposed complete party control of the party press and the carrying on of energetic propaganda, the removal of reformists from key party posts, maintenance of the party apparatus under all conditions, the carrying on of communist work among the peasantry, renunciation of social patriotism and reformism, denunciation of the imperialism of one's own country, work in conservative trade unions and in cooperatives, the need to fight against the Amsterdam Trade Union International, strict party control over parliamentary fractions, democratic centralization in organization, and periodic re-registration of party members, defense of the Soviet Union from imperialist attack, the drafting of a Communist Party program with acceptance and enforcement of all CI resolutions and decisions, with the parties to be renamed Communist, publication by the party press of CI material. Furthermore, the parties are to consider and act upon the 21 conditions, leading committees are to be reorganized on the new basis, and those leaders are to be expelled who refuse to accept the 21 conditions. Centrist opportunists, such as Turati, Modigliani, Kautsky, Hillquit, Longuet, and MacDonald, were specifically excluded in the text of the conditions. In defending the 21 points, Lenin was especially insistent in pointing out, in view of the waverers and opportunists present, that Bolshevism was not something purely Russian, as they had been alleging, but that, taking into consideration specific national conditions, it was of universal application. The attempt to outlaw Bolshevism as being solely Russian and incompatible elsewhere was one of the most stubborn opportunistic objectives that had to be fought in the early days of the Communist International. The 21 points, which were primarily a blow against the center and the right, laid down the working principles of the communist movement, both on a national and international scale. In the intense revolutionary situation then existing, the points were guides, not inflexible rules. In the practice of the various communist parties, they were widely varied. The two American communist parties, for example, never formally endorsed the 21 points. Immediately before and after the Second World Congress, there was a wide discussion of affiliation to the Comintern, particularly regarding the 21 points, by the several parties then on the borders of the International. In June 1920, the Independent Labour Party of Great Britain voted against affiliation. In October of the same year, the Independent Social Democratic Party of Germany, at its convention in Halle, voted 236 to 156 for affiliation. The German right elements refused to abide by this decision and made a split, with the greater part of the membership, some 300,000 members, amalgamating into the reorganized Communist Party. The French Socialist Party in December, at its Tours convention, voted by 3,208 to 1,220 for affiliation, but again the right wing split off and reformed a new Socialist Party. Early in 1921, the Czechoslovakian Social Democratic Party accepted the 21 points and voted to affiliate to the Comintern. In Italy, the Socialist Party also voted to affiliate to the Comintern, but Cerati and other centrist leaders refused to expel the reformist officials. After the disastrous betrayal of the workers in the great Italian strikes of this period, the party split in January 1921, and the Communist Party was born. The American Socialist Party in 1920 voted to affiliate to the Comintern, but its application was rejected. The Socialist Labor Party, which was much disillusioned by the 21 points, decided in 1922 not to affiliate. At this time, the Comintern had its principal forces in Russia, Germany, Italy, and France. It also had special regional committees for work in Western Europe, the Near and Far East, and Latin America. The official Comintern journal was the Communist International, printed in several languages. Chapter 34. The Comintern and the Colonial World. The highest political point in the Second Congress of the Communist International was Lenin's resolution on the national and colonial questions. This was a thrust powerfully delivered right into one of the most vital organs of capitalism, the colonial system. It was the first time that the world's labor movement, since its inception, had paid major attention to the fate of the gigantic masses of the colonial people. In his speech and resolution, Lenin points out that nations are of two kinds, oppressing and oppressed, and that, quote, about 70% of the population of the world belongs to the oppressed nations, one of the main sources from which European capitalism draws its chief strength is to be found in the colonial possessions and dependencies. Without the control of the vast fields of exploitation in the colonies, the capitalist powers of Europe cannot maintain their existence even for a short time, but for the extensive colonial possessions acquired for the sale of her surplus products and as a source of raw materials for her ever-growing industries. The capitalistic structure of England would have been crushed under its own weight long ago by enslaving the hundreds of millions of inhabitants of Asia and Africa. English imperialism succeeds so far in keeping the British proletariat under the domination of the bourgeoisie. Super profit gained in the colonies is the mainstay of modern capitalism. End quote. Lenin especially stressed how part of this super profit is used to corrupt the labor aristocracy and to keep it tied to a policy of support of imperialism. Lenin explains that the imperialist powers, to weaken and confuse the resistance of the dependent peoples, often allowed these countries a hollow show of independence. This trickery, initiated by England, has since come to be the central means by which the United States has created its far-flung world empire made up of countries of only formal political independence. The puppet states of Latin America are classical examples of this type of pseudo-national independence. It was in this famous resolution that Lenin characterized the American Negro people as a subject nation along with the Irish and other peoples of the colonies. The working class as a whole in the oppressing countries has a basic interest in the overthrow of imperialism as a condition for the abolition of capitalism altogether. Quote, "The breaking up of the colonial empire together with the proletarian revolution in the home country will overthrow the capitalist system in Europe," end quote, says the resolution. Hence the imperative need for coordination between the working class in the imperialist countries and the oppressed peoples of the colonies and semi-colonies, which it is the great task of the Comintern to bring about. The key to the struggle of the oppressed peoples is the leading role of the working class. The Second Congress program points out that there are two trends in the colonial movements: reformist and national revolutionary. It urges that the communist parties in the colonies and in the home countries give active support to the genuine national democratic liberation movements of the dependent peoples. These will not be communist movements in the early stages, and care must be used not to stamp them as such. The perspective laid out for them in this period of revolutionary crisis in Europe is that, quote, "The masses in the backward countries may reach communism, not through capitalistic development, but led by the class-conscious proletariat of the advanced capitalist countries," end quote. Lenin said, quote, "With the help of the proletariat of the more advanced countries, the backward nations can arrive at and pass over to the Soviet system and through certain stages of development on to communism, skipping over the capitalist stage of development," end quote. This is now happening in People's China. Stalin especially devoted himself to the national and colonial question. Karl Marx and the oppressed peoples. The First International, especially its two great leaders, Marx and Engels, perceived the political importance of the fight of the oppressed peoples for national independence. The active phases of this struggle at that time, in the competitive period of capitalism, mostly concerned the subjugated peoples on the European continent. This is why the First International leaders paid such close attention to events in Italy, Poland, and Ireland, the chief centers of national struggle during the period of the First International, 1864 to 1876. The struggle of the Italian people for liberation from Austrian oppression in 1859 stirred the whole labor movement, and characteristically, it was directly in relation to the protest in 1863 against the suppression of the recent Polish insurrection that there came the immediate impulse for the organization of the International. Especially the First International associated itself with the freedom demands of the oppressed Irish people. In this struggle, Marx laid down the theoretical basis for present-day national liberation struggles. See Chapter 2. The big thing Marx did in this historic struggle was to point out how vital the exploitation of the Irish people was in strengthening British capitalism, and how urgent therefore was the interest of the British working class to support the fight of the Irish people for freedom. The direct participation of Marx and Engels in the heroic fight of the American Negro people for emancipation in the Civil War, dealt with in the early chapters of this book, was also a striking example of the leadership of the First International on national liberation struggles. Marx also concerned himself much with what was going on among the peoples of the Far East. He pointed out that one of the sources of strength of European capital after 1848 was its expansion into Asia. Marx saw the real meaning of the Taiping Rebellion in the 1850 to 1860 period as a beginning of the Chinese Revolution. This great popular movement, which was directed not only against domestic feudal reaction, but also against the European capitalist invaders of China, was finally defeated by armies led by the notorious English bandit general, Chinese Gordon. Regarding the significance of this elementary Chinese revolutionary movement, Marx made this remarkable prediction, quote, "The Chinese Revolution will throw the spark into the overloaded mine of the present industrial system and cause the explosion of the long-prepared general crisis, which, spreading abroad, will be closely followed by political revolutions on the continent. It would be a curious spectacle, that of China sending disorder into the Western world, while the Western powers, by English, French, and American war steamers, are conveying order to Shanghai, Nanking, and at the mouths of the Grand Canal." End quote. Marx was also keenly alert to the revolutionary beginnings then taking place in India. He wrote very extensively about that country, making a brilliant analysis of the developing revolutionary movement, as Dutt points out at length. Among his many Indian writings, Marx wrote a long series of articles in the New York Tribune during the 1850s. He paid special attention to the Great Indian Mutiny of 1857. His Capital has various references to the vast importance to world capitalism of its penetration of Asia and other colonial areas. Engels, in 1882, also had the perspective of revolution in India, Persia, Egypt, and other colonial countries. Marx said that Britain, quote, "had a double mission in India, one destructive, the other regenerating, the annihilation of the old Asiatic society, and the laying of the material foundations of Western society in Asia." End quote. Among the revolutionary elements, Marx listed political unity, the native army, the free press, the establishment of private property in land, the creation of an educated Indian class, and regular and rapid communication with Europe. Marx made it very clear, however, that the most the English would do for India would be to create such a material basis for their revolutions. The Indians would have to free themselves. He explained, quote, "All the English bourgeoisie may be forced to do will neither emancipate nor materially mend the social condition of the mass of the people, depending not only on the development of the productive power, but of their appropriation by the people. But what they will not fail to do is to lay down the material premises for both. Has the bourgeoisie ever done more? Has it ever effected a progress without dragging individuals and people through blood and dirt, through misery and degradation? The Indians will not reap the fruits of the new elements of society scattered among them by the British bourgeoisie till in Great Britain itself the now ruling classes shall have been supplanted by the industrial proletariat, or till the Hindus themselves have grown strong enough to throw off the English yoke altogether." End quote. Social democratic imperialism. Marx and Engels transmitted to oncoming generations of workers many great revolutionary principles as the heritage from the First International, but the opportunist leaders of the Second International proceeded to bury them and to try to make the workers forget they ever existed. Among these Marxist principles were those relating to the development of revolutionary national liberation movements. The First International opened the gateway to this great field of struggle. The Second International closed it again. The 38 years between the dissolution of the First International and the outbreak of World War I, the period when the Second International was growing and flourishing, was also the time of the growth and expansion of world imperialism. The era of the First International was one of competitive capitalism. The era of the Second International was that of monopoly capitalism and imperialism. The heyday of the Second International was the time when capitalism was rapidly expanding into all corners of the earth, when the big monopolies became established in the major capitalist countries, when the leading powers finished dividing up the world as their colonial preserves, and when the great national liberation struggles of the vast subjugated peoples of the Far East began to get well underway. It was the era of imperialism. The dominant parties and leaders of the Second International never took up the struggle against imperialism, neither with regard to the oppressed peoples in Europe, nor those in the great colonial and semi-colonial areas of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. This was not a matter of mere neglect, but of deep political significance. It arose from the basic fact that the dominant revisionists in the Second International were themselves imperialists, and they sought to tie their respective labor movements to the chariots of the capitalist imperialists. Occasionally, the individual parties or even the congresses of the Second International would adopt resolutions of sympathy or even of support for oppressed peoples, but in the main they bestirred themselves very little about such matters. The indisputable fact is that during the period of the Second International, the leaders of the English, American, French, German, Belgian, and Dutch social democratic parties and trade unions, with few exceptions, supported the imperialist policies of their respective capitalist classes. This was because these leaders realized or sensed that the skilled labor aristocracy upon whom they based their organizational and political leadership definitely benefited financially from the super profits wrung from the colonial peoples, as Lenin pointed out upon many occasions. At the Second CI Congress, Lenin said, quote, "The Second International also discussed the colonial question. The Basel Manifesto also spoke of it quite plainly. The parties of the Second International promised to behave in a revolutionary way, but we see no real revolutionary work and help for the exploited and oppressed peoples in their revolts against the oppressors from the parties of the Second International, nor, I believe, from the majority of the parties which have left the Second International and wish to join the Third International." End quote. For several years prior to World War I, Lenin sought diligently to win the Second International for a policy of self-determination with the right of succession for the oppressed peoples of Europe and of the great colonial areas of the world. But prior to the Great War, the Second International leaders never supported such a policy of self-determination, even for the Irish, Polish, Czechs, and other developed peoples, much less for the backward peoples of the colonies. Stalin says, quote, "When they spoke of the right of self-determination, the moving spirits of the Second International as a rule never even hinted at the right to political succession. The right of self-determination was at best interpreted to mean the right to autonomy in general. It was entirely unbecoming for decent socialists to speak seriously of the emancipation of the colonies, which were necessary for the preservation of civilization." End quote. The Social Democrats especially did nothing to help their own colonial peoples. They built only scattering fragments of social democratic parties, here and there among them, and they gave no leadership to their ever-widening struggles. Instead, by the devious methods characteristic of right social democrats, they justified imperialist oppression and exploitation. They even boldly developed theories of socialist colonialism, and they gave the last measure of their full devotion to imperialism by following their respective capitalist classes into that most cynical of imperialist adventures, the redivision of the world in the great bloodbath of World War I. Communist anti-imperialism. As the communists, under the leadership of Lenin, resurrected and redeveloped the general body of revolutionary principles of Marx and Engels, so also specifically they reapplied in the sense of the new imperialist era the teachings of the great pioneer theoreticians on the national and colonial questions. Lenin, the greatest of all anti-imperialists, from the outset of his activities, laid heavy stress upon the question of self-determination for oppressed peoples, and Stalin, his ablest pupil, followed the same course. The Russian Revolution of 1905, which bore the characteristics of an anti-imperialist struggle, greatly influenced the rapidly awakening peoples of the Middle and Far East. This direct influence was to be seen, among other events, in the national revolutions of Persia in 1906, Turkey in 1908, China in 1911, and in the stimulation of nationalism in India. The November Revolution of 1917 still more profoundly stirred the national aspirations of oppressed peoples all over the world, especially when the new Soviet Republic proceeded to cancel the extraterritorial rights and political concessions forced by Tsarism from China and other colonial lands. Did these oppressed peoples realize that they were dealing with a powerful friend? This new attitude was reflected in the close political relationship developed between Soviet Russia and various of these countries, notably Turkey, Afghanistan, India, and China. Especially Sun Yat-sen, the leader of the Chinese bourgeois revolution, was a close friend of Lenin and Soviet Russia. Of tremendous importance, too, in establishing the leadership of Soviet Russia among oppressed peoples was the enlightened manner in which that country dealt with the hitherto oppressed peoples within its own borders, of which there were some 50, making up about 40% of the entire population. Stalin, who played a key role in developing the national question, says, quote, "The policy of Tsarism, the policy of the landlords and the bourgeoisie towards these peoples was to destroy every germ of statehood among them, to cripple their culture, restrict the use of their native tongue, hold them in a state of ignorance, and finally, as far as possible, to Russify them." End quote. In drastic contrast to this policy of brutal suppression, Lenin called Tsarist Russia a prison house of nations. The young Soviet Republic at once granted the right of self-determination, including the right of succession, to all peoples of Russia. Some, as we have seen, Finland among them, exercised this right and became independent states, but the great mass remained within Soviet Russia, where they were accorded complete equality in every respect. At first, the many Soviet states lived in a loose federation, but in 1922 they were combined more closely in the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Not only do all live in unity and harmony, but the Soviet government, since the beginning, has systematically and with great success furthered the culture, industry, and social progress of these hitherto backward peoples. The Soviet national policies enabled them to skip the capitalist stage of development. The general advance made by these peoples, especially the former nomads, is one of the outstanding political events of this century, and it has evoked the most favorable response throughout all of imperialist-ridden Asia. The mass anti-imperialist movement in China began in May 1919, the second phase of the Chinese Revolution, in an atmosphere of close cooperation between the Soviets and the Chinese revolutionary forces. The brewing Indian liberation struggle likewise took a spurt forward during 1919 to 1921. The Turkish Revolution of 1919 to 1922, led by Kemal Ataturk, was also carried through directly under the influence of the Russian Revolution, and it could not possibly have succeeded without the active leadership and support given it by Soviet forces. This is a fact that the reactionary Turkish government of today would like to have the world forget. The revolutionary upheavals in Afghanistan, Korea, Egypt, Iraq, and Mongolia during the years 1919 to 1922 took place largely from the profound stimulus given by the Russian Revolution. These and similar movements in these areas were directed mainly against British imperialism, which then dominated nearly the whole Middle and Far East. The Colonial Resolution, written by Lenin and adopted by the Second Congress of the Comintern, was therefore quite in line with the whole history of Lenin's party and Soviet Russia on the question. It simply carried to still higher levels the theoretical understanding and practical program of the general question of the oppressed nations of the earth. Especially, it developed the enormous importance of the colonial peoples in the world struggle against capitalism and the indispensability of a close working together between the revolutionary proletariat of the imperialist countries and the rebellious oppressed peoples of the vast colonial and semi-colonial areas of the earth. At the Second Congress, there were delegates from India, Turkey, Persia, China, Korea, Java, and the Asian Soviet peoples. John Reed, delegate from the United States, spoke in behalf of the American Negroes. Following this Congress of the CI, a broad political conference of colonial peoples was held in Baku, Russia, in September 1920. There were some 37 peoples represented. It was called the Congress of the Peoples of the East. Of the 1,891 delegates, 235 were Turks, 192 Persians, 157 Armenians, 100 Georgians, and there were also numerous Chinese, Indians, and others. There were 3 important resolutions adopted outlining the general Leninist line of anti-imperialist struggle in the colonial countries. A council of 47 of 20 nationalities was set up and a paper issued, The Peoples of the East. The Eastern University in Moscow, established in 1921, has trained thousands of political leaders for the colonial peoples. In January 1922, the first Congress of the Toilers of the Far East was held in Moscow. Communist parties also began to grow all through this great colonial area. Dates of the foundation of most of them are Turkey, 1918, Indonesia, 1920, China, 1921, India, 1922, Japan, 1922, Palestine, 1923, Burma, 1924, Malaya, 1925, Indochina, 1930, Philippines, 1931. In many of the Middle East countries, communist parties were also organized, but they lived mostly in illegal conditions. In all these situations, active work was pushed in founding and building the trade unions. By the same token, at the other end of the earth, in Latin America, the Comintern also encouraged the building of communist parties among these semi-colonial peoples. Such concentrated work as this in the colonial world was altogether unheard of in the days when the Second International was the political organization of the world's workers. It was a basic indication of the greater depth and breadth of the Comintern movement to abolish capitalism and to establish socialism throughout the world. It was positive proof that the Third International was really a world organization working truly on the basis of Marx's great slogan, "Working men of all countries, unite." Chapter 35. Revolutionary Struggles. Third Congress, 1921. When the communist delegates from all over the world assembled in the great throne room of the former Tsar's palace in Moscow on June 22, 1921, to hold the Third Congress of the Communist International, it was in a world situation of a developing capitalist offensive that was colliding with a militant working class. The employers, with the help of the treacherous social democracy, had halted the great revolutionary attacks of the workers in Germany and Hungary, although not in Russia, and they were now again beginning to take a reactionary initiative in many countries. France had been the scene of a series of great strikes of railroad workers, metal workers, and other groups in early 1919, which had resulted unfavorably for the workers. In the United States, the workers were in the midst of a huge defensive strike movement in many industries during 1919 to 1922, the largest in the history of the American labor movement, a general struggle which, because of Gomperzian leadership's treachery and cowardice, was to cost the unions a loss of over 1 million members. Just on the eve of the Third Congress, the workers of Great Britain, because of similar misleadership on the part of Williams, Hodges, and Thomas, had suffered a serious failure of their Triple Alliance, from which they had expected much. The Triple Alliance, made up of miners, railroaders, and general transport workers, grew out of the big strike movement of a decade before. All told, it comprised some 2 million workers. The debacle in 1921 grew out of a strike of the 1,150,000 coal miners. The latter, unable to secure a settlement, called for support from their allies in the Triple Alliance. Under the great mass pressure, a general strike date was set, April 12th, by the unwilling leaders. This was postponed until the 15th, Black Friday, when it was called off altogether on vague promises of a settlement. Result: a very serious defeat for the British working class. The birth of Italian fascism. Like the workers all over Eastern and Central Europe, the Italian working class came out of the war in a revolutionary state of mind. They quickly built their General Confederation of Labor to an unprecedented membership of 2 million. In mid-1920, the metal workers came into collision with the employers over wages, and in September, to enforce their demands for a 35% increase and to defeat the employers' lockout, they occupied the metal factories all over Italy, a huge sit-in strike, and with red flags flying over the plants. To protect themselves, they made guns in the seized factories. The employers were in a panic, and the Gelati government almost in paralysis. Italy was on the brink of revolution, and a determined communist leadership could have carried it through successfully. But at the helm of the Socialist Party, which headed the whole movement, stood rightists and centrist waverers. Although the party had taken a good stand against the war and had endorsed the 21 points following the Second CI Congress, it had refused to cleanse itself of opportunist leadership. As a result, it failed in the supreme crisis. The Cerati, Turati, and D'Aragona leaders led it to defeat. Footnote: Cerati broke with the Turati opportunists only in 1922, when the damage had been done on the eve of Mussolini's march on Rome. End of footnote. Much on the treacherous pattern of the Lagan trade union leaders in Germany in the revolutionary days of January 1919, despite the demand of the left wing to seize political power, they kept the struggle on an economic level, peddled away the great revolutionary movement for a skimpy wage raise and for a few other trade union concessions, and turned the factories back to the capitalists. The result was a disastrous collapse, and the workers were demoralized. In the meantime, under the leadership of the former socialist Benito Mussolini, 1883 to 1945, the bosses had been building up gangs of thugs to terrorize the workers. The sellout of the strike gave these ruffians their chance to wreck the labor movement. With the active help of the employers and the connivance of the government, Mussolini, in October 1922, finally made his march on Rome in a Pullman car and took over control of the government. Despite heroic rearguard struggles, the Italian labor movement was soon crushed. Fascism was born, a major disaster for the world labor movement. In Germany, early in 1921, on the eve of the Third World Congress, an ill-fated revolutionary struggle also took place, the so-called March Action. This came in the aftermath of the Kapp Putsch of March 13th, 1920, when General von Luttwitz, with Reichswehr troops, suddenly overthrew the Weimar government and installed in power one Dr. Kapp. The workers replied with the most effective general strike in the history of Germany. After 4 days, Kapp had to give up. This was a splendid opportunity for the workers to take control of Germany, and for 3 weeks, communist-led masses controlled Eisen, Chemnitz, and a large part of the Ruhr Basin. But once more, the Social Democratic leaders refused to fight for socialism, dutifully bowing out again to the capitalists on the basis of a few paper concessions. The strike victory over Kapp left the workers in a militant mood. This resulted in an uprising in March 1921 of several 100,000 workers, led chiefly by the communists and left independents. It was drowned in blood by the right-wing socialist hangmen. At best, it was a desperate undertaking, and it was a mistake of the party to be led into it. Paul Levy, who had become party leader after the murder of Luxemburg and Liebknecht, worsened the situation by denouncing and sabotaging the struggle, for which he was expelled from the party. The influence of the March Action permeated the entire Congress of the Communist International. formation of the 2.5 International. Another important event upon the eve of the Third Comintern Congress was the formation in Vienna, February 1921, of the International Working Union of Socialist Parties, with Friedrich Adler as General Secretary. This organization, standing politically between the Second and Third International, became popularly known, to its dismay, as the 2.5 International. Politically, it was a centrist organization. The Vienna International, true to its Kautsky principle of words not needs, was repelled on the right by the crudely reactionary work of the leaders of the Second International, and on the left by the revolutionary action of the Third International, so it undertook to steer a middle course between. Actually, as is always the case with centrists, the Vienna International served as a cover for the right opportunism of the Second International. Its historic function, like that of its affiliated parties, was to erect a barrier between the radicalized workers who were moving from the controls of the Second International to the leadership of the Communist International. It was a major buttress for the capitalist system during this revolutionary period. There were representatives of socialist parties of 13 countries at its founding Congress. Among the more important were the Independent Labour Party of Great Britain, what was left of the Independent Social Democratic Party of Germany, the Social Democratic Party of Switzerland, and the Russian Mensheviks. Among the leading delegates were Johnson, Shinwell, Wallhead, English, Ferrer, Longuet, French, Crispian, Hilferding, Lebedor, Rosenfeld, German, Martov, Russian, Graber, Grimm, Hugler, Reinhardt, Swiss, Adler, Bauer, Austrian. The 2.5 International adopted a radical-sounding program, as was to be expected. It foresaw certain instances where armed force would have to be used by the workers to achieve political power. It also tipped its hat to the dictatorship of the proletariat and to workers, peasants, and soldiers' councils, Soviets. In its statement of principles, it carefully avoided, however, a clear endorsement of the Russian Revolution, and the Comintern 21 points were poison to it. In the nature of the situation, this type of radical program was necessary in order to catch the ear of the revolutionary-minded workers of Europe. How little real substance there was to it, however, was to be demonstrated a couple of years later, when the 2.5 International amalgamated with, surrendered to, the Second International. Program of the Third CI World Congress. The Third Congress of the Comintern, while drawing a revolutionary perspective, recognized that there had been some slackening in the post-war revolutionary upsurge. There could be no other general conclusion drawn from the defeats experienced by the workers since 1919 in Germany, Austria, Hungary, Italy, France, Czechoslovakia, and England. In general, there had been a tremendous revolutionary upheaval in which the Russian workers had won 1/6 of the world. But, say the theses, quote, this powerful revolutionary wave did not succeed in sweeping away international capitalism, nor even the capitalist order of Europe itself. The first period of the post-war revolutionary movement is largely ended, end quote. At the Congress, Lenin thus summed up the situation, quote, the development of the revolution which we predicted makes progress, but the progress is not the straight line we expected. What is essential now is a fundamental preparation of the revolution and a profound study of its concrete development in the principal capitalist countries. End quote. This did not mean, however, that the capitalists had succeeded in stabilizing their system. On the contrary, the war and the post-war revolutionary struggles had introduced even more chaos and internal contradictions into that system. One of the chief things that had happened in the war was a tremendous strengthening of the United States, and to a lesser extent Japan, at the expense of the older capitalist lands. Capitalist Europe has completely lost its dominating position in the world economy. The theses pointed out that already preparations were beginning and lineups taking shape for an eventual new war among the powers, a clear-sighted Marxist forecast that was to receive dreadful confirmation 2 decades later in World War II. The Congress stated very clearly that with the aid of the Social Democrats, the capitalists had not only succeeded for the time being in saving their system in most of Europe, but had developed a counter-offensive against the working class. This analysis, too, was to be only too clearly proven in the oncoming years with the growth of fascism. Already this monstrous snake had risen its head in Italy, but the full implications of this development were not yet clear, as the fascists, so far, had been unable to seize power. The broad conclusion of the Congress from its general analysis was to tighten the ranks all along the line and to prepare for severe fighting ahead. The main slogan was, "To the masses." With this in mind, much attention was given to many questions of organization and mass work, to party structure and practice, to work in the trade unions, in the cooperatives, and among the women and youth. Close examination and self-criticism was made of recent revolutionary struggles, especially the March action in Germany and the occupation of the factories in Italy. The Congress paid much attention to the necessity of developing mass struggles around immediate partial economic and political demands. It warned against the error of considering such demands as in themselves reformist. The Congress also laid the basis for united front action with other workers' organizations in such struggles, a concept that was to have profound consequences in ensuing communist policy. The Soviet Republic, which represented the supreme achievement and fortress of the world's working class, could report splendid progress in stamping out, by the end of 1920, the main organized armed forces of the counter-revolution. On the eve of the Congress, however, it had to deal with a desperate, anarchist-organized revolt at the Baltic naval fort of Kronstadt. The general line of the Soviet government in establishing the new economic policy was endorsed. At the conclusion of 7 years of imperialist and civil war, Soviet Russia was economically prostrate, its industry and agriculture, weak and backward at best, were about wrecked from the ravages of war, economic blockade, and counter-revolutionary disorganization, and, just as the country was about to enter into the period of reconstruction, it was hit by another great disaster, a terrible famine in the Volga area. These tragedies were, in the period following the Congress, to lead to a great workers' international campaign to provide relief to the stricken areas, nor were the capitalist countries, headed by Mr. Herbert Hoover with his American Relief Administration, slow to use food as a means to try to overthrow the embattled Soviet Republic. Some organizational questions. The major communist parties at the Third Congress, with their approximate membership figures, were Russian 700,000, Czechoslovak 300,000, German 300,000, and French 100,000. Smaller parties existed in nearly all other important countries. The Congress aimed at strengthening all the parties in the sense of Lenin's Party of the New Type, see Chapter 20, in preparation for the next revolutionary offensive by the workers. The First International established a tradition of an organized international leadership, with a definite program and a measure of workable revolutionary discipline. The Second International broke this down, however, as it did so many other of the revolutionary features of Marxism, and substituted instead the post office system of international leadership, with each party developing pretty much its own line. The Third International re-established and emphasized the Marxist concept of a disciplined international movement based on a common general political program and a definite leadership. The Comintern proceeded upon the basis of democratic centralism. Its leadership was democratically constituted. Its executive committee, ECCI, which met frequently between Congresses, being representatively made up. Charges that the CI was packed with Soviet delegates who arbitrarily ran it are typical anti-communist slanders, the Russian party at this time having but 6 representatives in an executive of 31 members. The Russian party was the leading party in the Comintern. This leadership, however, was not due to mechanical controls, but to its enormous prestige as the successful leader of the Great Russian Revolution. The characteristic of Comintern procedure was to have a full and free discussion on an issue and then seriously to enforce the decision. This enforcement, however, was fundamentally voluntary. Understanding and full acceptance of the decision being based upon the existence of parties fully grounded in the principles of Marxism-Leninism. In all the parties, including the Russian, there were occasional minorities which, while often disagreeing with certain aspects of the line of the party, nevertheless were required to carry it out. Characteristically, at the Third Congress, there were various dissident groups present, among them the sectarian KAPD communist group from Germany, the right opportunist Levi group, also from Germany, and the centrist Lazari Mafi elements, supporters of the fatal Cerati line in Italy. The ideological fight in the Congress was on 2 fronts against both the centrist and left sectarian tendencies. Work among women. At the Third CI Congress, there took place the Second International Women's Conference, the first having occurred at the Second CI Congress the previous year. This gathering was held on the basis of definite theses. The Second International, as we have pointed out earlier, carried on a certain amount of work among women, but there was never any real breadth and drive to it. Both Marx and Engels were scientific pioneers on the question of woman's status, and Babel, during the 1880s, wrote his famous book, Woman and Socialism, which ran through 50 editions. But a corresponding energy on the question was not shown by the respective social democratic parties. This was true also to some degree of the First International. As late as the formulation of the Gotha program in Germany in 1817, Babel's proposition to include as a plank the franchise for women was defeated by 62 to 55, one of those who voted against it being Wilhelm Liebknecht. By this time, the question of women's suffrage had been actively advocated in the United States for 30 years, the great Negro leader, Frederick Douglass, having been one of its chief advocates at the famous Congress on Women's Rights in Seneca Fall, New York, in 1848. The Second International parties did not actively support the right of women to vote until the adoption of Kautsky's Erfurt program in 1891. Even after that, despite the vigorous efforts of Clara Zetkin and others, the Second International remained relatively inert on the women question. And it is a fact that even in later years, as the Second International parties got into power in various capitalist countries, they in no wise distinguished themselves by radically improving the industrial, political, or social position of womankind. In contrast to this sluggish attitude, the left has always championed women's rights, industrial, political, legal, social, Lenin's writings being permeated with the question. Characteristically, the establishment of the Soviet Republic immediately led to profound improvement in women's position in the industries, in the professions, and in political life. Every door was flung wide open to women on the basis of complete equality in every respect. Today in the USSR, of the 1,500,000 members of all local Soviets, 500,000 are women, and in the Supreme Soviet, with 1,339 members, 280 are women. There are some 60,000 women scientists. Women are leaders in every walk of Soviet life. The later revolutions in People's China and the European people's democracies continued the same deep concern about the freedom and well-being of women. Therefore, in the first Congress of the CI, the woman question already was given consideration. At the second Congress, a women's conference was held, and at the third Congress of the Comintern, a thesis on the question was presented to the Women's Conference under the direct attention of Lenin. This document put the winning of the women as decisive for the victory of the revolution, while raising special demands for women. It denied that there was a specific woman question as such, and identified the basic interests of women with those of the proletariat. It developed a general program for work among women in Soviet countries, in capitalist lands, and in the great colonial areas. The program covered the entire scope of women's interests in every field. The women's work of the Comintern was led by that veteran revolutionary fighter, Clara Zytkin. She headed the International Women's Secretariat with its center in Moscow. Regional organizations were set up, and the respective parties formed corresponding women's commissions. Wherever the proletariat was in struggle, there the women communists were to be found in the first line. The Third CI Congress also paid attention to the cooperative movement, producing a program for activity in this field. The theses condemned current bourgeois and social democratic illusions as to the political neutrality of the cooperatives, and also utopian notions, with a century of confusion behind them, to the effect that the extension of the cooperative movement means the gradual development of socialism. The CI program called for the integration of the cooperatives with the political and trade union sections of the working class forces. The Congress set up a cooperative department and gave a lead to the affiliated parties to do likewise. In substance, the Congress re-endorsed the position of Marx in the inaugural address of the First International, that while the cooperatives were a valuable weapon of the working class struggle, they could not of themselves bring the workers to emancipation. Chapter 36. The Red International of Labor Unions, 1921. The basic split in the ranks of the working class caused by the treasonous support of World War I by the right-wing and centrist leaders of the Second International not only affected the workers' political parties, but also their trade unions. Every aspect of the labor movement was disrupted by the great debacle of opportunist social democracy. An ultimate result of this labor split was the formation of the Red International of Labor Unions, RILU, known as the Profintern, at a congress in Moscow, beginning on July 3rd, 1921. The IFTU in War and Peace. The International Federation of Trade Unions, which was organized in skeleton form in 1913 out of the previous International Secretariat of National Trade Union Centers, with Karl Lagen as secretary and with headquarters in Berlin, was shattered by the action of the socialist leaders in the war. The wily Lagen, however, arguing that the war was not caused by the workers, managed for a time to keep up a correspondence with the various international centers. But this irked the ultra-chauvinist French leader Léon Jouhaux, 1879 to 1954, and thus the arrangement collapsed. Consequently, by May 1915, there were 3 international trade union centers in Berlin, Amsterdam, and Paris. During the war, the unions in many countries grew very rapidly. This was primarily because the tremendous demand for labor power put the workers in a favorable bargaining position, and also because the employers, striving to keep the trade unions lined up in support of the war, were not in an advantageous position to block successfully the growth of labor organizations. In the stormy period following the war, which in several countries reached the point of revolutionary struggle, the trade unions grew even faster. Lorwin estimates that the total world trade union membership expanded from some 15 million members in 1913 to 45 million in 1920. Thus, the membership of the unions in the various leading countries during this period went up roughly as follows: Germany, 2,250,000 to 8 million. Great Britain, 4,500,000 to 6,500,000. United States, 2,500,000 to 4 million. France, 500,000 to 2 million. Italy, 400,000 to 2 million. And Soviet Russia, from 1,500 in early 1917 to 4,500,000. The need of the workers for international trade union organization was imperative, and once the war was over, steps were promptly taken in that direction by the forces of both right and left. In July 1919, a trade union conference of right and centrist forces was held in Amsterdam, with union representatives from 14 countries in attendance. The International Federation of Trade Unions was reconstituted with a stated membership of 23,662,000. But this time, instead of Karl Lagen at the head, the IFTU had a secretariat of E. Femin and J. Odegeist of Belgium and Holland, with W. A. Appleton, England, President, and Leon Joao, France, and Samuel Gompers, Vice Presidents. The enemy trade unions of Germany and its war allies were allowed to affiliate, but they were completely squeezed out of the top leadership. The Russian trade unions refused to participate in the Amsterdam Congress. Meanwhile, the Social Democratic trade union leaders were maneuvering, with Gompers in the lead, to make themselves part of the imperialistic League of Nations, then being born at Versailles. Gompers, an official member of the U.S. government delegation, was made chairman of the Peace Conference's Commission on International Labor Legislation in January 1919. As a result, the so-called Labor Convention was adopted, based on the AFL's Labor Program of Reconstruction. This program had called for the establishment of a World Labor Parliament, but instead, the League Convention provided for the International Labor Organization, ILO, a body formed of representatives of governments, employers, and workers. Based on class collaboration and the permanency of capitalism, the ILO was made an official part of the League. Thenceforth, through the years, it proceeded to meddle in the class struggle all over the world to the detriment of the workers. It exists to this day, having been absorbed as part of the machinery of the United Nations, the sole leftover of the old League. The USSR and the Soviet trade unions, although affiliated to the ILO since 1935, only recently became active in that body. Shortly after the Versailles Peace Treaty was signed, the IFTU was re-established at the Union Congress at Amsterdam, hence its name, the Amsterdam International. There was bitter criticism among the delegates against the high-handed manner in which Gompers, who was present at the Congress, had peddled away the interests of the workers at Versailles. The European Social Democrats were particularly shocked at Gomper's openly pro-capitalist language and his lack of the radical demagogy such as they themselves practiced. The dispute wound up by the Congress, in the presence of Gompers, adopting a resolution condemning the League's labor convention. Lagan even accused Gompers of being a boss's agent. The Congress decided, however, to participate in the ILO. The ILO first met in Washington in October 1918. Its principal action was to endorse legislation for the 8-hour day. This was hailed by labor conservatives as a great victory. Actually, however, the 8-hour day had been largely won in the major countries during the war and immediately afterward. To endorse it, therefore, as a specific demand by the ILO was a small price for the employers to pay as one of their concessions to damp down the then revolutionary spirit of large sections of the European proletariat. Foundation of the RILU. When the right wing of the labor movement was taking steps to reestablish the International Federation of Trade Unions, the left wing was no less active in regrouping its trade union forces. Lenin, with his penetrating mind, early understood that the great split caused by the war treason of the revisionists and their counter-revolutionary attitude was bound also to involve the World Trade Union movement. Already at the Conference of Russian Trade Unions held in June 1917, the need was recognized to form a new trade union international, and a scheduled World Trade Union Congress in Petrograd for this purpose would have taken place had it not been for the imperialist war of intervention that was launched against Soviet Russia, disrupting all communications. At first, the Communist International, like the First and Second Internationals before it, accepted the affiliation of labor unions, but this practice was almost immediately discarded as impractical under the circumstances on July 15, 1920, as a result of conferences with revolutionary trade unionists of various European countries. The International Council of Trade and Industrial Unions was organized in Moscow. Its stated purpose was to act as a militant international committee for the reorganization of the trade union movement. Upon the call of this committee, there was assembled in Moscow on July 3, 1921, the Congress of 220 trade union delegates from all over the world, which established the Red International of Labor Unions. The RILU Congress took place during the concluding days of the Third Congress of the Comintern, and just as the Civil War in Soviet Russia had been brought to a victorious conclusion. The report of the International Council of its work during the past 10 months listed the affiliations to the new labor body as follows: Russia, 6,500,000. Germany, 2,500,000. Italy, 3 million. France, 500,000. England, 500,000. America, 500,000. Spain, 800,000. Australia, 600,000. Poland, 250,000, or some 17 million in all. There were 3 types of affiliates: directly affiliated unions, sympathizing unions, and minority movements in unaffiliated unions. Among the well-known trade unionists present from the capitalist world were Mann, England; Heckert, Germany; Rosmer, France; Haywood and Foster, United States; and Zapotaki, Czechoslovakia. A. Lvovsky, outstanding Russian communist veteran and trade unionist, also with an extensive experience in the French labor movement, was elected General Secretary. The above membership figures for the capitalist countries were only approximate, the RILU forces in these lands being almost exclusively left groupings within the old unions. In Czechoslovakia, they amounted to perhaps 1/2 of the total trade union movement, and in France and Germany, somewhat less. In England, the National Minority Movement, the RILU section in that country, on various of its issues, commanded the support of half or more of the entire trade union membership, and even in the United States and Canada, during the stormy period of 1921 to 1923, the Trade Union Educational League was able to secure endorsement from about 50% of the labor movement for its three major issues of amalgamation of the craft trade unions into industrial unions, the Labor Party, and recognition of Soviet Russia. The manifesto issued by the RILU founding Congress stated that, quote, 2/5 of the organized workers of the world have already joined the Red International of Labor Unions, end quote. The program of the RILU. The program of the Red International of Labor Unions, or Profintern as it was often called, as contained in its constitution, proposed to organize the world's workers for the overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of dictatorship of the proletariat. It supported policies of class struggle and opposed class collaboration. It took a stand against the International Labor Office and the International Federation of Trade Unions. In its fight to revolutionize the program's methods and leadership of the trade union movement, the RILU always kept to the fore the imperative necessity at the same time to guard and strengthen the workers' unity in their organizations and the class struggle. To this end, while accepting the affiliation of the unions and trade union centers, the Profintern was strictly opposed to splitting labor organizations. It stood resolutely by the Leninist principle of revolutionary workers remaining within conservatively led mass trade unions. The Congress declared, quote, the policy of breaking off from the unions by the revolutionary elements plays into the hands of the counter-revolutionary bureaucracy and must be resolutely and categorically rejected, end quote. The revisionist leaders of the Amsterdam International replied, however, to the RILU unity policy with one of expulsion. They did not hesitate to split the labor movement, having betrayed it in so many other ways. That is, to retain control of the labor organizations, they proceeded systematically to expel, singly or in mass, large numbers of militant workers who dared to oppose their general class collaborationist line of policy. In the ensuing years, this expulsion program took on a mass character, and it spread to practically all countries. The expulsion policy forced major union splits in several countries, including the needle trades and other unions in the United States and Canada. One of the most serious of these trade union splits took place in France. As remarked earlier, the membership of the CGT during the war period had shot up to 2 million, but because of ruinous reformist policies in the great strikes of 1920, it soon tumbled again to about 600,000. As a result of this debacle, there was great discontent in the CGT. At the Congress in Orleans, in October 1920, a motion was made to affiliate the organization to the RILU, then in preliminary process of formation. This motion was defeated by 1,485 to 685, but the communists and other lefts persisted in their propaganda, gradually winning one national union after another. The Zhou Hao administration, as was usual with reformists in this period, replied to these successes of the left wing by expelling whole sections of their organizations. This led inevitably to a general split, which took place in December 1921 and to the formation in June 1922 of the CGT Unitaire. The CGTU was headed by Monmouthon, Simard, Rosmet, and Monat. The French labor movement was thus split almost evenly between the two national organizations. Shaping the RILU program. At the RILU Congress and the development of the program and tactics of the new International Labor Center, there were only two serious disputes. One of these was over the question of left-wingers working within the old and conservative trade unions. There were several leftist groups at the Congress, from the American IWW, the French and Spanish anarcho-syndicalists, the German KAPD, etc., and they firmly supported the sectarian idea of the left-wing elements withdrawing from the old unions and establishing independent revolutionary organizations with policies, structures, and leadership designed to their own liking. This was one of the major expressions of left sectarianism that Lenin had waged war against in the Second Comintern Congress. Dual revolutionary unionism was something of a new ideological deviation in Europe, save in anarcho-syndicalist circles, but it had a long history in the case of the American IWW, SP, and SLP. For 15 years, these organizations had encouraged the policy of pulling militant elements out of the mass AFL unions to the great detriment of the latter. The leftists at the RILU Congress made a fight for their line, but the delegates overwhelmingly supported the Leninist trade union principle of left-wingers remaining inside the ranks of the organized trade unions and there fighting for their class struggle program. The second dispute at the RILU Congress, more basic in character, involved pretty much the same anarcho-syndicalist elements. It had to do with the question of trade union political action, concretely with the organized relations that were being suggested between the RILU and the Comintern. The proposition was that the two bodies should exchange representatives in their respective executive committees. The anarcho-syndicalists, who were drastically opposed to political action in general, made a big fight against establishing any organized connections whatever between the RILU and the CI. This stand was a modern reflection of the historic fight between the Marxists and the political ancestors of the present-day anarcho-syndicalists, the Bakuninists, in the congresses of the First International. Much bitterness was lent to the dispute because of the fact that the anarchists had led the bloody revolt at the great Kronstadt naval base in the Baltic a couple of months earlier. The mutineers gained possession of a first-class fortress, the fleet, and a vast quantity of arms and ammunition. Their slogan was, "Soviets without communists," and the whole capitalist world openly wished them success. But the government put down the dangerous counter-revolutionary revolt. The great fortress was quickly retaken, and for the only time in history, steel battleships were captured by foot soldiers crossing the ice in the harbor. Even during the RILU Congress, anti-Soviet anarchists were conducting armed operations against the Soviet government under the bandit Makhno in Ukraine. The American anarchists, Goldman and Berkman, avowed anti-Soviet elements, were present unofficially at the Congress, busying themselves trying to line up delegates for the anarcho-syndicalist cause. The Congress voted in great majority in support of political action and for a close working together of the RILU with the Comintern. A year later, this mutual representation between the two internationals was abandoned. The anarcho-syndicalists at the 1921 Congress were obviously very disgruntled at the Congress decision, but they did not split at the time. In December 1922, however, the anarcho-syndicalist groupings of Spain, France, Holland, the United States, and a few other centers got together in Berlin and formed an international of their own. They named it the International Working Men's Association. It had very few members, and it played but a negligible part in world labor affairs. The new revolutionary unionism. The development of the Leninist type of unionism expressed by the RILU raised the whole labor movement to new and higher levels of efficiency than had been attained in the time of the dominance of the Second International. The trade unions were infused with a better fighting spirit, and they were given a clear leadership perspective as against the paralyzing class collaborationism and semi-bourgeois outlook cultivated by the reformists. They were also infused with a stronger sense of class unity and political solidarity, in contrast to the narrow craft unionism and the neutralist ideas characteristic of reformist unionism. For the first time in the RILU, the unions began seriously to consider questions of strike strategy and tactics. including the use of the general strike from a scientific standpoint. In the same spirit, the RILU was instrumental in the formation of such broad United Front organizations as the International Labor Defense and the International Workers' Aid to support every aspect of the trade union struggle and to defend labor militants of all tendencies in their fight against legal persecution. The RILU laid new foundations for trade unions in the workshops, with its new type shop committees and factory councils. These bodies, which drew in all the workers in a given plant, both the unorganized and the members of all unions, gave added strength and unity to the workers. The shop committees, according to the maturity of the situation, ranged in the exercise of varying degrees of control, up to the actual taking over of plants. This type of organization came to play an enormous role all over Europe, and it became the foundation of national trade unions. The Second Congress of the RILU declared, quote, "The creation of factory committees is the most important policy and most important weapon of the revolutionary class struggle." End quote. An important feature of communist unionism, too, was the building of communist groups or fractions in conservative-led unions. It was an effective method, but as it provoked needless opposition, it was eventually generally abandoned. Shop, papers, and groups were continued, and so too was the system of building broad united front opposition groups, which, however, was more in line with trade union tradition. The RILU was animated by a high spirit of internationalism, whereas the IFTU congresses contented themselves with passing a few resolutions of a general character. The Profintern congresses took up in detail the problems confronted by its unions in the respective countries. This helped to break down tendencies towards provincialism and national narrowness. The RILU industrial unions were, for the first time, also real mass class organizations in their composition. Characteristically, the reformist unions had nearly everywhere concentrated principally upon organizing the more skilled workers. This was why, in most countries, they remained relatively small. The enormous increase in union membership that took place during and immediately after World War I, and also during the decades since then, had been due primarily to the worldwide growth of left-wing, predominantly communist influence, with its central stress upon the organization of the hitherto neglected or ignored mass categories of the unskilled, women, and young workers. Characteristic in this respect was the stand of the Fourth Comintern Congress regarding the organization of American Negro workers. It declared, quote, "The Communist International will use every instrument within its control to compel the trade unions to admit Negro workers to membership or, where the nominal right to join exists, to agitate for a special campaign to draw them into the unions. Failing in this, it will organize the Negroes into unions of their own and especially apply the United Front tactic to compel admission." End quote. The RILU also added a new dimension to the labor movement, in that from the outset it carried trade unionism into the colonial and semi-colonial countries, something that had been practically unheard of in the days of the predominance of the Second International. The establishment of the national labor movements in the Asian countries, India, 1920, China, 1922, and in various other Eastern countries in the same period, was achieved under the powerful influence of the Russian Revolution and usually directly under communist leadership. Katayama reported that in Japan the General Labor Federation was formed in 1901 under police influence, but that during the post-World War I revolutionary upheaval, the left-wing workers took charge of the Federation and built it into a real union center. By the same token, it was the RILU that organized the first general labor movement in Latin America in 1928, the Confederación Sindical Latino Americano, CSLA. forerunner of the Latin American Confederation of Labor, CTAL, of 1936. In the trade union field, the RILU was the embodiment of Lenin's great strategic principle of united front cooperation between the workers of the imperialist countries and the peoples of the colonial lands. Chapter 37. The United Front, 4th Congress, 1922. The Fourth Congress of the Communist International was held, like all the congresses of the Comintern, in Moscow. It took place November 7th to December 3rd, 1922, with some 350 delegates present from 52 countries, representing a reported membership of 1,920,549, many of the parties, Brazil, Bulgaria, Estonia, Hungary, India, Japan, Poland, and several others, because of domestic reaction, were in illegality, hence membership figures for them were uncertain. The central issue of this Congress was the United Workers' Front. It was the last Congress attended by the great Lenin, who on May 26, 1922, had a stroke, which was soon to cause his death. Lenin and labor unity. In the true spirit of Marxist understanding and responsibility, Lenin at all times had an all-pervading sense of the imperative need for proletarian solidarity. His entire work was directed toward this great end, the development of a working class, ideologically and organizationally united upon the basis of a socialist outlook. In all his strategy and tactics, and in his program building, Lenin always kept this elementary objective to the fore. The deep split in the labor movement caused by the war, betrayal of the right and center socialists, and by their open or disguised hostility to the Russian Revolution, posed before the world's workers a tremendous problem of finding the way to a practical labor unity in their shattered ranks. Such unity was indispensable, the only basis upon which the working class could hope to make further progress, or even to hold the ground it had already won in the face of the increasingly violent attacks from the capitalists. To attain labor unity worried the right-wingers but little, however. They were not out to destroy capitalism, hence with their slogans, quote, "The enemy is on the left," end quote. They were quite willing to keep the labor movement split, if they thereby could defeat the communists. In the very nature of the situation, therefore, the unity of labor could be established only by the left forces and in the face of right social democratic opposition. As soon as he realized that the original post-war revolutionary offensive of the workers of Middle Europe was being checked, Lenin outlined and proposed the policy of the United Labor Front. He understood very well that organic political unity with the revisionist betrayers of labor was unthinkable, but he also knew that on the basis of the common desires and pressures of the great masses of the working class, and despite the reactionary leadership, a vital amount of practical cooperation could be built up among the workers for limited objectives in both the industrial and political fields. In carrying through such united front activities, however, Lenin laid it down as an indispensable condition that the communist parties must retain their full right of political criticism, otherwise the working class could not be protected from the ingrown treachery of the opportunist socialist leaders. Lenin began to stress the United Front policy before and especially during the Third Comintern Congress of June 1921. At the Executive Committee meetings of December 1921 and February 1922, the policy was further carefully formulated and put before the world labor movement for consideration. As worked out at the December meeting, the theses pointed out the intensifying attack of reaction against the workers and the urgent need of united action of all of labor's forces to repel it. The document declared also that, quote, the workers as a whole are being moved by an unprecedented attraction for unity. The theses called upon the communists in Germany, France, Czechoslovakia, England, Italy, Sweden, the United States, etc., to take the initiative in approaching the Social Democrats with concrete proposals for united front actions. The theses stated, too, that, quote, in issuing the watchword of the United Working Class Front and permitting agreements of separate sections of the Communist International with parties and groups of the Second, 2.5, and Amsterdam Internationals, the Communist International cannot naturally refuse to contract similar agreements on the international scale, end quote. Then, the theses listed previous proposals made to these bodies for united action on Russian famine relief against the White Terror in Spain and Yugoslavia, and currently in connection with the fresh danger of imperialist war. The various national communist parties at once took up the fight for the United Front. The key German party forwarded to the two German Social Democratic parties an open letter proposing united action to meet the workers' most pressing wage problems, and also making proposals for a common fight for a united working class government. In France, Italy, Czechoslovakia, and elsewhere, similar approaches were made to the Social Democrats, but there was no little clarification work necessary, also within the communist parties themselves, regarding the new policy. There were left sectarians who were against the United Front in principle, some who declared it could work on the industrial field but not on the political, others who conceived of the policy as actually amalgamating the Communist Party with the Social Democratic parties, and still others who thought they saw a contradiction between the famous 21 points, which drew a line against joint political organization with right Social Democrats, and the new United Front policy, which proposed cooperation for limited objectives. The coming forward by the Comintern with this United Front policy was the only conceivable way, at the time, of cultivating the greatest possible degree of united labor action. It was another example of the world labor leadership that had been shown by the Communists since 1914, in fact, since the Stuttgart Congress of 1907, a leadership which was to be repeated constantly throughout the years, down to the present time. The Berlin Conference of the Three Internationals. Meanwhile, the leaders of the 2.5 International, also feeling the workers' irresistible impulse towards unity, signalized by the Communists, proposed a conference of the Three Internationals to consider joint action. The Comintern agreed at once, but the Second International did so reluctantly. The conference sat in Berlin during April 2nd to April 5th, 1922, with 47 delegates representing the three political executives. The CI delegates were Radek, Zeitgen, and Frossard, while the Second and 2.5 International delegates were headed respectively by Emil van der Velde and Friedrich Adler. The sessions were opened by Adler. Clara Zeitgen presented the Comintern proposals. These, of course, did not suggest an impossible organic political unity, but instead how to strengthen labor's fight on current issues. The plans included united action against the capitalist offensive, the fight against reaction, preparation for the struggle against a new imperialist war, assistance to the Soviet Republic, whose economic development was at that time seriously threatened by a famine in the Volga area, the question of the Versailles Treaty, and the reconstruction of the devastated areas. Speaking for the Second International, van der Velde immediately took exception to the CI proposals for opposition to the Versailles Treaty, and also brought to the fore a whole series of proposals affecting the inner life of Russia. He demanded that the CI and the Soviet government renounce cell-building tactics, quit their criticism of the leaders of the Second International, appoint a commission to examine into the status of Soviet Georgia, put the current trial of the socialist revolutionaries in Moscow for sabotage, assassination, and insurrection virtually under control of the joint international socialist movement and grant free political activities in Russia for the various socialist parties. Mr. Vandervelde, in sum, only wanted to tear loose the rich Republic of Georgia from Soviet Russia and also to liquidate the dictatorship of the proletariat. The delegates of the 2.5 International, the two organizations were then in the process of amalgamation, agreed with Vandervelde. The Comintern delegates did all possible and more in an attempt to bring a workable agreement out of the conference. They agreed upon the appointment of a commission to investigate the status of Georgia, that there would be no death penalties in the SR trial, and that the Social Democratic Internationals would be permitted to organize the SR defense. This was definitely infringing upon the sovereign rights of Soviet Russia. Afterward, Lenin, the initiator of the United Front tactic, in an article entitled "We Have Paid Too Much," while accepting the agreement inasmuch as it had been signed, sharply criticized the Comintern delegation for its too great concessions. After much acrimonious disputation, the General Conference issued a joint statement of the executives to the effect that a commission of 9 would be set up to prepare for a later broad World Congress of workers' organizations, that the Georgian question would be examined, that the note was taken of the agreements regarding the SR trial, that a united stand would be made against the capitalist offensive, that proletarian united fronts would be established in every country, and that support would be given to the famine-plagued Russian Revolution. On this basis, the conference adjourned. All this looked pretty fair on paper, but the Social Democrats had no idea whatever of pursuing a united front program. They had simply gone through the motions of unity, enough to throw dust in the eyes of the masses of workers who were increasingly demanding united action. Even the renegade Borkenau, in dealing with their attitude, is constrained to remark, quote, "After the conference of the 3 internationals, the official leadership of the socialists remained deaf to all appeals for cooperation," end quote. In fact, their line thenceforth, as before, was one of active opposition to the United Front policy. On May 23rd, in pursuance to the decisions of the General Conference, the Commission of 9 met in Berlin. But the attempts of the Comintern delegates to get action along the line of the conference manifesto met with a blank wall of resistance. Therefore, the meeting broke up, having accomplished nothing. Shortly afterward, the Comintern delegation officially resigned from the already defunct commission. Thus, the international social democratic leaders sabotaged the first broad united front effort, but far from the policy being permanently scuttled and sunk, as these misleaders hoped, it was slated to play a very great role in the future life of the world labor movement. The Fourth World Comintern Congress. 6 months after the breakdown of the big try for a world united front of all branches of the labor movement, the Fourth CI Congress came into session. The Congress signalized a general intensification of the employers' offensive on all fronts. Among the manifestations of this, Lazovsky pointed out, due to the cowardly and conservative policies of the opportunist Social Democrats, many labor movements had lost most of the membership increases and other gains that they had won during the war and the immediate post-war years. Thus, the total number of trade unionists in France had declined from 2 million to 600,000, in Italy from 2 million to 700,000, in England the unions had lost about 1,300,000 members, and in the United States about 1,500,000. Similar trends were in evidence in Czechoslovakia, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Holland, etc. The exceptions were in Germany and Austria, where, because of the desperate economic conditions of the masses and the revolutionary mood of the workers, they had been able to maintain their membership gains. In estimating the general international situation, the Congress resolution declared, quote, "Owing to the fact that the proletariat of all countries, with the exception of Russia, did not take advantage of the weakened state of capitalism to deal it the final crushing blows, the bourgeoisie, thanks to the aid of the social reformists, managed to suppress the militant revolutionary workers, to reinforce its political and economic power, and to start a new offensive against the proletariat." End quote. The Congress signalized fascism as the sharpest form of the developing capitalist offensive, and the resolution, with real penetration, warned of the international character of this new danger. Point was lent to all this by Mussolini's march on Rome a few weeks before. The resolution stated, quote, "The menace of fascism lurks today in many countries, in Czechoslovakia, in Hungary, in nearly all the Balkan countries, in Poland, in Germany, Bavaria, in Austria and America, and even in countries like Norway. Fascism in one form or another is not altogether impossible, even in countries like France and England." End quote. The resolution gave a clear signal of the grave international menace of fascism, but Zinoviev, in making the general report, made certain dangerously erroneous interpretations of fascism. He tended to make it appear as an inevitable stage in the class struggle, one that had to be gone through with. He characterized fascism as only, quote, "a stage in the maturing of the revolution in Italy," end quote. And he also remarked that, quote, "It is perhaps inevitable that we would pass through an epoch of more or less perfectly developed fascism throughout Central Europe," end quote. This approach of Zinoviev's later on tended to create illusions, especially in Germany, to the effect that fascism, despite all its horrors, was some sort of an advance in the revolutionary process. The contrary was the case. Fascism was the counter-revolution. Its victory constituted a catastrophic but preventable defeat for the working class, and on this basis it had to be relentlessly fought. Zinoviev's inevitability concept does not appear, however, in the resolution, which handles fascism only as a potentiality. The policy of the United Front. The Fourth Congress put the utmost stress upon the United Front as the means by which the workers could develop the necessary unity in order to counter and defeat the growing offensive of the employers, which tended to become outright fascism. The resolution stated that, quote, "The slogan of the Third Congress to the masses is now more important than ever. The struggle of the United Front is only beginning, and it will, no doubt, cover a whole period in the international labor movement," end quote. This was sound Marxist foresight, and it was to be borne out fully by world labor experience during the next generation down to our own period. The Congress devoted careful attention to every aspect of the vital United Front policy. It examined and discussed the right and left mistakes that had been made during the past months in United Front work in several countries. It reviewed at length the big effort to establish an international United Front among the three internationals at the ill-fated Berlin Conference of half a year earlier. It projected practical lines along which the United Front movement could express itself in the various countries. The United Front tactic inevitably precipitated the basic question of the possibility of an ultimate United Front government. Both the German and the British Communist parties, as we have seen, had to be very concrete in this respect in their earliest United Front proposals to the Social Democrats of their respective countries. In this Congress discussion under the brilliant theoretical leadership of Lenin, various forms of people's governments were discussed. The Fourth Congress resolution handled the question of eventual worker governments as follows, quote, "The Communist International must anticipate the following possibilities. 1. A liberal workers' government such as existed in Australia and likely to be formed in Great Britain in the near future. 2. A social democratic workers' government, Germany. 3. A workers' and peasants' government. Such possibilities exist in the Balkans, in Czechoslovakia, etc. 4. A workers' government in which communists participate. 5. A real proletarian workers' government, which the Communist Party alone can embody in a pure form." End quote. The resolution goes on as follows, to analyze the relationship of communists toward such governments. Quote, "The first two types are not revolutionary workers' governments, but disguised coalitions between the bourgeoisie and anti-revolutionary groups. Such workers' governments are tolerated at critical moments by the weakened bourgeoisie in order to dupe the workers as to the true class character of the state, or with the aid of corrupt leaders to divert the revolutionary onslaught of the proletariat and to gain time. The communists cannot take part in such governments. On the contrary, they must ruthlessly expose their true character to the masses. The communists are willing to make common cause also with those workers who have not yet recognized the necessity for proletarian dictatorship, with social democrats, Christian socialists, non-party, and syndicalist workers. Thus, the communists are prepared, under certain circumstances and with certain guarantees, to support a non-communist workers' government. At the same time, the communists say to the masses quite openly that it is impossible to establish a real workers' government without a revolutionary struggle against the bourgeoisie. The other two types of workers' government, workers' and peasants' government and workers' government with participation of communists, are not proletarian dictatorships, nor are they historically inevitable transition forms of government towards proletarian dictatorship, but where they are formed may serve as starting points for the struggle for dictatorship. Only the workers' government, consisting of communists, can be the true embodiment of the dictatorship of the proletariat." End quote. The Fourth Congress basically attacked the Treaty of Versailles, which followed World War I. It declared that the whole official theory behind this robbing settlement had proved unworkable in view of the continuing instability of the capitalist economic and political system generally. Quote, "The peace treaties which center around the Versailles Peace Treaty," end quote, says the resolution, quote, "represent an attempt to consolidate the rule of these four victorious nations, the United States, Great Britain, France, and Japan, politically and economically, by reducing the rest of the world to the state of colonial territories for exploitation, socially, by securing the domination of the bourgeoisie over its own proletariat, and against the revolutionary proletariat of Soviet Russia, by a union of the bourgeoisie of all countries." End quote. The fundamental difference in character between the communist and the social democratic internationals was illustrated by their own contradictory attitudes towards the Versailles Peace Treaty. The head-on collision policy of the Comintern expressed the true proletarian opposition towards this imperialist, war-breeding settlement, whereas the fulfillment policy of the Social Democrats was an unmistakable reflection of the imperialist interests of the capitalist classes and was one of the basic reasons for the eventual success of Hitler, who grew on opposition to Versailles. Chapter 38. Partial Stabilization, 5th Congress, 1924. The Fifth World Congress of the Communist International was held in Moscow from June 17th to July 8th, 1924. This was the first Comintern Congress without the leadership of Lenin. The world proletarian leader having died 6 months before, on January 21st, at the age of 54. Sadly, the delegates from 52 countries marched to the Red Square behind a Red Army band to pay their respects to the great Lenin, who lay at rest before the Kremlin wall. President Kalinin and Congress delegates spoke. Lenin delivered mighty blows for exploited humanity against the obsolete and decadent capitalist system. In the field of theory, he re-established the revolutionary principles of Marx and developed them to meet the changed conditions of the imperialist era. And in the realm of practice, he led the vital Russian Revolution, which tore away a whole segment of the most basic foundations of the capitalist system. Under his direct leadership, the workers of the world were well started on the road to socialism. All the power of the capitalist exploiters, with their flocks of right social democratic flunkies, can never undo or offset the revolutionary work performed by the great proletarian leader, Lenin. Kalinin summed up Lenin's work simply and cogently, quote, "The three main ideas of Lenin are," end quote, said he, quote, "the alliance of the workers with the peasants, the national question, and the dictatorship of the proletariat," end quote. These were the political fundamentals underlying the Russian Revolution. They are the dynamic principles that will eventually write finis to capitalism all over the world. Stalin, in his book on Lenin, gives a masterful summary of this supreme teacher and fighter, whose simplicity and modesty were no less marked than his intellectual brilliance, resolute character, and revolutionary spirit. Quote, "Confidence in the creative power of the masses. This is the peculiar feature in the activities of Lenin, which enabled him to understand the spontaneous movement and to direct it into the channels of the proletarian revolution. Brilliant foresight, the ability to catch and appreciate the inner sense of impending events. This is the feature of Lenin that enabled him to outline the correct strategy and a clear line of conduct at the turning points of the revolutionary movement." End quote. Lenin's death was a tremendous loss to the Russian people and to the oppressed of the world. Fortunately, in Stalin, Lenin's ablest pupil, there was developing another leader of major stature, and his great abilities were to be sorely tested in the enormous task of building socialism in Russia in the face of a hostile world, and despite the machinations of an insidious Trotskyite opposition, which, upon the illness of Lenin, began its long, reckless, and reactionary bid for power. The amalgamation of the two social democratic internationals. An important event between the Fourth and Fifth Congress of the Comintern was the consolidation of the Second and the 2.5 internationals. The fusion took place in Hamburg in May 1923. There were present some 400 delegates of the two internationals, claiming to represent 6,700,000 members and 43 parties in 30 countries. The reorganized body became known as the Labor and Socialist International and set up headquarters in Zurich. Friedrich Adler was chosen as secretary. Odegeist, secretary of the Amsterdam Trade Union International, was present and gave his blessing to the fusion. The amalgamation was carried through essentially on the basis of the revisionist program of the Second International. This amounted in substance to acting as a sort of radical talking wing of the League of Nations, the third party of the bourgeoisie. In the discussions, the various national parties reflected the interests of the respective imperialist systems. So far as the centrists at the Congress were concerned, a few revolutionary phrases in the program and a number of key posts in the organization apparatus were enough to satisfy them. Thus ended the inglorious, less than 2 years' existence of the 2.5 International. Never anything but an adjunct of the Second International, it was organized in February 1921 as a catch basin to trap radical workers who were then deserting that body. When it was given up in January 1923, this was also a device to lure the workers who were clamoring for labor unity back under the control of the reactionary Second International. The October defeat in Germany. On January 23, 1923, in order to wring reparations out of a resistant Germany, France suddenly sent its troops into the industrial region of the Ruhr. Germany had not been militarily occupied completely at the end of the war. The violent French action provoked a near-war crisis and also greatly inflamed the current fantastic inflation. The coup likewise generated a revolutionary mood among the workers. The German Communist Party and the Comintern agreed that a revolutionary situation was at hand. In May, the Communists initiated strikes in the Ruhr, and on August 11th, the General Works Council, under Communist influence, called for a general strike. The workers took over the cities of Bochum and Gelsenkirchen. The Second International refused to cooperate with the Comintern to protect the Ruhr workers. During the next days, the rebellious workers forced out the national bourgeoisie, Kuno government, and a coalition government headed by Stresemann, and including the Social Democrats, Hilferding, Solman, and Radbruch, took its place. The role of the Social Democrats was, as usual, to save the threatened capitalist system. The Communists' plan was that they and the left Social Democrats should work together in a united front to mobilize the workers for the revolutionary struggles ahead. In Saxony and Thuringia, the two groups constituted a majority in the state parliament and the government. Under revolutionary mass pressure, the left Social Democrats gave a formal assent to the program, and no more than that. To make matters worse, the rightists, Brandler, Thalheimer leadership of the German Communist Party, which had succeeded that of the discredited Levy Group, and with which Radek of the Comintern worked closely, also had no heart for the struggle, and yet it yielded to the non-resistance line of the left Social Democrats. Consequently, when the German government threw its troops against Saxony and Thuringia, these strongholds, although readily capable of defense, were given up without a struggle. In Hamburg, the workers rose and fought heroically for several days. After October 23rd, in an insurrection, but isolated, they were eventually crushed. Thousands were jailed. Once again, thanks to the right Social Democrats, the German Revolution was defeated, and reaction given the victory. This treason stimulated fascism, not only in Germany, but all through Central Europe. Another serious defeat suffered by the workers during the months prior to the Fifth Comintern Congress occurred in Bulgaria. Since 1920, that country had been ruled by Stambolinski's peasant government, but in June 1923, it was overthrown by a fascist-like clique of capitalists, foreign imperialists, and other reactionaries. The Communist Party, slow to react to this coup, tried to retrieve the situation by an insurrection in December of the same year, but it was drowned in blood. Fascist terrorism took another stride forward. The Congress and partial capitalist stabilization. The Fifth CI Congress made a penetrating analysis of the economic and political situation then confronting the workers of the world. On the one hand, it noted that the workers in Soviet Russia had the situation well in hand and were beginning to move ahead to the reconstruction of the war-shattered economy. The delegates, however, showed much concern over and concretely repudiated the developing Trotsky opposition which, upon the death of Lenin, was becoming malignantly active. The capitalists on their side had succeeded in beating back the new revolutionary wave in Germany and had administered a number of serious defeats to the workers in other countries. Obviously, the great revolutionary movement in Europe that had followed World War I had just about spent itself, and the capitalists, aided on all fronts by the social democracy, for the time being at least had managed to save their social system. There was also a certain industrial revival taking place. In Germany, the key to the European situation, there was an improvement in industry and the financial situation, due largely to the American Dawes Plan, with its subsidy of some 800 million gold marks. At this time, the United States was going into the Coolidge industrial boom, and there was also a considerable pickup in Great Britain and France. This general situation, which the Fifth Congress noted, resulted at the meeting of the ECCI in March 1925 in the formulation of the famous estimate of the situation as constituting, quote, a partial, relative, and temporary stabilization of capitalism, end quote. The announcement of the Comintern that capitalism had achieved again a degree of stabilization, however limited, provoked a shout of glee from social democrats and bourgeois economists in many countries. The revolution is dead, and the Comintern admits it, they cried. But this was absurd, as events proved. In the CI itself, the analysis was also considerably misunderstood, being variously interpreted in right and left directions. The Comintern, of course, in no sense shared the opinion of the Social Democrats, who saw a complete recovery of the capitalist system after the war and looked for an indefinite upswing. In this analysis, the Communists stressed again and again that such capitalist recovery as had taken place was only partial and could not last. Europe was in a lull between two revolutionary waves. It was still in the period of general crisis and proletarian revolution. In his Congress report on the economic situation, Varga showed many facets of the general capitalist crisis, which was disrupting the system. One of his major contributions was to point out that the Russian Revolution had irrevocably split the world capitalist economy, a fact which in our time has grown into gigantic importance. Varga also pointed out that an economic crisis was in the making in the United States, a forecast devastatingly confirmed 5 years later, although at the time this country was just going into the famous mid-20s prosperity period to the admiration of the world capitalists and social democrats. The Fifth Congress also noted that in the weakened state of the capitalist system, the employers, no longer able to govern as before, were adopting new tactics and applying their technique of ruling by making minor concessions or by using terrorism or both. Thus, on the one hand, in Germany, they had adopted as a settled policy, working with the Social Democrats in government. In Great Britain, they were tolerating the minority MacDonald Labour government in power. In France, the Radical Bloc, including the Socialists, was in control. In Sweden and Denmark, there were Labour governments, etc. This was the so-called democratic pacifist era, referred to at the time by the Comintern. On the other hand, there was also a growing recourse by the ruling class to the most violent methods of repression, as seen in Italy, Bulgaria, and other countries of mid-Europe. Obviously, this sinister fascist method of oppressing and exploiting the workers was becoming the dominant trend. The question of the United Front. In accordance with the enormous importance of this political tactic, the Fifth Congress devoted close attention to the whole matter of the United Front, both in theory and in practice. At the heart of the discussion was the ill-fated experience in Saxony and Thuringia 8 months before. The debate was carried on in a spirit of keen self-criticism. At this Congress, the term Marxism-Leninism was first used in recognition of Lenin's enormous theoretical contributions to Marxism. The Congress was unsparing in its condemnation of the policies carried out by the Radek-Brandler-Thalheimer party leadership in Germany. They were condemned for having totally distorted the United Front tactics. They had considered the United Front as an alliance with the left Social Democrats, and they had failed to guard the independent line of the Communist Party. They had especially failed to arm the workers and to develop a revolutionary struggle. The general result was disaster. This debacle led to the downfall and eventual expulsion of the Brandler-Thalheimer-Walcher leadership and the coming to power of the leftist Ruth Fischer-Maslow group in the German Communist Party. In its consideration of the application of the United Front policy, the Congress resolution stressed the point that this was a mobilization of the workers for revolutionary struggle and not a lowering of the communist aims to the level of the social democratic opportunism, that it was not the establishment of a coalition, Saxony brand, with the Social Democrats, that the United Front in those countries where the Social Democrats are strong must be carried on upon the basis of, quote, unity from below, in the rank and file, and at the same time negotiations with the leaders, and never on the basis merely of agreements with the latter, end quote. And that communist parties in United Front movements, quote, must strictly retain their independence and communist identity, end quote. Much theoretical discussion took place as to the precise significance of the slogan of workers' and peasants' government. On this, the resolution stated, quote, in the period just expired, the opportunist elements in the Comintern have endeavored to distort the watchword of the workers' and peasants' government by interpreting it as a government within the framework of bourgeois democracy, as a political alliance with social democracy. The Fifth World Congress of the Comintern categorically rejects such an interpretation. The watchword of the workers' and peasants' government for the Comintern is the translation into the language of revolution, into the language of the masses, of the watchword of dictatorship of the proletariat, end quote. In its general fight for labor unity, the Comintern at its Fifth Congress made an especially important proposal regarding the unification of the trade union movement. As for the relative membership strength of the two organizations at this time, Lazovsky said, quote, the Amsterdam International unites between 14 million and 15 million members. We unite between 12 million and 13 million, end quote. As the first unity step, the Congress proposed that, quote, communists and trade union organizations under their control must propose to the Amsterdam International to form joint organs of action against bourgeois capitalist reaction, end quote. It proposed further, as the culmination of this unification process, that organic unity of the two internationals, quote, would be re-established through the convocation of an International Unity Congress, in which all trade unions adhering to the Amsterdam International and the Profintern would take part on a basis of proportional representation, end quote. At this Congress, the two internationals would fuse into a united body. This proposal was to have very important repercussions in the near future. The Fifth Congress also paid much attention to the work of the Young Communist International, and likewise to that of the Women's Secretariat. Another organization with which it was concerned was the International Peasants' Council, the Green International. This body, pioneer attempt to organize peasants on a world scale, had been formed in Moscow in the autumn of 1923 at a Congress of 158 delegates from 40 countries. The new organization carried on much activity among the peasants, and it served to attract the attention of the communist parties to the agrarian question, but it never became an important international political force. The Bolshevization of the communist parties. At the Fifth Congress and at other congresses and meetings of the CI, executive special attention was directed to the Bolshevization of the affiliated parties. This implied the development of these parties on the principles of Lenin's Party of the New Type. Among other elementary measures, it involved the reorganization of the party units upon the basis of the shops, the carrying on of work in all forms in undemocratic countries, the cultivation of a spirit of self-criticism, the firm correction of all errors, right and left, the systematic raising of the ideological level of the party membership, the building of a strong party unity, and the cultivation of a clear-headed, flexible, and realistic Marxist-Leninist leadership. The construction of a strong communist party, able eventually to lead the people in abolishing the capitalist system and in the construction of socialism, is at best a tremendous task. The capitalists, who have been building their power and developing their techniques of rule for centuries, are both powerful and cunning. To create a great revolutionary organization of the masses in the face of their opposition is the most complex and difficult problem in all political history. Many are the movements which, weighed and found wanting by the workers, have fallen by the wayside in this great task. The Second International, later its windy branch, the 2.5 International, like the anarchist movement before them, made pretensions to being the champions of socialism, but the hard experience of the class struggle showed that they were quite incapable of abolishing capitalism and establishing socialism. The fulfillment of this historic task is reserved for the Communist Party, organized around the fundamental principles of Marx and Lenin. By the same token, many self-styled revolutionary leaders, some also in the Communist Party, have proved unable to meet the hard test of the revolutionary struggle. They may go just so far, and then, in the form of various deviations, they express the poisonous ideological and material influences of the capitalist system under which they were reared. They thus become the spokesmen of classes which are enemies of the proletariat and of socialism. At the time of the Fifth Congress, especially the communist parties, confronting heavy problems of all sorts, were systematically cleansing and refining their leadership. This explains the ousting of such right opportunist and left sectarian elements as Levy, Brandler, Thalheimer, and eventually Ruth Fischer in Germany, Frossard, Sovereign, Monet, Rosmer, and Loriot in France, Lovestone, Gitlow, and Lohr in the United States, Błoniek in Czechoslovakia, Kozezwa and Boreski in Poland, Roy in India, and Chen Tu-shui in China. Even the highly developed Russian Communist Party, just at this time, was going into the greatest refining process of all, starting along the road to eventually ridding itself of alien elements, Trotsky, Bukharin, Zinoviev, Kamenev, and others. The building of a sound Leninist leadership, therefore, was one of the central, if not the most important, of all the tasks of Bolshevization stressed by the Fifth Comintern Congress. Chapter 39. Class Collaboration and Class Struggle, 1924 to 1928. The 4 years between the Fifth and Sixth Congresses of the Comintern were a period of partial relative temporary capitalist stabilization. Production climbed in many capitalist countries: Great Britain 13%, United States 15%, Germany 25%, France 30%, Belgium 35%, Canada 40%. But antagonisms among the capitalist powers also grew, and steadily they prepared the way for World War II. Fascism spread like a poison weed from Italy to Poland, to the Balkans, to Germany. The United States, although outside the League of Nations, was by far the most powerful capitalist country. The Second International, rejoicing at the pickup of capitalism, faithfully strove to put the system back on its feet again. When the workers in Austria rose in armed revolt in 1927, the Austro-Marxist, Social Democrats, supposed lefts, in the tradition of Nosk, helped the army to suppress it. The Socialists were also the most ardent supporters of the League of Nations, each party supporting the claims of its national bourgeoisie therein, and they were for the fulfillment of the Versailles Treaty. They also sedulously maintained the world labor split throughout this period. They joined, too, in the capitalist attempt to strangle the Soviet Union, taking the lead in anti-Soviet propaganda. Their intellectual leader, the old political reprobate, Kautsky, favored the anti-Soviet boycott, instigated internal insurrection, and favored foreign capitalist intervention. Reflecting the outcome of World War I among the capitalist powers, the British Labour Party was the leading party of the Labour and Socialist International and the Amsterdam International, with Germany playing second fiddle. And so it remained up to the outbreak of World War II. The American Federation of Labor, according to bourgeois social democratic victory standards, was entitled to a leading position in the IFTU, but finding that organization too radical, it had withdrawn in 1920. Like the American capitalists, the AFL leadership preferred the free hand of so-called isolationism. The rationalization of industry. During this post-war period, the capitalists, with the Americans in the lead, launched into an intensive drive to speed up industrial production. This campaign, the rationalization of industry, was based on methods of mass production, and it included new industrial techniques and machinery, intensified class collaboration, and the sowing of fresh capitalist illusions among the workers. If the workers would join with the capitalists in increasing output, they said, living standards would automatically improve, the workday shorten, and mass unemployment disappear. A general spiral of social well-being would result, and economic crises would be no more. The workers would save their surplus wages and eventually become the owners of the industries. This was the American New Capitalism of the boom period of the 1920s, in which, quote, Ford conquered Marx, end quote. The capitalist-minded AFL bureaucrats, as well as the SP leaders, swallowed this bourgeois program completely. The trade unions hired efficiency engineers to speed production. They went into business and set up many labor banks. They adopted a new philosophy, the higher strategy of labor, in which strikes were condemned as obsolete, and increased production was hailed as the answer to all the workers' problems, and they intensified their expulsion policy against the communists and others who dared to object to the new intensified class collaboration. Meanwhile, as production climbed and capitalist profits soared, the workers' wages and working conditions deteriorated, their unions lost members, and the fighting morale of the American labor movement sank to the lowest levels in its history. The European Social Democrats, who, like their American brethren, always take their basic programmatic lead from the capitalists, shared the latter's enthusiasm for the new American capitalism. Henry Ford was the new political god. His system solved all problems, for the capitalists, for the workers, for the consumers. Thus, from 1905 to 1923, he had increased the output of his cars from 18,664 annually to 2,200,682, and raised his workers' wages from $2 to $6 per day, and he ran his capital up from 100,000 in 1905 to 240 million in 1923, while cutting the price of cars from $950 to $240. This was sheer industrial magic, and no attention was paid by his social democratic admirers to the special monopoly boom conditions under which these results had been produced. The British, German, French, Belgian, and other social democrats outdid each other and the Americans in hastening to join with the employers in speeding up the workers. More theoretical than the American trade union leaders, the European social democrats covered up their treachery with seeming Marxian phraseology. Strobel, the editor of the Berlin Vorwärts, saw the social question solved within the confines of capitalism, and Hilferding, the noted social democratic theoretician, at the Kehl Congress of his party in 1927, declared that, quote, "We are in the period of capitalism which in the main has overcome the era of free competition and the sway of the blind laws of the market, and we are coming to a capitalist organization of economy, to organized economy," end quote. In this gross opportunism, the Social Democrats were bringing the revisionism of Bernstein up to date. The substance of it was that capitalism was gradually turning into socialism. As Lenz put it, quote, "The increased control by the state over conditions of labor, the general tendency toward state capitalism, and the transformation of the trade unions into subsidiary bodies of the capitalist state into executive organs of capitalist society was lauded by the theoreticians of reformism as economic democracy and an approach to socialism," end quote. The Comintern and their respective communist parties militantly fought the rationalization drive as injurious to the workers' wages, working conditions, and trade unions. Characteristically, the national minority movement in Great Britain stated in 1928, quote, "We declared that The chief issue before the working class is to fight rationalization." End quote. But the Social Democrats persisted in their economic folly and political intoxication over the rationalization dupery until the whole mess was swept into the ashcan of history by the great economic crisis of October 1929. The British General Strike. That the Social Democrats with their rationalization ideological poison did not succeed in crippling altogether the militancy of the workers was demonstrated by the number of important strikes which took place in various countries during this general period between the Comintern, 5th and 6th Congresses. Chief of these struggles was the Great British General Strike of 5 million workers in May 1926. In this, the powerful left progressive minority movement of the period was an important factor. Recovering quickly from the crass sellout defeat of the Triple Alliance in 1921, the British workers began to take the offensive against intolerably low wages and mass unemployment. The leaders in the movement were the coal miners. Their spirit was indicated by the recent election of the left-winger A.J. Cook as the head of the British Miners' Federation, who was to be followed a few years later by the communist Arthur Horner. A major manifestation of the new militancy of the British workers was seen in the response of the Trade Union Council to the proposal made by the Profintern and the Fifth Congress of the Comintern for World Trade Union Unity. The IFTU, voting down this proposal, the British Trade Union Council met in London in April 1925 with representatives of the Russian unions and signed with them an agreement of cooperation. The Anglo-Russian Committee was born, and it began to orient towards a general unification of the world labor movement. A. Purcell headed the British unions, and M. Tomsky the Russian. Meanwhile, the MacDonald Labour government had been succeeded by a Conservative government in 1924, and the British miners were moving towards a strike. The miners' situation came to a head in April 1926. The General Council of the British Trade Unions Congress, pressed by the rising fighting spirit of the workers, voted to support the miners with a general strike. This strike, one of the very greatest in labor history, went into effect on May 4th, 1926. The British working class rallied magnificently to the strike, and pledges of support poured in from all over Europe and America. The Russian unions ordered a levy of a quarter's day's pay on all workers in the Soviet Union to help the British strikers, and sent them 5,750,000, or about twice as much as the whole Amsterdam organization contributed. The situation in Great Britain, with its whole economy paralyzed, became very tense. The Comintern declared, quote, "The general strike has brought the British proletariat face to face with the problem of power," end quote. Obviously, however, the British Social Democratic leaders had no taste for this vital struggle. They were much too faithful servants of capitalism for that. Pugh, TUC chairman, Citrine, general secretary, J.F. Thomas, railroad workers, and E. Bevan, transport workers, headed the struggle only to be headed. Already the European Social Democrats had too much experience at crushing revolutions in Germany, Hungary, and elsewhere to balk at the job of smashing the Great British General Strike. Denouncing the strike as an attack upon British society, the Baldwin government proceeded to desperate methods of strike breaking, with widespread use of troops and strike breakers, but without disrupting the workers' solidarity. It took the treason of the workers' false leaders to do this. They made no real effort to organize the strike, to establish mass picketing, to see to it that the working masses were provisioned, etc. They had only one dominating idea: to get rid of the strike as quickly as possible. So it was called off suddenly on May 12th, on vague promises of Prime Minister Baldwin that negotiations would be continued over the questions at issue. For 24 hours after the broadcast announcement of the strike's ending, says Cook, the confusion in trade union ranks was indescribable. This tragic sellout had disastrous consequences for the workers. It seriously weakened the whole British labour movement. The employers took advantage of their victory by ramming through Parliament the Trade Disputes Act in 1927, seriously restricting trade union rights and functions, and the leaders of the Trades Union Congress, who were responsible for the debacle, took umbrage when the Russian Unionists criticized them, and they liquidated the Anglo-Russian Committee. Revolutionary struggles in China. In the period between the two Congresses, even greater struggles took place in China. As indicated in previous chapters, Marx and Lenin had held the perspective of vast revolutionary upheavals in China, India, and other Eastern colonial and semi-colonial countries. Lenin was the great theoretician of the unity of interest between the colonial revolutions and those of the workers in the imperialist countries, and the Fifth Congress considered that the route of march of the world revolution might, for the immediate future, even be shifted from Europe to Asia. These Marxist perspectives were sustained by the great Chinese struggles of 1924 to 1927, the early stages in the vast Chinese Revolution, the Kuomintang KMT, the nationalist organization founded by Sun Yat-sen 1876 to 1925, just prior to the 1911 revolution, invited the communists in 1924 to join it as individuals, which they did. The KMT also applied for membership in the Comintern, but it was not accepted, not being a communist organization. Sun was a warm political friend of Lenin and Soviet Russia. On his deathbed, he wired this message to the Soviet government, quote, "I express the hope that the day is approaching when the Soviet Union will greet in a free and strong China its friend and ally, and that the two states will proceed hand in hand as allies in the great fight for the emancipation of the whole world." End quote. The reinvigorated Kuomintang scored great successes. Early in 1924, it had controlled, as the Republican government, only Canton and the nearby areas, but with the active help of the small but vigorous Communist Party, it soon drew in huge masses of workers and peasants, began to register major victories, and to spread its sphere of control. Particularly during the 1925-1926 years, great insurrectional strikes swept Shanghai, Canton, Hong Kong, Peking, and many cities directed against the Japanese and other imperialist aggressors. The Communist Party grew from 984 in 1925 to 57,900 in 1926. The YCL had 35,000 members. There were 2,800,000 trade union affiliates, and the organized peasants numbered 9,550,000. In the KMT, the forces of Sun represented the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie. The Communist Party represented the workers and peasants. This alliance was in accordance with Lenin's strategical principles. He said, quote, "The Communist International must enter into a temporary alliance with bourgeois democracy in colonial and backward countries, but must not merge with it, and must unconditionally preserve the independence of the proletarian movement." End quote. The Chinese Communist leaders disregarded this basic injunction, however. They failed to maintain the party's unity and to keep a solid grip upon the trade union and peasant masses in the KMT. They were infected with the characteristic Menshevik illusion that in the bourgeois Chinese Revolution the capitalists, not the workers, should lead. The head of the party at this time was Chen Tu-xiu. Mao Zedong was then a rising leader. The representative of the Comintern was the Russian Mikhail Borodin. Then came the great disaster. The hitherto relatively revolutionary bourgeoisie, alarmed at the militant mass movements of the workers and peasants, and feeling strong enough now to dispense with communist cooperation, turned against the revolution. Sun Yat-sen had died in March 1925, and the machinery of the KMT had fallen into the hands of his brother-in-law, Chiang Kai-shek, the right-wing commander of the army. Chiang struck against the Communist Party first, unsuccessfully, in March 1926, and then disastrously in April 1927. Thousands of communists were slaughtered, many of them with the most fiendish medieval tortures. Such a counter-revolutionary coup was essentially what the bourgeoisie had carried out in Turkey under Kemal, and what they had also tried to do in Russia under Kerensky, but could not accomplish. The Communist Party fought back resolutely, but the damage was done. In September 1927, Qin was removed from the party's secretaryship as an opportunist and replaced by Chu Qiupai. In October, the first Soviets were set up in Kwantung, but unsuccessfully. In December, the workers in the big city of Canton organized a Soviet, but after 3 days it was overthrown amid a wholesale butchery, Chiang outdoing himself in ferocious tortures. In all this bloody work of reaction, the Chinese Revolution suffered a major setback. Chiang and the Kuomintang turning against the workers and peasants and arriving at a counter-revolutionary understanding with the feudal landlords and the foreign imperialists. The fight against the Trotsky, Zinoviev, Bukharin opposition. Even more vital than the British general strike, the Austrian uprising, or the revolutionary battles in China during the period between the Fifth and Sixth Comintern Congresses was the struggle that was developing in Russia against the dangerous opposition movement led by Leon Trotsky. In this fight, not only was the fate of the revolution in Russia at stake, but also that of the world communist movement. A victory for the Trotsky forces would have been a decisive success for world reaction. Trotsky, whose whole history stamped him as an unstable petty bourgeois radical, and who did not join up with the Bolsheviks until 1917, was a confirmed factionalist and opportunist. Even after he joined the party, he continued his opposition to Lenin on many points. When Lenin was in his final illness, during the autumn of 1923, Trotsky made a bid to capture the leadership of the Communist Party. He gathered together several small opposition groups then in the party and issued an oppositional program, the Declaration of the 46. The substance of this was to accuse the party leadership of gross bureaucracy, to instigate the youth against the party, to pronounce the NEP a complete retreat, to demand freedom to build factional groupings, to condemn the party for the defeat of the German and Hungarian revolutions, to blame the many economic difficulties upon party mismanagement, and to pronounce the Russian Revolution itself in a state of Thermidorian degeneration. It devolved upon Stalin to lead the party fight against this disruptive opposition, and he was to prove brilliantly capable of the task. Joseph Stalin, 1879 to 1953, was born in Georgia of poor parents. He studied for a while at a theological seminary, but he soon quit this to work as a revolutionist. He was long a close co-worker of Lenin and became a noted theoretician on the national question. Arrested many times, he was in Siberian exile from 1913 until 1917, when he was released by the revolution. In April 1922, he was elected General Secretary of the Communist Party. Stalin, a profound Marxist and a relentless fighter, ideologically shattered the Trotsky case, and, at the 13th conference of the party in January 1924, the opposition was condemned overwhelmingly as a petty bourgeois deviation from Marxism. During this fight, Stalin produced his great book, The Foundations of Leninism, which played a big part in the controversy. The defeated Trotsky, tongue-in-cheek, pledged himself to abide by the party decision, a pledge which, however, he immediately began to violate. Shortly afterward, the party, faced with the subsidence of the revolutionary wave in Europe, was confronted with the basic problem of defining its perspective. Stalin, in early 1925, met this tremendous theoretical task magnificently. He declared, and the Central Committee backed him up, that Soviet Russia possessed all the requisites for the building of socialism. Lenin had previously indicated the possibility, if need be, of building socialism in one country, Russia. Stalin's formulation was a bold departure from commonly held Marxist opinion, which was that in order to make the construction of socialism possible, it would be necessary for the workers simultaneously to gain political power in several countries. Stalin's basic statement immediately drew fire from the adventurer Trotsky, who came forth with what he called the theory of permanent revolution. Trotsky categorically denied the possibility of constructing socialism in Russia alone. He proposed instead an intensification of revolutionary struggle at home and abroad, the substance of which would have meant civil war at home against the peasantry, all categories, and war abroad against the bourgeois governments. The fate of the Russian Revolution was at stake in this historic discussion. Stalin succeeded in making the party understand that Trotsky's line would have meant the overthrow of the Soviet government and the end of the revolution. As a result, at the 14th Party Conference, April 1925, Trotsky's policy was defeated and Stalin's overwhelmingly endorsed. Again, Trotsky agreed to abide by the party decision, but did not. Meanwhile, Zinoviev and Kamenev, who also had a long record of political instability in the party, developed what was called the New Opposition. Their program was similar basically to that of Trotsky. They also were soundly beaten in the party discussion at the 14th Party Congress in December 1925. Like Trotsky and his followers, Zinoviev and Kamenev hypocritically promised to carry out the party line, but did not do so in practice. During the summer of 1926, the inevitable happened when the Trotsky and Zinoviev groups formed a bloc and reopened the fight against the Central Committee. Again, the program was Trotskyite, and again the opposition's refrain was, "You cannot build socialism in one country." Stalin's proposal to do this was denounced as national chauvinism and a complete abandonment of the world revolution. Trotsky and Zinoviev accused the party leadership of gross betrayal of the Chinese Revolution and the British general strike, and they opposed every facet of the economic program of the party. The Trotsky-Zinoviev group organized fractions over all the country, set up an illegal printing press, and were obviously resolved upon establishing a new party. In October 1927, after repeated broken pledges by the opposition to cease its factional work, a party discussion began 2 months before the 15th Party Congress. This resulted in an overwhelming defeat for the Trotsky-Zinoviev bloc by a vote of 724,000 to 4,000. Disregarding this, however, the factionalists held a street demonstration against the party on November 7th. These disruptive activities resulted in the expulsion from the party on November 14th of Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Radek, Pyatkatov, Smilga, Safarov, and about 100 others, most of whom, however, upon promises of discipline, were later reinstated. Meanwhile, the right-wing Bukharin-Rykov-Tomsky group, disapproving of the party's strong drive against the kulaks, rich farmers, and its aggressive industrialization, also began an active opposition along a rightist variation of the general opposition dogma that socialism could not be built in one country alone. Bukharin, the leader of this group, was also a longtime opportunist in the party. The group advocated a slacking off of the campaign for the collectivization of agriculture and industrialization, the liquidation of the foreign trade monopoly, and the weakening of other basic measures necessary for the building of socialism. When the 6th Congress of the Comintern assembled, this dangerous right-wing opposition was just getting well underway. Naturally, the serious factional struggles in the Soviet Union, the stronghold of world socialism, had powerful repercussions in all the affiliated parties of the Comintern throughout the world. Wherever there were leftist or right-wing groups in the several parties, these reflected the line of the corresponding political groupings in Russia. Almost invariably, however, the parties as such supported the Bolshevik policy of the Stalin-led Central Committee. The 6th Comintern Congress itself categorically condemned the Russian opposition groups and specifically rejected an appeal by Trotsky to the Congress against his expulsion by the Russian Communist Party. This long series of internal struggles in the Russian Communist Party reflected, so far as the party and the masses were concerned, the extreme complexities and difficulties of building socialism in Russia under the given conditions. The opposition leaders, however, definitely expressed the interests and desperate moods of the expiring bourgeois classes, capitalists, landlords, and petty bourgeoisie. As Stalin pointed out, the more impossible the position of these classes became, the more recklessly they fought. Inevitably, the opposition, with its violently anti-party line, represented the hopes and aspirations of those defeated and dying, but still fighting, enemy classes. As the party was to learn concretely later, there were also involved in this historic fight sinister, foreign, fascist, imperialist elements, which transformed this factional struggle into one directly for the overthrow of the Soviet regime. Chapter 40. CI Program, 6th Congress, 1928. At the 6th Congress of the Communist International, held in Moscow during July 15th to September 1st, 1928, the Comintern adopted its first rounded-out program. The major documents passed at its previous 5 Congresses were but segments of a general program. In fact, the 6th Congress program was the first such document constructed since the inaugural address written by Marx and adopted by the First International in 1864. Never in all its history was the Second International, with its component parties constantly at loggerheads over conflicting bourgeois national interests, able to agree upon a general program for the world labor movement. The Comintern Program. The Comintern Program, based upon the fundamental writings of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, expressed a century of world labor experience. In pointing the road to socialism, it outlined the dynamic laws of capitalist development and traced the history of capitalism from its early competitive stage to the era of monopoly and finance capital to imperialism. It analyzed the growth of the multinational state, the monstrous expansion of militarism, and the role of the state as the weapon of the exploiting capitalists against the working class. The development of capitalism, and particularly in the imperialist epoch of its development, reproduces the fundamental contradictions on an increasingly magnified scale. Competition among small capitalists ceases only to make way for competition among big capitalists. When competition among big capitalists subsides, it flares up between gigantic combinations of capitalist magnates and their governments. Local and national crises become transformed into crises affecting a number of countries and subsequently into world crises. Local wars give way to wars between coalitions of states and to world wars. The class struggles change from isolated actions of single groups of workers into nationwide conflicts and, subsequently, into an international struggle of the world proletariat against the world bourgeoisie. Finally, 2 main revolutionary forces are organizing against the organized might of finance capital on the one hand, the workers in the capitalist states, on the other hand, the victims of the oppression of foreign capital, the masses of people in the colonies marching under the leadership of the international revolutionary proletarian movement. The revolutionary process tends to be temporarily slowed down by the ability of the imperialists to corrupt materially and ideologically the upper, skilled strata of the working class. The counter-revolutionary social democracy, which bases itself upon this labor aristocracy, is thus a hindering force. The principal function of social democracy at the present time is to disrupt the fighting unity of the proletariat in its struggle against imperialism, in splitting and disrupting the united front of the proletarian struggle against capital. Social democracy serves as the mainstay of imperialism in the working class. International social democracy of all shades, the Second International and its trade union branch, the Amsterdam Federation of Trade Unions, have thus become the last reserve of bourgeois society and its most reliable pillar of support. Imperialism has greatly developed the productive forces of world capitalism. It has completed the preparation of all the material prerequisites for the socialist organization of society. By its wars, it has demonstrated that the productive forces of the world economy, which have outgrown the restrictive boundaries of imperialist states, demand the organization of economy on a world or international scale. Imperialism tries to remove this contradiction by hacking a road with fire and sword towards a single world state capitalist trust, which is to organize the whole world economy. This sanguinary utopia is being extolled by the social democratic ideologists as a peaceful method of newly organized capitalism. In reality, this utopia encounters insurmountable objective obstacles of such magnitude that capitalism must inevitably fall beneath the weight of its own contradictions. The law of uneven development of capitalism, which becomes intensified in the era of imperialism, renders firm and durable international combinations of imperialist powers impossible. On the other hand, imperialist wars, which are developing into world wars, and by which the law of the centralization of capitalism strives to reach its world limit, a single world trust, are accompanied by so much destruction and place such burdens upon the shoulders of the working class and the millions of colonial proletarians and peasants that capitalism must inevitably perish beneath the blows of the proletarian revolution long before this goal is reached. The accumulated stresses and struggles add up to a general crisis of the world capitalist system, and this constantly grows in intensity. This general crisis began to mature with World War I and the Russian Revolution. It has since been expressed by a tremendous series of great economic breakdowns, enormous strikes, and revolutionary upheavals all over the capitalist and colonial world. The reactionary bourgeoisie, in an attempt to stem this rising revolutionary tide, makes use of new and desperate weapons, chief among which is fascism. The bourgeoisie resorts either to the method of fascism or to the method of coalition with social democracy according to the changes in the political situation, while social democracy itself often plays a fascist role in periods when the situation is critical for capitalism. Under the weight of its growing contradictions, capitalism faces inevitable revolution and downfall. The system of world imperialism, and with it the partial stabilization of capitalism, is being corroded from various causes. First, the antagonisms between the imperialist states. Second, the rising struggle of vast masses in the colonial countries. Third, the action of the revolutionary proletariat in the imperialist home countries. And lastly, the hegemony exercised over the whole world revolutionary movement by the proletarian dictatorship in the USSR. The international revolution is developing. Against this revolution, imperialism is gathering its forces. Expeditions against the colonies, a new world war, or a campaign against the USSR are matters which now figure prominently in the politics of imperialism. This must lead to the release of all the forces of international revolution and to the inevitable doom of capitalism. The ultimate aim of the Communist International is to replace world capitalist economy by a world system of communism. Communist society will abolish the class divisions of society. After abolishing private ownership in the means of production and converting them into social property, the world system of communism will replace the elemental forces of the world market, of competition, and the blind processes of social production by consciously organized and planned production for the purpose of satisfying rapidly growing social needs. Culture will become the acquirement of all, and the class ideologies of the past will give place to scientific materialist philosophy. The program explains in great detail the forging of the foundations of this new type of social order in the Soviet Union. Between capitalism and communism lies a period of transition. This is the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat, of growing socialism, under which the remnants of the old society are being cleared away and the foundations of communism are being laid. The conquest of political power by the workers can be achieved only by the overthrow of the capitalist state and by substituting in its place new organs of proletarian power to serve primarily as instruments for the suppression of the exploiters. The most suitable form of the proletarian state is the Soviet state, a new type of state, which differs in principle from the bourgeois state, not only in its class content, but also in its internal structure. The Soviet state is the dictatorship of the proletariat, the rule of a single class, the proletariat. Unlike bourgeois democracy, proletarian democracy openly admits its class character and aims avowedly at the suppression of the exploiters in the interests of the majority of the population. Bourgeois democracy, with its formal equality of all citizens before the law, is in reality based on a glaring material and economic inequality of classes. The Soviet state, while depriving the exploiters and the enemies of the people of political rights, completely abolishes for the first time all inequality of citizenship, which, under systems of exploitation, is based on distinctions of sex, religion, and nationality. In the class struggle, the program based its strategy and tactics, among other considerations, upon the readiness of the masses. In periods of the rising revolutionary tide, the party puts forward transitional slogans for Soviets, workers' control of industry, disarming of the bourgeoisie, arming of the workers, etc. And when the revolutionary tide is not rising, the communist parties must advance partial slogans and demands that correspond to the everyday needs of the toilers and combine them with the fundamental tasks of the Communist International. Together with the program, the Congress also adopted the Constitution and rules of the Communist International. The CI acted as the guide and mentor of the world revolutionary movement, eschewing all dogmatic establishment of policy and authoritarian methods of organizational controls. It achieved its high degree of unity and fighting action upon the basis of a broad international Marxist-Leninist program, the practice of a profound self-criticism, revolutionary discipline, the realistic development of national party policies, and a boundless devotion to the proletarian revolution. Due to its ideological and organizational unity, the Comintern and its affiliated parties were able to conduct organized world campaigns and struggles that were quite impossible for the Second International, torn as it was with all sorts of national divergencies. The CI resolutions came to life in broad international struggles against unemployment for Sacco Vanzetti and Tom Mooney, annual celebrations of women, and Youth International Days, May 1st, against fascism, against war, in support of the USSR, the Chinese Revolution, etc. The Comintern was thus definitely a strong world political force. The Comintern's political perspective. The Sixth Congress, in shaping its immediate perspectives, divided the post-war years into three general periods. The political resolution says, quote, "The first period was the period of extremely acute crisis of the capitalist system and of direct revolutionary action on the part of the proletariat. This period reached its apex of development in 1921 and culminated on the one hand in the victory of the USSR over the forces of foreign intervention and internal counter-revolution, and in the consolidation of the Communist International. On the other hand, it ended with a series of severe defeats for the Western European proletariat and the beginning of the general capitalist offensive. The final link in the chain of events was the defeat of the German proletariat in 1923. This defeat marked the starting point of the second period, a period of gradual and partial stabilization of the capitalist system, of the restoration process of capitalist economy, of the development and expansion of the capitalist offensive, and of the continuation of the defensive battles fought by the proletarian army, weakened by severe defeats. On the other hand, this period was a period of rapid restoration in the USSR, of extremely important successes in the work of building up socialism, and also of the growth of the political influence of the communist parties over the broad masses of the proletariat. Finally came the third period, which, in the main, is the period in which capitalist economy is exceeding the pre-war level, and in which the economy of the USSR is also almost simultaneously exceeding the pre-war level, the beginning of the so-called Reconstruction period, the further growth of the socialist form of economy on the basis of a new technique. For the capitalist system, this is the period of rapid development of technique and accelerated growth of cartels and trusts, in which tendencies of development towards state capitalism are observed. At the same time, it is a period of intense development of the contradictions of world capitalism, operating in forms determined by the whole of the preceding process of the crisis of capitalism, contraction of markets, the USSR, colonial movements, growth of the inherent contradictions of imperialism. This third period, in which the contradiction between the growth of the productive forces and the contraction of markets becomes particularly accentuated, is inevitably giving rise to a fresh series of imperialist wars among the imperialist states themselves. Wars of the imperialist states against the USSR, wars of national liberation against imperialism and imperialist intervention, and two gigantic class battles. The intensification of all international antagonisms will inevitably lead, through the further development of the contradictions of capitalist stabilization, to capitalist stabilization becoming still more precarious, and to the severe intensification of the general crisis of capitalism." End quote. This sharply revolutionary Congress put out the slogan, "Class against class." In its aftermath, marked by intense fights against the right elements, both within and outside the communist parties, there were considerable tendencies to develop leftist deviations in many countries by drifting into dual unionism, by failing to stress the United Front, etc. Social Democrats were more or less generally characterized as social fascists, without differentiating various trends among them and their following. Bukharin made the main report to the Congress, but he was sharply corrected by the Russian delegation on questions of the extent of capitalist stabilization, the fight against social democracy, etc. The brilliant Marxist analysis of the Sixth Congress was basically the work of Stalin. It foresaw a developing perspective of economic crises, great class struggles, revolutions, and imperialist wars, and it evoked loud guffaws from social democrats all over the world. This was a period of so-called capitalist boom, especially in the United States, where the most fantastic prosperity illusions were rampant. Hence, the Comintern analysis, particularly its conception of the third period, was ridiculed as a glaring example of leftist wishful thinking. But the next few years gave this analysis a devastating confirmation, with the development of the great economic crisis of 1929, the victory of Hitler's fascism in 1933, and the outbreak of World War II in 1939. Imperialist War and Colonial Revolution. In line with its program, the Sixth Congress adopted a strong resolution on the danger of the approaching imperialist war. The imperialist powers, only 10 years after they had concluded the monstrous First World War, were obviously preparing for another mass slaughter. They were getting ready for a new violent redistribution of the world. This time their major objective was to destroy the Russian Revolution, and with it the Chinese Revolution, and to dismember these countries. To facilitate war preparations, the imperialists were cultivating fascist reaction in various parts of Europe and were fomenting a rabid anti-Soviet hatred everywhere. Military expenditures were rapidly mounting. The Social Democrats were doing their reactionary bourgeois part by carrying on a ceaseless red-baiting attack against the Soviet Union. The League of Nations, instead of being a peace organization, was only a maneuvering ground for the warlike imperialists. In 1928, all the major governments signed the futile American Kellogg Peace Pact, supposedly to outlaw war, but this only served to disarm the peoples as to the growing seriousness of the world situation. The Sixth Congress pointed out that, quote, war is inseparable from capitalism. From this it follows that the abolition of war is possible only through the abolition of capitalism, end quote. The resolution differentiated between just wars of oppressed peoples against their oppressors and unjust wars among or by imperialist states. As for the present threatening war, the Congress urged the workers, quote, to transform the war between imperialist states into proletarian civil war against the bourgeoisie for the purpose of establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat and socialism, end quote. This followed the general pattern with which Lenin had led the fight against World War I. The Congress also adopted a comprehensive resolution on the colonial situation. This hailed the heroic Chinese Revolution, the development of the anti-imperialist movement in India, the 1926 insurrection in Indonesia, the awakening of the peoples in Egypt and other Near East countries, the rebellion of the Kabyle and Rif tribes in North Africa against French and Spanish imperialism, and the sharpening of the struggle against Yankee imperialism in Latin America. In this general respect, the Congress re-endorsed Lenin's famous colonial theses of the Second Congress. The Sixth Congress resolution declared, quote, in this struggle the cooperation of the revolutionary proletariat of the whole world and of the toiling masses of the colonies represents the surest guarantee of victory over imperialism, end quote, both in the colonies and in the imperialist countries. The revolution in the colonies was characterized a bourgeois democratic revolution, of which, quote, along with the national emancipation struggle, the agrarian revolution is the axis, end quote. The resolution analyzed in detail the role of all the classes in the colonial liberation struggle. It showed the shifting position of the national bourgeoisie under the contradictory pressures of foreign imperialism and of the revolutionary proletariat and peasantry. Solid organization of the working class and a close alliance with the peasantry were indispensable for the success of the revolution. The key task in the colonial and semi-colonial countries was the building of strong communist parties capable of understanding the complex struggle and of giving it general political leadership, quote, without the hegemony of the proletariat, an organic part of which is the leading role of the Communist Party. The bourgeois democratic revolution could not be carried through to an end, not to speak of the socialist revolution, end quote. In a brilliant report, Ercole Togliatti signalized the danger of reformism in the colonial world. At its current Congress in Brussels, the Labor and Socialist International had, at long last, begun to pay some attention to the colonial revolt. Its commission on the question was headed by the socialist governor of the British colony of Jamaica. The line of the Congress was a justification of imperialism and colonialism, with criticisms of their more barbarous features. Quote, the policy to be pursued was to damp down revolutionary struggles and to divert the attention of the masses to innocuous activities, as to the Labour Party, Great Britain, end quote, says Ercole. Quote, in all the material presented by this party to the Congress of the Second International, it is maintained that the right of self-determination is not applicable to any of the British colonies, and in the same way, all the other socialist parties of countries possessing colonies express themselves. End quote. Hopefully, at some vague and distant date, imperialism, like capitalism itself, would be abolished. Some organizational matters. The Sixth Congress was made up of 515 delegates, of whom 143 had advisory votes, as against 475, with 133 advisory delegates at the Fifth Congress. Represented were 66 parties and organizations, embracing 4,024,159 members. Of these, 1,798,859 belonged to 52 communist parties and 2,225,300 to the Young Communist International. Of the 470 delegates who signed questionnaires, 451 were men and 19 women, and 50% of them were manual workers. The great majority, 359, were between the ages of 21 and 40. The votes were apportioned as follows: USSR 50, YCL, France, Germany, Czechoslovakia, Italy, 25 each, Great Britain, China, United States, 20 each, Poland 15, with the others ranging down to 1 vote. On January 1st, 1928, the communist membership of all sections, including the CPSU, was 1,707,769, a small decline from 1925. The following table, with reservations, indicates the course of membership of the main parties. Communist Party Germany, 1924, 121,394. 1925, 122,755. 1926, 134,248. 1927, 124,729. Communist Party Czechoslovakia, 1924, 138,996. 1925, 93,220. 1926, 92,818. 1927, 150,000. Communist Party France, 1924, 68,187. 1925, 83,326. 1926, 75,000. 1927, 52,376. Communist Party USA, 1924, 17,000. 1925, 14,000. 1926, 11,990. 1927, 12,000. Communist Party Sweden. 1924, 7,011. 1925, 8,650. 1926, 10,859. 1927, 15,179. Communist Party Great Britain. 1924, 4,000. 1925, 5,000. 1926, 6,000. 1927, 9,000. Communist Party, Soviet Union. 1924, 446,089. 1925, 741,117. 1926, 1,078,185. 1927, 1,210,954. The Congress report on the communist press of the world was very incomplete. At this time, great stress was being placed on the establishment of shop papers. Of these, there were large numbers, France alone reporting several hundred of such journals. Between the 5th and 6th Congresses, 6 enlarged executive meetings were held. There were also 71 meetings of the political secretariat and 35 meetings of the organizing branch. The ECCI meetings often included up to a couple hundred delegates from all over the world. The 6th Congress definitely marked a new and firm consolidation of communist leadership all over the world, represented by such figures as Stalin, USSR, Thälmann, Germany, Thorez, France, Togliatti, Italy, Mao Zedong, China, Gottwald, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Great Britain, Buck, Canada, Roca, Cuba, and Codavia, Argentina. Zinoviev, who had been expelled from the Russian Communist Party, was replaced in December 1926 by Bukharin as president of the Comintern, although the latter was soon to develop an opposition movement in the CPSU. The incoming executive committee was made up of 57 members and 42 alternates. Chapter 41. The Great Economic Crisis, 1929 to 1933. The economic smash-up, beginning in October 1929, was the most serious crisis in the history of world capitalism. It was worldwide in scope, affecting both industrial and colonial countries, with its main storm center in the United States. The previous several years had been a period of capitalist stabilization and growth, reaching the stage of a hectic boom in the United States, where the most extravagant notions prevailed as to the supposed invulnerability of the new American capitalism to periodic economic crises. The crisis was a tremendous anticlimax to this bourgeois ideological and financial spree. The Great Crisis was of a cyclical character, deepened by the workings of the general crisis of the world capitalist system. The bottom cause of it was the robbery of the workers through capitalist exploitation. This expressed itself in a situation of rapidly increasing production on the one hand and of shrinking markets on the other. The first signs of the approaching crisis appeared in the accumulation of stocks of primary products. World stocks of primary products on the basis of 1923 to 1925 as 100 increased by the end of 1926 to 134, by 1928 to 161, and by 1929 to 192. Finally, the dam broke under the accumulating pressure. Despite the many alarming signals, not to mention the repeated crisis warnings of the communists, practically every bourgeois and social democratic economist in the world was caught totally unawares by the outbreak of the crisis. The economic collapse came as a shattering shock to the super-optimistic bourgeois economists and to their faithful pro-capitalist henchmen, the Social Democrats. Overnight, the latter's opportunistic theories of organized capitalism, ultra-imperialism, and the higher strategy of labor were knocked into a cocked hat. Ideological chaos reigned in bourgeois ranks. On the other hand, the tremendous economic crisis completely bore out the communist analysis made over the years, and particularly the much maligned resolution of the Sixth World Congress of the Comintern in 1928, which foresaw just such a crisis. The international effects of the crisis were catastrophic. By 1933, industrial output in the USA had sunk to 65%, in Great Britain to 86%, in Germany to 66%, and in France to 77% of the 1929 output. The crisis also hit heavily in the raw materials producing colonial countries of the Far East, and it was devastating in Latin America. In the latter area, between 1929 and 1932, the dollar value of the exports of the 20 republics fell by 64.3%. World trade collapsed, falling from a grand total of $33 billion in 1928 to $12 billion in 1932. Many countries went off the gold standard, and the international financial situation was demoralized. Mass unemployment mounted to heights altogether unknown before in capitalist history. There were 17 million jobless in the United States, not counting the huge masses of part-time workers, 8 million in Germany, 4 million in England, with similar conditions prevailing in all the capitalist industrial countries. An estimated 40 million to 50 million throughout the world were unemployed. The crisis also impoverished tens of millions of peasants in all countries. The crisis-stricken United States. Hardest hit of all was the United States, land of the wonder achievements of Fordism and mass production. In this country, especially, the fatal capitalist process of expanding production and restricting markets had been at work. Thus, although during the boom period of 1923 to 1929 industrial production in general went up by 20%, the total number of wage workers actually declined by 7.6%. This crisis-breeding situation was accentuated by the fact that, largely paralyzed by the current class collaborationist speed-up policies of the later 1920s, the trade unions had failed to keep the workers' wages even abreast of the rapidly rising cost of living. Thus, the Labor Research Association shows that, all factors considered, wages, prices, employment, production, the relative position of American workers deteriorated from 0.85 in 1923 to 0.69 in 1929. Signs of overproduction, long prevalent in agriculture, began to be manifest in industry by 1928. The full crisis hit the United States with a wild panic on the New York Stock Exchange on October 24th, 1929. Within 1 week, the frantic stock selling reached the unprecedented total of 12,800,000 shares sold in one day. Between October 1929 and January 1923, the index of stock values collapsed from 0.216 to 0.34. About $160 billion in paper wealth vanished into thin air within 3 years. Some 5,761 banks with $5 billion in deposits failed during the crisis years. Industrial production tumbled. Coal declined 41.7%, iron 79.4%, steel 76%, and automobiles 80%. The total value of annual industrial production collapsed from about $70 billion to $31 billion. Agriculture, already in crisis, since 1920 to 1921 took a further tumble. Wheat, selling at $1 a bushel before the war, dropped to 25 cents, corn to 10 cents, and cotton to 5 cents. The total value of agricultural products in 1932 was only half that of 1929. All over the country, frantic bankrupted capitalists leaped to death from skyscraper windows. The employers ruthlessly applied their traditional policy of thrusting the burdens of the crisis onto the backs of the workers. The great masses of the jobless were thrown onto the streets with no unemployment insurance whatever, and it was only after long struggles led by the Communist Party that even the skimpiest government relief systems were introduced. Mass starvation stalked the country. Hundreds of thousands vegetated in the Hoovervilles, shack towns that were to be found on the dumps in every town and city, and vast numbers of workers beat their way aimlessly over the railroads, vainly seeking jobs. The wages of those fortunate enough to have jobs were deeply slashed, the wage cuts averaging 45%. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, total wages in the United States dropped from $17.2 billion in 1929 to $6.8 billion in 1932. Millions of workers and farmers lost their homes and farms by mortgage foreclosure. As usual, the worst of all sufferers in this economic holocaust were the Negro workers, who were the first to be discharged, who got the least relief, and who were in every other way discriminated against. The Great Economic Depression, like World War I, was followed by a wave of lynching, race riots, and other anti-Negro terrorism. Such was the tragic picture in capitalist America, the boasted utopia of the bourgeois world. This was the country supposedly crisis-proof whose president, the ill-famed Hoover, had boasted in 1929 that the United States was on the verge of finally abolishing all poverty. Conditions were no better in Germany, England, Japan, France, and the other capitalist, industrial, and colonial countries of the world. The international capitalist system was giving still another terrible demonstration of the historic fact that it was unable to employ, feed, and clothe the great masses of the peoples of the world. The terrific economic breakdown was one more basic manifestation of the deepening of the general crisis of the world capitalist system as a whole. The first Soviet 5-year plan. While world capitalism was thus helplessly wallowing and floundering about, bringing misery and pauperization to countless millions, the new socialist system in the Soviet Union went roaring ahead, building its industry and agriculture at an unprecedented rate. During 1929 to 1933, the USSR realized its first 5-year plan. When this comprehensive plan was announced, the bourgeois and social democratic economists everywhere roared with laughter. They said the Bolsheviks were entertaining the world with another gigantic propaganda stunt. But the Russian workers responded to these insults by finishing their great plan in 4 years. The first 5-year plan called for a new capital investment of 64.6 billion rubles, of which 19.5 billion were for industry, 10 billion for transport, and 23.2 billion for agriculture. The consequent drive for industrialization and the improvement of agriculture amazed the incredulous capitalist world, the USSR far outstripping all records of progress ever made anywhere under capitalism. This achievement was all the more dramatic inasmuch as while it was being made, every capitalist country in the world was economically prostrate. It was all an historic lesson to the world that the new socialist system was crisis-proof and that it had permanently abolished mass unemployment. Great plants sprang up all over the Soviet Union. Varga says, quote, in the years 1930 to 1932, when the industrial production of the capitalist world went back 38%, that of the Soviet Union rose by not less than 81%, end quote. In a vast surge, too, the bulk of the farms were fused into collectives. Quote, in 1934, there were already 281,000 tractors and 32,000 harvester combines at work in the Soviet countryside, end quote. In this tremendous expansion of industry, the Soviet youth, the Komsomols, played a very great part. They were pioneers and shock workers in the building of great plants all over the country. Their tireless exploits at the time are still hailed in the Soviet Union. Stalin thus summed up the results of the historic first 5-year plan. Quote, A. The USSR had been converted from an agrarian country into an industrial country, for the proportion of industrial output to the total production of the country had risen to 70%. B. The socialist economic system had eliminated the capitalist elements in the sphere of industry and had become the sole economic system in industry. C. The socialist economic system had eliminated the kulaks as a class in the sphere of agriculture and had become the predominant force in agriculture. D.
The collective farm system had put an end to poverty and want in the countryside, and tens of millions of poor peasants had risen to a level of material security. The socialist system in industry had abolished unemployment, and while retaining the 8-hour day in a number of branches, had introduced the 7-hour day in the vast majority of enterprises and the 6-hour day in unhealthy occupations. The victory of socialism in all branches of the national economy had abolished the exploitation of man by man. End quote. These great achievements, carried out in the midst of the profound economic crisis of capitalism, constituted a tremendous demonstration of the inherent superiority of socialism over capitalism. Varga, who analyzes in detail the specific superiorities of the socialist economy, thus sums them up. Quote, "Socialist planned economy dispenses with the huge unnecessary cost of anarchistic capitalism, leads to all the able-bodied being brought into the process of production, and makes possible a rapid planned accumulation together with the simultaneous extension of consumption. Socialist planned economy thus leads to a rapid improvement of the material and cultural situation of the working people in the Soviet Union, while capitalist anarchy leads to the growing material, cultural, and moral decline of the masses of working people." End quote. During the great economic crisis of 1929 to 1933, the contrast was so glaring between broken-down capitalism and flourishing socialism that in the ensuing years there were a whole number of capitalist attempts to copy the Soviet Union, especially with regard to planned economy. Consequently, capitalist 5-year, 3-year, and other term plans sprang up in many countries. Carr says, quote, "It would be tedious to record the numerous imitations all over the world, some substantial, some superficial, of the Soviet 5-year plans." End quote. In the same respect, he says, quote, "The impact of the Soviet Union on the Western world has been a decisive historical event." End quote. But such bourgeois plans were hollow and ineffectual, the indispensable necessity for planned economy being the abolition of the capitalist system. The greatest handicap that socialism in the Soviet Union has had to face from its inception down to the present day is the fact that world capitalism, with its inherent tendency towards war, has compelled the USSR, in self-defense, to squander the energies of its people in building up a strong military organization, which is foreign to the nature of socialism. This trend operated also to the burden of the fulfillment of the first 5-year plan, but hardly a less harmful obstacle came from the representatives of the remnants of the former ruling classes, landlords, and capitalists. The political expression of these elements, as well as of world capitalism, was the Trotsky-Zinoviev-Bukharin opposition. Proof of this was to be found in the fact that these oppositional figures were the darlings and heroes of every Soviet hater, both within and outside Russia. As we have seen in Chapter 39, the Bukharin-Rykov-Tamansky group, just as the party was fighting against the Trotsky-Zinoviev opposition, came forward with its right opportunist program of slowing down the tempo of industrialization and collectivization in the view of the imperative need for the USSR to industrialize itself with all possible speed, a need which was made clear in World War II. The program of the rights would have been no less fatal than that of the lefts. Under Stalin's brilliant leadership, the party realized this basic fact, and in November 1929, the Central Committee ruled that the propagation of the views of the right opportunists was incompatible with membership in the party. This brought forth tongue-in-cheek pledges of loyalty from the opposition leaders. As we shall see, this meant only a temporary lull in the activities of the rights, who surreptitiously were maintaining a block with the remnants of the Trotsky-Zinoviev opposition. Class struggle, fascism, war preparations. The economic crisis years 1929 to 1933 were a time of acute class struggle, growing fascism, and threatening war preparations. Underlying all this sharpening up of social tensions and capitalist contradictions was the deepening general crisis of the world capitalist system, but they were all intensified as a result of the tremendous cyclical economic crisis which was then crippling the capitalist system everywhere. The Second International and the IFTU, however, made little response to the great crisis. Loren remarks that, quote, "The leaders of the IFTU were slow in grasping the gravity of the economic depression which followed the financial panic of October 1929, end quote. This was because the crisis came as such a shock to their whole complacent bourgeois ideology. And when they did wake up and bestirred themselves, they did little for the unemployed, rejecting the communists' United Front proposals and striving to keep the workers from communist leadership. In the United States, for example, as late as November 1931, the AFL leaders, striving to disrupt the big communist-led unemployment movement, declared that the establishment of government unemployment insurance was against the American way of life and would destroy the trade union movement. The Comintern responded quickly to the new situation created by the economic crisis, and it intensified its work everywhere. The 12th meeting of the Executive Committee of the Comintern in September 1932 declared that because of the increased strength of the USSR, the sharpening of the economic crisis, the growing revolutionary upsurge, the further deepening of the antagonisms between the imperialists, and the intensified preparations for a counter-revolutionary war against the USSR, the end of relative capitalist stabilization has come. It had lasted only a few years. The meeting also declared that revolutionary crises were developing in Germany and Poland. The first task of the Comintern and the Communist parties and the RILU and left unions in all countries was the protection of the living conditions of the working class everywhere under heavy attack from mass unemployment and wage cuts, whereas the Second International and the IFTU were interested primarily in saving capitalism. The RILU, which in 1929 numbered some 17 million members in 50 countries, gave special attention to the mobilization of the unemployed for struggle. As early as January 1930, the RILU issued a call for a day of international protest and struggle against unemployment. This took place on March 6, 1930, and was a huge success in many countries. The communist parties and left trade unions in Great Britain, the United States, Poland, Austria, Czechoslovakia, and various other countries led important struggles of the unemployed. In the United States, the March 6 demonstration turned out no less than 1,250,000 unemployed. In many countries, unemployed councils were established and innumerable hunger marches and other unemployed struggles were carried through. The American Veterans Bonus March of the period attracted world attention. Throughout the crisis years, there were many strikes in various countries: Germany, Poland, Great Britain, the United States. And if there were not more, the major reason was that the Social Democrats, who controlled by far the larger part of the labor movement in the capitalist countries, had a rigid anti-strike policy. Their general line, like that of the employers, was that the workers should accept the wage cuts necessary to put the capitalist system on its feet again. Thus, in the United States, when the over 1 million railroad workers voluntarily accepted a wage cut, Matthew Wohl, vice president of the AFL, hailed it as a major act of labor statesmanship. Had the reformists been able to control the unemployed, they too would have not struggled. A lesser reason for the relatively few strikes during this period was the fact that following the 6th Congress of the Comintern, there were strong leftist tendencies in the parties in many countries to overstress independent unionism and to understress the United Front, thereby weakening their mass contacts. The struggle of the period of the economic crisis also involved the armed forces of various capitalist countries. Among the more important of them were the Spanish Revolution of 1931, the Inverness strike in the British Navy on September 14, 1931, the spontaneous uprising in the Chilean Navy in September 1931, the mutinies of February 5, 1933 in the Dutch Navy and in the Japanese Army of Occupation in China. During the general period of the Great Economic Crisis, the Comintern and its affiliated movements devoted major attention to combating the threatening dangers of fascism and war. The parties, trade unions, women, and youth movements were all very active in this struggle. In July 1929 in Frankfurt, the YCI held its first anti-imperialist world conference, and in Berlin, in March of the same year, a General World Anti-Fascist Congress was held. Strong anti-fascist, anti-war drives were also made in Latin America. The fascist danger was constantly on the increase, and the multiplying war preparations finally climaxed in the invasion of North China by Japanese forces. On September 18, 1931, they occupied Mukden, and within a few months they had taken possession of most of Manchuria. The League of Nations never stirred a finger to stop them. This was the actual beginning of World War II. Chapter 42: Hitler's Fascism and Roosevelt's New Deal. The bourgeoisie, as Lenin pointed out in 1907, uses two general methods of rulership, terrorism and minor concessions to the workers. It is the time-honored alternative of the club or the carrot, with often both combined. Germany and the United States provided striking examples, in Hitler's fascism and Roosevelt's New Deal, of the use of these two varying systems. They were different attempts of the bourgeoisie of the respective countries to cut their way out of the terrific economic and political problems developed by the great economic crisis of 1929 to 1933 on the background of the deepening general crisis of the world capitalist system. Two elementary factors determined these different lines of capitalist policy in Germany and the United States. The first was the degree of capital resources at the disposal of the respective capitalist classes. In the United States, the capitalists still possessed the means to make certain material concessions to the workers, which they did, whereas relatively lacking such resources, the German capitalists had recourse to fascist violence. The second determining factor in capitalist policy had to do with the degree of revolutionary spirit shown by the workers. In Germany, the capitalists faced an increasingly revolutionary working class, millions of whom were looking more and more to the Communist Party for leadership, hence the capitalist resort to ultra-violence in order to try to smash the growing revolutionary movement. Whereas, on the other hand, in the United States, although the workers were militant in a fighting mood and responsive to Communist Party slogans on unemployment, there was no such urgent revolutionary threat as in Germany. In the United States, nevertheless, there was also a broad streak of fascist sentiment among the big capitalists. Events showed that considerable numbers of them nourished the illusion then common among capitalists all over the world that the historical moment had arrived when, by fascist violence, the trade unions could be finally smashed, parliamentary democracy obliterated, and the menace of socialism, particularly the USSR, wiped forever from the face of the earth. These ultra-reactionary elements believed that a capitalist utopia was at hand. Despite the New Deal reforms, therefore, there was also a fascist menace in the United States. The advance of German fascism. The victory of Hitler fascism in 1933 can be understood only in the sense of the reformist social democracy clearing the way for it by breaking up the working class opposition. The Social Democrats' slogan were that the main enemy was on the left and that at all costs Germany was to be saved from Bolshevism. As the most faithful guardians of the capitalist system, they followed a course of close collaboration with the bourgeoisie which, as the latter turned more and more to the right, led them, and with them Germany, to the catastrophe of fascism. The seeds of Nazism were sown in the Social Democratic betrayal in the war and the German Revolution in 1918. These events made it clear that, cost what it might, the Social Democrats would fight to the end against the overthrow of capitalism by the workers. The reactionaries tried a big counter-revolutionary stroke with the Kapp Putsch of 1920, but this was premature. Their road to victory was to be far tougher and more complicated. After the revolution, it took them a full 15 years, even with the indispensable help of social democracy, to arrive at fascism. Adolf Hitler, 1889 to 1945, joined the Nazi Party in 1919, but by 1928, despite much heavy financial backing from the capitalists, all the votes his party could muster in the election of that year were 800,000, as against 9,100,000 for the Social Democrats and 3,200,000 for the Communists. But the ravages of the great economic crisis quickly changed this picture, with 8 million workers unemployed, with wages being slashed on all sides, with the Weimar government, in which the Social Democrats were a powerful factor, doing nothing to remedy the situation, and with the extravagant demagoguery of Hitler and his group. By April 1932, the Nazi vote had increased to 13,418,547 against a combined socialist-communist vote of some 13 million. Almost up to the end, the socialists and communists had had a large potential majority over the forces of Hitler, and in view of the rising spirit of the working class, a united front between the two parties could have rallied the great bulk of the working class in a victorious fighting force. That the workers were in an increasingly revolutionary mood was shown by the fact that between 1930 and 1932, the communist vote increased by 1,384,000, while that of the socialists fell off by 1,338,000. Upon 4 crucial occasions, the Communists proposed the United Front. In April 1932 against an impending general wage cut. On July 29, 1932, when the von Papen dictatorship expelled the Social Democrats from the government of Prussia, which they controlled. On January 30, 1933, when Hitler became Chancellor. And on March 1, 1933, after the Reichstag fire. These were key moments in the advance of Hitler, and a united blow from the working class at any of these times would have been disastrous to the Nazi cause. But the Social Democrats, closely allied with the big bourgeoisie who were moving towards fascism, in each case rejected the Communists' United Front proposals. Menacing fascism loomed to them as much less a danger than a fight for socialism. Although the Nazis were butchering workers on the streets as Hitler was marching to power, the Social Democrats, through the Weimar government, prohibited the Red Front fighters, disarmed the workers, and aided the building up of the Black Reichswehr, Stahlhelm, and storm troops into powerful armed forces of reaction. They also supported the Brüning Christian Center Party dictatorship, which had dispensed with democratic controls and was ruling the country by decree. Their final treason was to re-elect von Hindenburg as President of the Reich upon the stupid pretext that he was a lesser evil than Hitler and that he was a barrier against Nazi fascism. The decisive election in April 1932 resulted in Hindenburg being elected over Hitler by a vote of 18,657,497 to 11,339,446, with the communist candidate Thalmann polling 4,983,341 votes. Hitler seizes power. Hindenburg, of course, was no lesser evil than Hitler, but just a convenient means of getting Hitler into power. The Communists explained this fully and warned the workers that, quote, "a vote for Hindenburg is a vote for Hitler," end quote. That a choice between Hindenburg and Hitler was merely a choice between 2 roads to fascism. But the Social Democrats nevertheless went through to the end with their tragic alliance with the bourgeoisie. On this question, Manuelski remarked, quote, "The Social Democrats say, since the Communists prefer bourgeois democracy to fascism, they too are becoming adherents of the lesser evil policy. Yes, we Communists prefer the lesser evil to the greater evil. It is not this that separates us from social democracy. We exposed the social democratic lesser evil policy because that policy meant the betrayal of bourgeois democracy and directly helping fascism," end quote. The only constructive choice was to have set up a united front ticket between the Communists, Social Democrats, and other democratic forces. On January 30th, 1933, Hindenburg yielded to the Nazis completely and made Hitler chancellor. The Nazis at once redoubled their terror campaign. The Communist Party was completely outlawed, and hundreds of communists killed or arrested. The most prominent prisoner was Ernst Thälmann, General Secretary of the Communist Party. Thälmann was born in Hamburg in 1886 and worked as a docker. He entered the Social Democratic Party in 1902, became a charter member of the Independent Social Democratic Party, and joined the Communist Party in 1920. A militant figure, Thälmann represented all that was best in the German working class. He became head of the Communist Party in 1923 upon the ousting of the Fischer-Maslov leftist and corrupted leadership. He was murdered in a Nazi jail in 1944. After Hitler came to power, the Social Democrats fully expected to be accepted by him as partners, as had been the case in all other German capitalist governments since 1918. Servilely, they declared that Hitler had acquired power by legal democratic means. Abroad, the Social Democratic leaders, Van der Velde in Belgium and Blum in France, took a similar line. The Berlin Vorwärts official party organ on February 2nd even boasted that, quote, "except for the Social Democrats," end quote, "a man from the people such as Hitler never could have become chancellor." Wells, the leader of the party, resigned from the executive of the Second International in protest against foreign condemnation of Nazi brutalities. The Social Democratic Party agreed to work with Hitler, and the Leipart-Grossman trade union leadership hailing the Hitler victory as a triumphant continuation of the 1918 revolution, called upon the workers to participate in Hitler's May Day celebration. But this social democratic bootlicking was all in vain. The days of bourgeois reformism were over in Germany. The arrogant capitalists were now embarked upon a path of terrorism towards the workers, and they needed a new crew of politicians and labor leaders to carry out their policies. On May 2nd, therefore, Hitler violently seized control of the trade unions and later merged them into the boss-dominated Labor Front. On June 22nd, the Social Democratic Party was declared dissolved, and the big cooperative movement soon followed suit. Many Social Democrats were arrested, others fled the country, while numbers of socialist bureaucrats made personal peace with Hitler and became cogs in his repressive machine. Hitler acted with far greater swiftness than Mussolini had been able to do. Although Mussolini seized governmental power in October 1922, it was not until November 1926 that he felt strong enough upon the occasion of an attempt to assassinate him, formally to dissolve the Communist Party and all other organizations hostile to the regime, to suppress their journals, to arrest their leaders en masse, etc. Hitler was able to move faster because of the utter political cowardice and surrender of the German right Social Democrats. The Italian working class, not completely dominated by reformists, was able, under Communist Party stimulus, to make a much better fight. The great German social democracy which the workers had been building for 70 years gave up without a struggle. It had followed its alliance with the bourgeoisie and its policy of the lesser evil to their inevitable goal, fascism. Trotsky later contended that the Communist Party should have made an attempt alone at revolution, but this could have led only to a futile putsch and a useless butchery of the unarmed workers at the hands of the heavily armed state forces, then supported by the socialists. Moreover, at the time of the advent of Hitler, the Social Democrats controlled a big majority of the working class. Workers' councils elections in the industries clearly show that the bulk of the workers were still following right-wing leadership. Quote, in 1930, end quote, says Dutt, quote, at enterprises employing 5,900,000 workers, the reformist trade unions had 135,689 factory committee members, or 89.9% of all factory committee members, end quote. The tragic fact was that the communist call for a general strike against Hitler when he came to power got an ineffective response from the workers. Heckert points out that when the Bolsheviks gained power in October 1917, they had on their side an overwhelming majority of the workers and peasants, whereas in Germany, the Communist Party did not have even a majority of the proletariat supporting it. The Comintern, basing itself upon Lenin's dictum that, quote, it is impossible to win with the vanguard alone, end quote, declared that in Germany, quote, conditions for a victorious rising had not yet managed to mature at that moment, end quote. Its resolution said, quote, having heard the report of Comrade Heckert on the situation in Germany, the Presidium of the ECCI declares that the political line and the organizational policy pursued by the CC of the Communist Party, led by Comrade Thälmann, before and at the time of the Hitler coup, was quite correct, end quote. German fascism. Bourgeois and social democratic theoreticians asserted at the time that the Nazi movement was basically anti-capitalist, a revolt of the middle classes. The communists, from the outset, challenged this nonsense, pointing out that while Nazism attracted to itself the masses of declassed, middle-class elements and backward workers, the real force behind it was monopoly capital, the Krupps, Thysens, von Siemens, Bosches, Vulgars, and other great industrial leaders and bankers. The 12th meeting of the ECCI held in December 1933 thus stated the Comintern analysis of Nazism, quote, fascism is the opened, terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary, most chauvinist, most imperialist elements of finance capital, end quote. This definition has since come to be pretty generally accepted in substance, at least. The German fascist imperialist bourgeoisie, in their proposed New Order, planned definitely to put world capitalism upon a more stable basis with themselves in full command. To this end, they worked out their super-aggressive domestic and foreign policies with all necessary demagogic and ideological justification. German fascism learned much from its predecessor, Italian fascism, but it was no mere continuation of that movement. It was, instead, the major representative of the widely prevalent attempt of big capital generally at that time to cut its way out of the worldwide crisis of capitalism on the basis of ruthless terrorism at home and no less ruthless imperialism abroad. In their domestic policies, the Nazi capitalists had one all-decisive objective: to secure unchallenged economic and political supremacy for monopoly-financed capital. To this end, by demagogy and terrorism, they systematically wiped out competing lesser capitalist elements, and they drove to demobilize their most feared enemy, the working class. They broke up every working class organization, deprived the workers of all liberties, slashed their wages, and speeded them up in the industries. They tried to stamp out their conceptions of the class struggle and of class organization. In view of the Marxist traditions of the German working class, the Nazis cunningly undertook to give their movement a pseudo-revolutionary coloration. They spouted much anti-capitalist demagogy, named their organization the National Socialist German Workers' Party, carried the red flag, Nazi brand, and celebrated May Day. They also gave the workers trade unions, made up, however, of capitalists, peasants, and tradesmen, as well as of workers. As never before, the monopolists were in complete control of the domestic economic and political regime in Germany, with corresponding beneficial results to their profits. In their foreign policies, the German fascist capitalists were no less aggressive. They gave maximum interpretation to the traditional German imperialist slogans of Drang nach Osten and Lebensraum, and their anti-Versailles attacks served as a cover for the most ruthless aggression against neighboring peoples. They would spread their new order throughout the world. Quote, Nazi foreign policy has a single major objective: world domination, end quote, said Ebenstein. Nor did the Nazi would-be world conquerors feel that it would be too difficult for them to achieve this objective. They had nothing but contempt for the Western capitalist powers as obsolete, and to overthrow the Soviet Union they were sure would be the job of but a few weeks' armed assault. To facilitate this program of trickery and violence in building their fascist new order, the Nazi ideologists worked out a whole system of demagoguery. Their theory of the Germans as the master Aryan race was a screen for aggressive, imperialist expansion. According to them, biologically the Germans were predestined to stand at the head of all humanity. Their leader and elite principles facilitated the forced acceptance of the capitalists and the Nazi politicians as the natural leaders, also on biological grounds, of the German people. Their murderous anti-Semitism, anti-Marxism, and anti-liberalism provided convenient scapegoats upon which to blame all the evils that the German people were suffering because of the capitalist system. Their Keynesian economics and glorification of militarism served to justify munitions production, thug controls, and the building of a vast war machine, and their contempt for science and reason helped to clear the intellectual field for the predominance of the barbarous Goebbels propaganda and agitation. The Roosevelt New Deal. While the imperialist bourgeoisie were attacking the working class in Germany with fire and sword, the bourgeoisie in the United States, although very reluctantly, were following a policy of making concessions. This they did, however, under the surging mass pressure of a working class impoverished, aroused, and enraged over the savage way it had been mistreated by the Hoover government during the great economic crisis. In the sweeping election of the Democrat Franklin D. Roosevelt, 1882 to 1945, as president in November 1932, the masses expressed their resentment against the Republican reactionaries, and in the ensuing years, they followed this up with many other powerful mass actions. They extended the Big Strike movement beginning in the early 30s, of which the 1934 general strike in San Francisco was a dramatic feature. They rapidly built the trade unions, which eventually resulted in the organization of the workers in the great open shop industries. They pushed through the ensuing development of powerful mass movements among the unemployed, Negroes, farmers, veterans, the youth, and the aged, and finally they caused the unprecedented election of Roosevelt 4 times to the presidency. The capitalists tried to stifle this developing movement of the toiling masses, but they could not do so. For this purpose, they lacked a powerful social democracy able to dominate and repress the working class, such as the bourgeoisie had in England, Germany, Austria, and elsewhere. The AFL bureaucrats, who despite their anti-Marxist slogans, which are simply an adaptation to American working class political backwardness, are a variety of social democrats, tried hard to check the movement, but they were too weak and they failed. Indeed, the mass movement split their own ranks in 1935, birth of the CIO, and rolled on past them. Roosevelt first took office on March 4, 1933, just 35 days after Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. Facing a disrupted economic system, a confused and frightened capitalist class, and a rebellious working class, Roosevelt launched at once into a vigorous campaign of reform. His many bills constituting the New Deal were rushed through Congress so fast that, as was truly said, the legislators did not have time to read them. During the first 100 days of his administration, more reform measures were passed than during the previous 70 years since the Civil War. The New Deal program, as finally formulated, aimed A. to reconstruct the shattered financial banking system, B. to rescue tottering business with big loans and subsidies, C. to stimulate private capital investment, D. to raise depressed prices by setting inflationary tendencies into operation, E. to overcome the agricultural overproduction through acreage reduction and crop destruction, F. to protect farm and homeowners against mortgage foreclosure, G. to create employment and stimulate mass buying power through establishing public works, H. to provide a minimum of relief for the starving unemployed. The working class and other exploited elements profited considerably from this reform legislation, such as the eventual unemployment and old age insurance, protection against farm and home mortgage foreclosures, guarantee of bank deposits, etc. But mostly they gained from the recognition of the right to organize, first expressed in Section 7A of the National Industrial Recovery Act and later in the Wagner Act. Roosevelt did little specifically for the doubly oppressed and persecuted Negro people, save to establish in 1941 as a war measure the Fair Employment Practices Committee. Lynching and the Jim Crow system raged virtually unchecked throughout his entire regime, with his Democratic Party mainly responsible. In his economics, Roosevelt followed the general Keynesian principles then taking hold. It was in this period that John Maynard Keynes, noted British economist, with whom Roosevelt was in direct touch, came forward with his writings to the effect that mass unemployment under capitalism could be averted or even cured by stimulated government investment in industry, pump priming. Both Roosevelt and Hitler applied the Keynesian theories, but differently. Roosevelt using public works as his chief pump priming method, and Hitler employing the sinister job-making expedient, now so well known in all the capitalist countries, of munitions production and war preparations. Roosevelt also carried his New Deal program into the realm of foreign policy. In Latin America, with his imperialist good neighbor policy, he softened some of the crass barbarities of American imperialist practices in this area. He also looked forward to peaceful coexistence with the USSR, diplomatically recognizing that country after 16 years of American refusal to do so. He also favored world peace when he grasped the significance of the fascist world offensive. He took his place with the other Western capitalist democracies and began to prepare systematically for war. Roosevelt was a liberal capitalist, a millionaire, and his policies worked out in the long run to the great benefit of monopoly capital. His New Deal reforms, which were all kept strictly within the framework of the capitalist system, no doubt prevented the militant working class from pushing through more drastic reforms and organizing a broad labor party. This was their basic purpose. Roosevelt's Keynesian ideology also sowed a dangerous reformism among the workers at the cost of Marxism, which they have not yet overcome. But it could not cure mass unemployment at the outbreak of World War II, there being still some 7 to 10 million unemployed. Roosevelt's good neighbor policy in Latin America also turned out to be highly profitable in an imperialist sense. Under his regime, too, the monopolists made more progress in consolidation, and they reaped bigger profits than ever before. In World War II, Roosevelt also never lost sight of the basic interests of American imperialism. At the outset, Roosevelt had the support of the great bulk of monopoly capital. Undoubtedly, most of the big businessmen thought that his regime would lead towards fascism. There were many signs of this. Roosevelt's famous National Industry Recovery Act, being patterned on Mussolini's corporate state and prepared by the United States Chamber of Commerce, but by 1935, most of finance capital had broken with the liberal Roosevelt. The monopolists especially resented his favoring the organization of trade unions, an attitude which contributed considerably to the unionization of the great open-shop basic industries. Henceforth, the Wall Streeteers became rabid enemies of Roosevelt, and they launched a bitter fascist-minded opposition against him. His re-election in 1936, 1940, and 1944 was the work primarily of the great democratic masses of the American people. In the beginning, especially while Roosevelt's policies had strong fascist overtones and Wall Street backing, the Communist Party took a definite stand against him and devoted its chief efforts to building up the current trade union organization and strike movements. In 1936, however, as well as thereafter, the party gave Roosevelt strong although critical support. Chapter 43. Growing Struggle Against Fascism and War, 1933 to 1935. Hitler's big victory in Germany greatly spurred fascism everywhere, the violent fascist general offensive acquiring vastly more momentum. Japan stepped up its invasion of North China. Italy invaded Ethiopia in 1935, and during the same year Hitler grabbed the Tsar, scrapped the Versailles Treaty, demanded union with Austria, and the cession to Germany of part of Czechoslovakia, and he feverishly set about rebuilding the German army. Germany and Japan quit the League of Nations early in 1934, and Italy soon followed. In the various countries, the fascists initiated drives for power, which by the time of the outbreak of World War II were destined to make them masters, together with Germany, Japan, and Italy, of Austria, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Hungary, Albania, Ethiopia, Romania, Bulgaria, Spain, Turkey, Greece, Latvia, Lithuania, Finland, and Estonia. The fascist powers were driving for world mastery. For this great growth of fascism, the social democracy bore a heavy responsibility. Without the aid of social democracy, the employers would have been basically crushed and socialism established all over Middle and Eastern Europe. The Social Democrats definitely defeated the Socialist Revolution in Germany, Italy, Austria, and Hungary in 1918 to 1919. Then, with their program of cooperation with the bourgeoisie against the communists, they were responsible during the next years, while fascism was rapidly growing, for the general strengthening of reaction. They were to blame with these treacherous policies for the deadly split in the ranks of the working class. Their general policy of the lesser evil carried them inevitably to the support of pro-fascist candidates. In Austria, they even backed one group of fascists against the other. All over Middle and Eastern Europe, the Social Democrats openly collaborated with fascist parties and governments, notably in Germany, Italy, and Austria, when they freely accepted the terrorist fascist governments as legal and legitimate and proposed to work with them. In the face of the arrogant and widespread fascist aggression, the capitalist powers of the West were already demonstrating the appeasement policies that were finally to be so disastrous to themselves and the world. This was because these democratic governments, being themselves permeated with a fascist spirit, hoped to direct against the Soviet Union the military storm which Hitler and his allies were so obviously preparing. In this reactionary spirit, the League of Nations refused to take any real steps to halt Japan's invasion of China and Italy's armed attack upon Ethiopia, and it backed up, step by step, before Hitler's systematic aggressions in Europe. The failure of the League as a peace organization was complete. In this critical situation, with the world confronted with grave danger of fascist enslavement, the Second International was impotent. It was demoralized by its catastrophic defeat in Germany, not only from the loss of the big German social democracy, which had been wiped out, but also from the fact that its central policy of collaboration with the bourgeoisie had suffered shipwreck. Its affiliated parties were quarreling as to what had caused the German debacle, while its leaders toyed with the opportunistic Belgian plan of transforming capitalism painlessly into socialism. The general result was that, as in the revolutionary period following the First World War, responsibility for the international leadership of the workers devolved squarely upon the communists, and they proved competent for the historic task. In this great crisis for humanity, the Soviet Union stepped forward into the international arena. In May 1934, Maxim Litvinov, Soviet delegate to the Disarmament Conference, proposed that body be turned into a permanent peace conference to enforce world peace. He declared that peace is indivisible, joining the League of Nations in September 1934 of the same year, after the fascist powers had quit it, with Litvinov as its League spokesman. The USSR began its great struggle to prevent a world war by organizing the Western capitalist democracies into its proposed international anti-fascist peace front. To this end, it also began to make non-aggression pacts with the respective powers, starting with France and Czechoslovakia in 1935. Had the USSR been hearkened to, World War II could have been prevented and fascism easily strangled, for it was still relatively weak. President Roosevelt extended to the Soviet Union full diplomatic recognition November 17, 1933, but he gave no active support to its plan for an international anti-fascist peace front. In full realization of the grave danger to peace and democracy inherent in the fascist offensive, the Comintern also repeatedly made United Front proposals to the Second International, LSI, for joint action against it. The RILU made similar offers to the Amsterdam International. Thus, in October 1934, the CI proposed to the LSI a general united front in defense of the embattled workers in Spain, and in September 1935 it called for a united front to fight against Mussolini's invasion of Ethiopia. The YCI followed a similar united front policy, but under one pretext or another, the LSI and the IFTU rejected all the united front proposals of the CI, YCI, and RILU, even as at the time the capitalist governments, whose main policies the Social Democrats always reflected, were rejecting the proposals of the Soviet Union and the League of Nations for a great anti-fascist world peace front. Meanwhile, in many countries, the workers in the spirit of the communist fighting policies were developing resolute struggles against the aggressive fascists who were seeking to conquer their countries and to wipe out the labor movement. The revolutionary Chinese struggle. Simultaneously with the Hitler success in Germany, the Japanese militarists speeded up their intervention in China. In March 1933, they captured Jehol in North China, and in March 1934, they set up their puppet emperor, Henry Puyi, in Manchuria. They then claimed hegemony over all of China, and they repudiated the Western Naval Treaty of 1922. In June 1935, China surrendered Peking and Tientsin to Japan. Characteristically, the Japanese Socialist Party had long since given its blessing to this brazen imperialist raid upon China. In 1932, Akamatsu, its renegade secretary, said, quote, "Intervention in Manchuria is not imperialist because even in a socialist Japan it would be necessary to wage war for raw materials required by our industry," end quote. In November 1938, a Socialist Party manifesto celebrating the success of the Japanese imperialist invaders in China declared, quote, "We humbly offer 3 bonsai for the emperor and thank our officers and men for their hardship and toil," end quote. On the other hand, the Japanese communists, although facing an iron repression, heroically fought against the war. Chiang Kai-shek, after his treacherous break with the Chinese Communist Party in 1927, see Chapter 39, kept a murderous war of extermination against the communists. Nor did the invasion of China by the Japanese imperialists deter him from this madness. Like the Social Democrats, Chiang could see an enemy only on the left. He did less than nothing to mobilize the Chinese people to repel the Japanese fascist pirates who were rapidly overrunning their country. The Communist Party, however, by precept and example, was striving to organize the Chinese masses to fight the Japanese invaders. The party stimulated the fierce defense of Shanghai, in which the splendid fighting qualities of the Chinese soldiers amazed the world. In 1932, the communist-led Soviets began war on Japan, and in 1933, they unavailingly offered Chiang a united front to fight the common enemy. During this general period, Chiang directed no less than 6 major offensives against the Chinese Red Army, all of which were beaten back. Chu Tu was the main Red Army commander, and in 1935 his close co-worker Mao Zedong became General Secretary of the Communist Party. Late in 1934, the Red Army, in order to improve its adverse strategical position, decided to move from Kiangsu province to the northwest areas of China. Thus began the famous Long March of 20,000 li, or some 3,000 miles, which lasted from October 1934 to October 1935. For length, hardships, and general military and political significance, this march far outdid any of the famous marches of history. At the conclusion of the march, the Red Army numbered about 30,000, and they had some 700,000 of Kuomintang troops, modern equipped to fight. On the march, the troops averaged 24 miles a day, and once they covered 85 miles in 24 hours. They crossed 18 mountain ranges and 24 rivers, and throughout they were harried by vastly superior numbers of Kuomintang troops. The Red Army soldiers averaged 19 years of age, and many of them were young women. In the Red Army, the Young Communist League was a vital force. The victorious arrival of the Red Army in Shensi province was soon to mark the beginning of dramatic political and military events of the greatest eventual significance to China and the entire world, as we shall see. The fascist defeat in France. On February 6, 1934, fascist reaction in France, deeming the time ripe to establish a French Hitler, delivered a violent demonstration at the Chamber of Deputies against the left bloc government headed by Daladier. The core of the attempted overthrow was the Croix de Feu, Fiery Cross, headed by Colonel de la Roque, who claimed to have 300,000 armed followers. The government made no effort to suppress the attempted fascist insurrection, but numerous mobile guards, contrary to their officers' orders, spontaneously fired upon the fascist demonstrators. Next day, the Daladier government, in obvious connivance with the reactionaries, resigned from office despite its substantial majority in parliament. It was succeeded by the ultra-conservative Domergue government. The French working class, following the general political lead of the Communist Party, delivered a smashing counteroffensive against this fascist attack. Despite the government's banning of all demonstrations, a prohibition which caused the Social Democrats tamely to cancel their demonstration on the 8th, the CP organized a militant monster anti-fascist outpouring on February 9th, during which 10 workers were killed. Over 40,000 troops and police vainly tried to break up this demonstration. Simultaneously, the Communist Party and the left-led Unity Confederation of Labor (CGTU) urged a general strike. Under this great mass pressure, the Confederation of Labor (CGT) called the strike, which the CGTU joined. The result was a general, 24-hour tie-up by 4,500,000 workers. The reluctant reformist leaders did manage, however, partially to sabotage the strike by such maneuvers as restricting it on the railroads to a 1-minute strike. These great events profoundly stirred the French working class, and the CP, YCL, and other left organizations spared no efforts to arouse the masses. The anti-fascist unity movement came to a tremendous expression on July 14th, Bastille Day, when 500,000 workers demonstrated in Paris, also with big turnouts elsewhere, with the leaders of the Communist, Socialist, and Radical Socialist parties at the head of the giant march. These tremendous demonstrations, carried out in the name of the Communist United Front policy and with communist revolutionary spirit, gave French fascism a major setback. By the same token, the Paris demonstration greatly inspired the working class, not only in France but all over Europe. The Communist Party 26 times since 1923 had proposed the United Front to the French Socialist Party, and each time had been rebuffed. It was not until July 15, 1934, the day after the great demonstration, that the Blum-Zaromsky SP leadership, under tremendous mass pressure, finally agreed to such united action. In fact, the United Front from below had already been largely achieved, and the SP leaders had little choice in the matter. The Communist Party, in October 1934, initiating the famous slogan of the People's Front, proposed a general pact of all French working class and sympathizing organizations to repel and defeat the fascists. At this very time, the Second International leaders were refusing the proposal of the Comintern for a united front in support of the embattled workers in Spain. Reluctantly, the French SP agreed to joint action. In formulating the program of the People's Front, the socialists, with pseudo-radicalism, wanted to base it upon an extensive socialization of industry, but the communists made it clear that the People's Front program, if it was to attract the broad masses, would have to consist of only the most elementary demands of the people in their efforts to halt fascism and war. It was this realistic Leninist approach, developed especially by the outstanding French communist leader Maurice Thorez, that gave the People's Front in France its tremendous mass appeal. Characteristically, all through this historic struggle, the Trotskyites, with their pretenses of super-revolution, condemned and fought the People's Front as an abandonment of Marxist principles. The Communist Party not only initiated the People's Front cooperation of the broad toiling masses, it also moved for the unification of the organized forces of the working class itself. The CP raised the question of establishing one party of the working class, but no headway could be made on this. Proposals to unify the trade unions, however, which the CP and the CGTU had been insisting upon for years, had better success. As usual, the Joao Social Democratic leaders were resistant, but the CGTU began to fuse its own unions at the bottom with those of the CGT, so that when the CGT Unity Congress was finally assembled at Toulouse in March 1936, the unification process was already well underway. At this Congress, the trade union split, which had begun in December 1921, was healed. By these dramatic developments, it was made clear that unlike the German Social Democrats, the French labor movement, following general communist policy, was not going to submit tamely to fascist enslavement. Because of correct leadership, the Communist Party tripled its membership within 1 year. The Young Communist League increased by fivefold, and the party daily, Humanité, gained 50,000 new readers. The Amsterdam Committee Against Fascism and War, headed by Romain Rolland of France, which played a big part in the struggle, also greatly increased its membership and prestige. Armed struggle in Austria. The most important of the many struggles of the European workers against the fascist offensive in the years immediately following Hitler's victory in Germany took place in Austria in February 1934. In that country, lying between fascist Italy on one side and fascist Germany on the other, and largely dominated in its politics by the Vatican, the fascist movement, divided into Italian and Nazi groups, was strong and arrogant. Hence, on March 7, 1933, Premier Dollfuss, a fascist and head of the Christian Democratic Party, suddenly dissolved the parliament and declared that he would rule henceforth by decree. The Social Democratic Party, powerfully organized with 600,000 members in a population of 6 million, refused to fight. It had previously declared that it would take up armed struggle only if a fascist constitution were proclaimed, without consulting Parliament, if the Vienna municipal administration were superseded, if the party were suppressed, or if the trade unions were suppressed. This was the famous defensive violence theory of the Austro-Marxists, Bauer, Deutsches, Renner, and company, but they never applied it, even when Dollfuss violated all its conditions. These men, former centrist leaders of the 2.5 International, while following the basic social democratic line of the Second International of collaboration with the bourgeoisie, were noted for the heavy veneer of revolutionary phrases with which they applied this treacherous policy. Following the 1933 social democratic surrender, things steadily deteriorated economically and politically in Austria. Encouraged by the social democratic weakness and timidity, Dollfuss proceeded from one political attack to another, and all the while Bauer and his colleagues made the most desperate efforts to cooperate with the developing fascist regime. Finally, they got to such a point of concessions where they were willing to go along on the basis of the party barely being allowed to exist. As Bauer later admitted, quote, "We left nothing undone. For a socialist party, we had offered extraordinary concessions. We said that we would give our consent to a law that would authorize the government to govern for 2 years without parliament by the use of emergency decrees." End quote. This was Germany all over again, with the social democracy, despite its Marxist phrase-making, following its policies of the lesser evil and of alliance with the bourgeoisie right into fascism. Dollfuss, like Hitler, no longer had any direct use for the social democracy, even upon the degrading terms offered him. By February 12, 1934, he had suspended the parliament and outlawed the Social Democratic Party, the Workers' Defense Corps, and the trade unions. Even under this violent assault, Bauer and Co. called upon the workers not to resist. They still hoped for an agreement with the fascist dictator Dollfuss. The workers, however, who had taken seriously their leader's radical phrases, launched into a general strike and an armed insurrection, neither of which was called officially by the party. The Social Democratic Union leaders refused to declare a general strike, and they even kept the powerful railroad union at work, hauling government troops back and forth during the struggle. Manuelski said, quote, "It was not the working class that rose in armed rebellion, but only a small section of the workers, the Schutzbund, Workers' Defense Corps." End quote. The fight centered in Vienna, particularly in the big Karl Marx apartment buildings. After a heroic 4 days battle in which the government used their heaviest artillery, the workers were beaten with ferocious reprisals. During the uprising, the Communist Party had a militant and courageous policy, but it was not strong enough to win the decisive leadership of the working class. Thus fascism came to Austria. Even Bauer himself admitted later that fascism could have been defeated had the party fought at the outset. In March 1933, quote, "At that time," end quote, said he, quote, "we might have won. But we shrank dismayed from the battle." End quote. Austria was another disastrous defeat for the workers due to the treachery of social democracy. Armed uprising in Spain. In the early 30s, with desperate economic conditions prevailing and an arrogant fascist movement growing, Spain was in a developing revolutionary situation. In 1933, there were twice as many strikes as in 1931. The Communist Party, attuned to the situation, proposed a united front to the Socialist Party for the 1933 elections. This was cynically rejected, with the result that the SP lost 1/3 of its seats in Parliament, from 115 to 70, while the CP gained 300,000 votes. In October 1933, the situation burst into a general strike, centering among the Asturian coal miners. It quickly became an armed uprising, mainly in the Asturias, Catalonia, Madrid, and the Basque provinces. The CP again proposed a united front to the SP and the anarcho-syndicalists, but again was refused by the top leaders. The result was confusion in the leadership of the uprising, to the great detriment of the whole movement. The Asturian coal miners, among whom communist and left socialist influence was strong, seized political control in their area. They set up a Soviet in Oviedo, and by sheer heroism managed to retain power for 15 days in the face of assaults from vastly stronger government troops. The revolt was stamped out in a general butchery. Some 30,000 workers were arrested, many were executed, and numerous others given ferocious jail sentences. In the workers' brave struggle, the Young Communist League, as usual, specially distinguished itself. It was a serious defeat for the Spanish working class, but as the sequel showed, one from which the workers were to make a swift and militant recovery. Dimitrov at Leipzig. A great event during these crucial years of anti-fascist struggle was the trial of George Dimitrov at Leipzig, September 24th to December 16th, 1933. The Nazis, to stir up anti-Red hysteria and to win the national elections, burned the Reichstag on February 27th. On March 9th, they arrested Dimitrov, Popov, and Tanov, Bulgarians, Torgler, German, and van der Lubbe, Dutch, and charged them with the crime. Hitler planned to make the trial a great triumph for Nazism, but Dimitrov completely wrecked his plans. George Dimitrov, 1882 to 1949, was born in Bulgaria of a revolutionary workers' family. A printer and a rebel from earliest boyhood, Dimitrov, with a record of imprisonment for labor activities, played important parts in the Bulgarian Socialist Party and trade unions, and he became a devoted worker in the Comintern and the Profintern. Dimitrov's trial in Leipzig attracted worldwide attention, especially when the defendant began his bold defiance of the Nazi Hitler court and his courageous defense of communism. Manacled in court and subjected to fascist intimidation in jail, Dimitrov displayed a fearless, revolutionary spirit. This was all the more outstanding in view of the cowardly attitude of Torgler, erstwhile German communist leader who dissociated himself from Dimitrov's Bolshevik conduct. Hitler put Göring and Goebbels on the witness stand to try to overwhelm Dimitrov, but this failed completely. Dimitrov, a first-class Marxist, as well as a lion of a fighter, exposed the pair as perjurers. He won the support of world democratic opinion and smashed the Nazi case completely. As a result, the Nazis had to acquit all the defendants except van der Lubbe, who, although a tool of theirs and a government witness, was beheaded. Threatening reprisals against him, the Nazis kept Dimitrov in jail until February 1934, when, as a result of the pressure of world opinion and of direct Soviet intervention, he was released. He went to the USSR, and a few months before the 7th Congress in 1935, was elected General Secretary of the Communist International. Bukharin, who had become General Secretary after the defeat of Zinoviev in December 1926, resigned in 1929 as a result of his opposition to the line of the Comintern and the Russian Communist Party. Molotov then formally became the head of the CI, but between 1929 and 1935 its actual leadership was carried on by a secretariat of three: DZ Menuilsky, Otto Kusanen, and O. Piednitsky. Dimitrov remained General Secretary from 1935 until the Comintern was dissolved in 1943. Chapter 44. The People's Front, 7th Congress, 1935. The 7th World Congress of the Communist International took place in Moscow during July 25th to August 20th, 1935. There were 510 delegates, 371 with votes, from 65 communist parties.
The Congress met in a situation of a rapidly developing fascist war offensive on both the world and national scales. The entire work of the Congress was concentrated upon the building of national and international programs with which to check and defeat this tremendous fascist threat to the freedom and well-being of humanity. These general programs took the shape of a development of the policies of the International Peace Front and the National United Front against Fascism and War, the outlines of which the ECCI had already established in its practical work. The main Congress report was developed by Dimitrov. Stalin took a prominent part in the preparation and work of the Congress. What fascism is. In view of the widespread confusion as to just what fascism signified, particularly with regard to the false liberal social democratic interpretation, that it was a revolt of the middle class, Dimitrov paid considerable attention to the question of definition. He reiterated the famous analysis of the 13th ECCI meeting, Chapter 42, that, quote, "Fascism is the open, terroristic dictatorship of the most reactionary, most chauvinistic, and most imperialist elements of finance capital," end quote. This placed the responsibility for this murderous movement where it belonged, and where the workers could understand it, in the offices of the monopolist bankers and capitalists of the world. Quote, "Fascism is not superclass government, nor a government of the petty bourgeoisie or the lumpen proletariat over finance capital.
Fascism is the power of finance capital itself. It is the organization of terrorist vengeance against the working class and the revolutionary sections of the peasantry and intelligentsia. In foreign policy, fascism is jingoism in its crudest form, fomenting bestial hatred of other nations." End quote. Fascism is not an evidence of the growing strength of capitalism, but of its developing weakness. It is an expression of the decay of the capitalist system. Quote, "The fascist dictatorship of the bourgeoisie is a ferocious power, but an unstable one." End quote. Fascism is not inevitable. Quote, "The German working class could have prevented it, but in order to do so it should have achieved a united anti-fascist proletarian front. The accession to power of fascism is not an ordinary succession of one bourgeois government by another, but a substitution of one state form of class domination of the bourgeoisie, bourgeois democracy, by another form, open, terrorist dictatorship." End quote. The policy of the Social Democrats leads to the victory of fascism, and they bear basic historical responsibility for the establishment of fascism in Germany and other countries. Fascism takes on various forms in the different countries, in accordance with national peculiarities. The most savage type is that in Germany. Fascism wins mass support by a pretended defense of the people's immediate interests. Quote, "Fascism aims at the most unbridled exploitation of the masses. Fascism delivers up the people to be devoured by the most corrupt and venal elements. Fascism acts in the interests of the extreme imperialists, but it presents itself to the masses in the guise of champion of an ill-treated nation and appeals to outraged national sentiments." End quote. The International Peace Front. The Congress gave active support to the international aspect of the United Front struggle against fascism and war, that is, to the efforts of the Soviet Union to build a great world peace front against the arrogant fascist war alliance. The resolution on the progress of socialism in the USSR, reporter Manuilsky, thus stated the peace role of the land of socialism. Quote, "With the victory of socialism, the USSR has become a great political, economic, and cultural force, which influences world policy. It has become the center of attraction and the rallying point for all peoples, countries, and even governments, which are interested in the preservation of international peace. It has become the stronghold of the toilers of all countries against the menace of war. It has become a mighty weapon for consolidating the toilers of the whole world against world reaction." End quote. The line of the Congress envisaged an active anti-war struggle of all countries, particularly with regard to the building up of a great alliance of the peace-loving states to hold in check and defeat the rapidly growing international war drive. This international policy, had it been accepted by the Western democracies, would have averted World War II and brought about the speedy downfall of Hitler and Mussolini. The Congress worked upon the assumption that the world's peoples had the power to prevent the war if they would act together. Lenin had correctly said that while imperialism lasts, war is inevitable, but this did not mean that this or any other particular war was inevitable, and that nothing could be done but take a passive, fatalistic attitude towards it. On the contrary, the communist forces of the world fought with all their power to prevent the war that was brewing. The resolution on the war danger, reporter Togliatti, stated that the Comintern in its fight against the war was basing itself upon the famous Lenin-Luxemburg paragraph in the resolution of the Stuttgart 1907 Congress of the Second International, as follows, quote, "If nevertheless war breaks out, it is their duty to work for its speedy termination and to strive with all their might to utilize the economic and political crisis produced by the war to rouse the political consciousness of the masses of the people and thereby hasten the downfall of capitalist class rule." End quote. The Congress, while pointing out that, quote, "the main contradiction in the camp of the imperialists is the Anglo-American antagonism," end quote, placed the major responsibility upon the German fascists for the current war danger. They were, quote, "the chief instigators of war," end quote, and were striving, quote, "for the hegemony of German imperialism in Europe," end quote. They were organizing, quote, "a war of revenge against France, dismemberment of Czechoslovakia,
annexation of Austria, destruction of the independence of the Baltic states, which they are striving to convert into a base for attack on the Soviet Union, and the wresting of the Soviet Ukraine from the USSR, end quote. They are aiming at, quote, a world war for a new repartition of the world, end quote. The People's Anti-Fascist United Front. The Congress devoted most of its attention to the development of People's Front movements in the respective capitalist countries as the foundation of the whole struggle of these peoples against fascism and war. Dimitrov showed that on the basis of a resolute fight for the immediate needs of the broad masses, particularly against the threat of fascism, a broad movement, including sections of the peasantry and the city middle classes, could be built under the leadership of the working class. This movement, however, could not be constructed around an immediate fight for the dictatorship of the proletariat because these masses were ideologically not ready yet for such a struggle. The core of the People's Front must be the united front of the working class, that is, quote, to establish unity of action of the workers in every factory, in every district, in every region, in every country, all over the world. Unity of action of the proletariat on a national and international scale is the mighty weapon which renders the working class capable not only of successful defense but also of successful counterattack against fascism, against the class enemy, end quote. This policy required the setting up of collaboration agreements with workers and organizations of various types: parties, trade unions, cooperatives, youth, women, communists, socialists, anarcho-syndicalists, Catholics, etc. Even workers in fascist organizations had to be contacted. Upon the basis of working-class political unity, the Anti-Fascist People's Front is to be organized. Says Dimitrov, quote, the success of the whole struggle of the proletariat is closely bound up with establishing a fighting alliance between the proletariat on the one hand and the toiling peasantry and basic mass of the urban petty bourgeoisie who together form the majority of the population even in industrially developed countries on the other, end quote. The two processes, building the Proletarian United Front and the People's Anti-Fascist Front, should go ahead simultaneously, there being no arbitrary barrier between them. The perspectives of mobilizing such enormous masses of people, the majority in every country, inevitably raised the question of the possibility of creating people's fronts governments. The Congress met this issue. Dimitrov referred to the fact that previous Congresses had dealt with this question, the Fourth Congress in 1922, Chapter 38, having foreseen 5 possible types of United Front governments. The People's Front government, based on the various types of workers and other organizations, would come into existence before, not after, the abolition of capitalism. It would come into power only in a period of political crisis, quote, when the ruling classes are no longer able to cope with the powerful rise of the mass anti-fascist movement, end quote. It should be based on, quote, a definite anti-fascist program, end quote. It must not be merely a parliamentary arrangement with the Social Democrats, but a real mass movement. It must have a program of class struggle, not of class collaboration, and it, quote, should carry out definite and fundamental revolutionary demands, for instance, control of production, control of the banks, disbanding of the police and its replacement by an armed workers' militia, etc., end quote. It was necessary to prepare for the socialist revolution and Soviets. It would be an approach to the proletarian dictatorship, not a, quote, transitional phase between the bourgeois and proletarian dictatorship, end quote. The People's Front government was a probable but not an inevitable development. Whether or not the communists would actually participate in such a People's Front government would depend upon specific circumstances. Dimitrov stressed the need of the communist parties to maintain their political identity and not to lose themselves in such broad movements by opportunistically tailing after the masses, a warning which the later experience of the parties proved to be a very timely one. He sharply criticized the mistakes of the Brandler leadership in the United Front government of Saxony and Thuringia in 1923. It was a, quote, right opportunist workers' government in action, end quote. It was correct for the communists to enter the government, but they should have used their position to arm the proletariat, to requisition the houses of the rich, to furnish homes for the workers, and to organize the workers' mass movement. But they did nothing of all this. Quote, they behaved in general like ordinary parliamentary ministers within the framework of bourgeois democracy. End quote. The unification of labor's forces. The organic unity of the working class was essential for carrying out the People's Front program with the maximum success. Hence, the 7th Congress laid out policies for the eventual consolidation of the organizations of the working class, trade unions, parties, and youth. For the achievement of these goals, stress was laid upon cooperation with new left currents developing in the socialist parties. The Seventh Congress resolution declared, quote, for one trade union in each industry, for one federation of trade unions in each country, for one international federation of trade unions organized according to industries, for one international of trade unions based on the class struggle, end quote. Where the RILU unions were small, they should singly join up with the other unions. Where they were large, they should negotiate for amalgamation upon an equal basis. The communists should fight for trade union unity, quote, on the basis of the class struggle and trade union democracy, end quote. Fusion of the parties and the youth organizations was more complex. The Congress set down 5 general conditions for such organic unity, including a complete rupture with the bourgeoisie, a unity of action that should precede organic unity, recognition of, quote, the necessity of the revolutionary overthrow of the rule of the bourgeoisie, and the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat in the form of Soviets, rejection of support of one's bourgeoisie in imperialist war, and that the United Party be based on the principles of democratic centralism, end quote. The Unity Program did not demand affiliation to the Communist International. Commenting on this Unity Program, Manuelski said later, quote, we are often asked why we are now laying down 5 conditions for unity instead of 21, as we did at the Second Congress of the Communist International. We are doing that because the 5 conditions of the Seventh Congress essentially cover the 21 conditions of the Second Congress. Because the Communist International is not now in danger of being swamped by centrism, because the working class has not only passed through the post-war experience of the policy of right-wing German social democracy, but also of left Austrian social democracy, because there is not yet an influx of social democratic leaders into the Communist International, what we have as yet is a stream of social democratic workers towards communism, because our 5 conditions wholly correspond to the thoughts and sentiments of these workers, end quote. The Seventh Congress made a review of the party's forces. Most of the parties, except in the fascist countries, showed a substantial growth, and all efforts were put forth to increase communist penetration of the fascist organizations. Manuelski said, quote, there is hardly a single open party in the Communist International which has not doubled or tripled its membership during the past 2 years, end quote. The parties in China, France, Poland, Japan, Czechoslovakia, and elsewhere all registered substantial gains, and the same was generally true of the young communist leagues. Payek reported that, quote, only 22 of the 67 sections of the Communist International in the capitalist countries, and only 11 in Europe, are able to work legally or semi-legally. 45 sections, 15 of them in Europe, are obliged to work under conditions of strict illegality and under a gruesome terror, end quote. Especially, communist progress was to be noted in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. In China, the Communist Party had become the real leader of the people, and in Indochina, India, the Philippines, Indonesia, Korea, Malaya, Egypt, Syria, Palestine, firm communist parties were established, and they were fighting for leadership in the various national liberation movements. All these countries were moving towards a new round of revolutions. The Congress honored its numberless martyrs in the colonial countries and throughout the rest of the far-flung class struggle. The new tactical orientation. Dimitrov said, quote, ours has been a Congress of a new tactical orientation of the Communist International, end quote. Obviously, this was the case. Quote, the tactics of a political party, end quote, added Manuelski, quote, are not the spectacles of a musty keeper of the archives who never takes them off even when he goes to bed. Tactics, which are the sum total of the methods and means of struggle of a political party, are precisely intended to be changed if changed circumstances require it, end quote. The development of the fascist offensive had drastically altered the world situation, therefore the Comintern, with true Leninist flexibility, had changed its tactics accordingly, and in some respects also its strategy. This tactical reorientation, however, did not imply the repudiation of the former tactical line of the Comintern, but the logical development of it, particularly of its established policy of the United Front. The new political line of the Comintern had vast implications. On the international field, it projected nothing short of the organization of the Great Peace Alliance between the USSR and many capitalist states. As it turned out, in World War II, the USSR actually became the political leader of this anti-fascist alliance in the vital military struggle. All of this, of course, was quite new in communist practical policy. The People's Front, in its application in the individual countries, also meant for the Communists a broad new policy of developing an unprecedented alliance of the working class, the peasantry, and large sections of the urban middle classes. The clear implication in such a wide combination comprising the majority of a given people was that the Communists henceforth must speak not only in the name of the working class, but of the entire nation. The People's Front policy also bore many other important implications. It meant that the Communists would work for the creation of democratic governments within the framework of capitalism, governments very probably to be regularly elected under bourgeois democracy and with communist participation in them. Experience was to show that the People's Front policy, clearly worked out at the Seventh Congress, was a decade later to result in the development of new forms of the dictatorship of the proletariat, people's democracies, also with capitalism greatly weakened and world socialism and the organizations of the working class vastly strengthened. There was now the possibility, in given cases, of a relatively peaceful establishment of socialism. This possibility was based on the ability of the powerful democratic forces of the people to beat back every effort of the bourgeoisie at counter-revolution. The Comintern policy also projected new unity relationships towards the Social Democrats, anarcho-syndicalists, Catholics, and other non-communist segments of the working class, and the labor movement. The application of the People's Front policy made imperative the need for labor unity, industrial and political, and it also created more favorable conditions for the achievement of such unity. The Comintern rose fully to these new needs, responsibilities, and opportunities. To equip the communist parties to apply the People's Front policy, the Seventh Congress carried on a two-front fight against political and ideological deviations. It warned sharply against the right dangers that sprang up in applying the broad new policy, citing numerous examples from communist and social democratic experience. It also fired sharply into the many leftist moods, errors, and shortcomings that had crept into the work of most of the communist parties, especially since the Sixth Congress of the Comintern. Obviously, a very sharp break had to be made with sectarianism in all its forms if the Comintern and its affiliated parties were to lead or to play a vital role in the great mass movements contemplated by the People's Front and International Peace Front policy. The Seventh Congress was the last Congress ever held by the Communist International, and it was also one of the CI's greatest. At this historic gathering, the Comintern forces gave real leadership to the harassed peoples of the world who faced the imminent danger of fascist butchery or enslavement. The People's Front policy developed at the Seventh Comintern Congress was, during the next decade, to have the most profound consequences upon the political fate of the peoples of the world. Chapter 45. The People's Front in Action, 1935 to 1939. During the 4 years between the Seventh Congress and the outbreak of World War II, the workers in many countries waged bitter struggles against the rising tide of fascism and the threat of war. These fights were mostly fought along the principles and inspiration of the People's Front and under the general leadership of the Comintern. The Second International, LSI, and YSI remained deaf to appeals of the Comintern and the YCI for a united front against the encroaching fascist war menace. Most of the People's Front movements of the period, therefore, were primarily on the basis of the united front from below. Manuelski thus pictures the situation, quote, "The Executive Committee of the Communist International has proposed uniting for action 10 times in the past 5 years. What reply did we get from the reactionary leaders of the Socialist International? They replied that international united action required the preliminary formation of a united front in the various countries. When the sections of the Comintern approached the various social democratic parties, the leaders of these parties replied that it was first necessary to reach agreement on an international scale." End quote. One of the most important things accomplished during these years was the securing of a certain measure of trade union unity. Footnote. In Czechoslovakia, for example, the trade unions were badly split on political, national, religious, and craft lines. End of footnote. This was done not in agreement between the Amsterdam International and the RILU, but simply by the latter advising its union affiliates to make such unity arrangements as they could with the socialist-dominated unions. Consequently, with its unions in the capitalist countries gradually coalescing with the Amsterdam unions, the RILU, after 1935, progressively liquidated itself. It was dissolved by the end of 1937. The Russian unions, however, 20 million strong, remained independent, Amsterdam fearing their affiliation. The National Anti-Imperialist Front in China.
The Seventh Comintern Congress had paid close attention to the application of the People's Front among the oppressed peoples. Its resolution reads, quote, "In the colonial and semi-colonial countries, the most important task facing the communists consists in working to establish an anti-imperialist People's Front. For this purpose, it is necessary to draw the widest masses into the national liberation movement against growing exploitation, against cruel enslavement, for the driving out of the imperialists, for the independence of the country, to take an active part in the mass anti-imperialist movements headed by the national reformists, and strive to bring about joint action with the national revolutionary and national reformist organizations on the basis of a definitive anti-imperialist platform." End quote. Dovetailing with Lenin's famous thesis of the Second CI Congress, this political policy had vital consequences in the colonial and semi-colonial countries, notably in China. Shortly after the victorious end of the Long March in Shensi, see Chapter 43, in May 1936, the Communist Party of China, now headed by Mao Zedong and representing the will of the workers, peasants, and city middle classes, proposed to Chiang Kai-shek the formation of a broad national front to resist the Japanese invaders. But Chiang, the representative of the warlords, big bankers, and pro-imperialist bourgeoisie, contemptuously rejected this, preferring to fight not the Japanese, but the communists. On December 12, 1936, however, this autocrat came a cropper. At Xi'an, where he was visiting the headquarters of Chiang Shui-liang, Chiang Kai-shek was seized by patriots. While he was in jail, Chu Te, the Red Army chief, saw him and wangled out of him a tentative agreement for a national front, whereupon he was released. Chiang then backed and filled, trying to avoid forming such a front, but national pressure was too great. On September 23, 1937, he finally had to sign. The CP of China made major concessions in order to secure this agreement. The party liquidated the Soviets in the broad areas which it controlled, changed the name of the Red Army and subordinated it to the military council of the Kuomintang government, and temporarily suspended the confiscation of big landed estates. The United Action Movement was to be based on the carrying out of Sun Yat-sen's famous three principles of nationalism, democracy, and the people's livelihood. Civil war between the two forces was to be abandoned. Chiang, for his part, agreed to extend democratic rights to the people, to convene a conference of national salvation of all anti-Japanese groups, and to wage an aggressive war against Japan. This historic agreement marked the end of the Civil War of 1927 to 1937 and the beginning of the War of Resistance of 1937 to 1945 against Japan. This war, as we shall see, Chiang systematically sabotaged, especially in its later phases. All through the war, he saw the communists as the chief enemy. The building of the National Anti-Imperialist Front aroused burning enthusiasm among the Chinese masses. It marked the Communist Party as the true leader of the nation and showed Mao Zedong as the major communist leader. It was a stupendous demonstration of the soundness of the People's Front policy of the Seventh Congress of the Comintern. It prevented China from being completely overrun by the Japanese, and it set into motion a whole chain of forces and events that led straight to the ultimate victory of the Great Chinese Revolution. In neighboring Japan, despite many proposals by the Communists, the Social Democrats rejected an anti-war People's Front. The French People's Front government. The decisions of the Seventh Comintern Congress also greatly stimulated the general struggle in France, the home of the People's Front. The workers were in a high state of militancy from their victory over fascism in February 1934 and from their growing successes against the employers. At the March 1936 Congress of the CGT in Toulouse, formal unity was established between that organization and the CGTU. This further raised the fighting spirit of the workers. In the national elections of April 26, 1936, the People's Front groupings participated as a bloc. The result was a striking victory for them. The coalition, based upon the Communist, Socialist, and Radical parties, won 380 seats, a majority in the National Assembly. The number of Communist seats went up from 10 to 73, and the Socialists from 101 to 148. The Communist Party doubled its 1932 vote, while the Radicals lost 450,000 votes. The result was that Léon Blum, socialist, became premier of France. The Communist Party did not actually become part of this People's Front government of a sort, but gave its active support with necessary criticism. Meanwhile, the workers had launched into a wide series of sit-down strikes, a tactic used by the Italian workers in 1920. The bosses had to yield, and the general consequence was the establishment of union recognition, the 40-hour week, wage increases, holidays with pay, etc. Thorez relates that, quote, "When the delegates of the CGT
Called upon Blum in 1936 in his office in the Hotel Matignon, he said to them, "Good, I shall support these proposed laws in October." Franchon, communist trade union leader, replied, "They must be adopted by Parliament immediately within 48 hours, and that is what happened under the pressure of the masses." End quote. The government also nationalized the munitions industry and took the Bank of France under control. During these struggles, the CGT membership jumped from 1 million to 5 million within a year. Léon Blum, 1872 to 1950, who became the leader of the French Socialist Party in 1923 upon the death of Marcel Sembat, was a typical Second International intellectual, a lawyer. He was the son of a wealthy businessman. In the party he was a right-winger, a revisionist, an imperialist warmonger, a Munichite, and an inveterate enemy of the Soviet Union. He was a petty bourgeois reformist, and there was nothing socialist in his makeup. Blum thus typically reassured the French employers that he would do them no harm. Quote, "I am not Kerensky. After I go, Lenin will not assume the heritage." End quote. Under Blum's leadership, the People's Front government was soon run into the ground. In February 1937, Blum ordered a pause in the workers' demands to catch our breath and to digest the reforms of the People's Front. His policies of devaluation of the franc and of making concession after concession to the employers cut the foundations from beneath the great movements which had elected him. Blum disgraced the People's Front altogether by initiating the notorious non-intervention policy towards the Spanish Civil War. In July 1937, he quit as premier, even without a vote of the chamber prevailing against him. He was succeeded by the notorious Edouard Daladier, head of the Radical Socialist Party. In 1938, Blum also had a term of 28 days. During this People's Front movement, the French Communist Party was led by Maurice Thorez, 1900 to the present, ably seconded by Jacques Duclos. Thorez, the son of a coal miner and active in the labor movement since his youth, was elected to the Central Committee in 1924 and became General Secretary in 1929. By the end of 1936, the Communist Party's membership increased to 254,000, quote, 10 times as much as a few years ago, end quote, and the youth organization in 2 years jumped from 3,000 to 89,000 members. The Socialist Party and its youth group also made a substantial growth. In the Great People's Front struggle, the Communist Party stood forth as the true national leader of the people. One of its greatest achievements during the whole movement was the strong bonds it established with the great masses of Catholic workers with its policy of the outstretched hand, a development full of significance for the future. The People's Front in the Americas. One of the central objectives of the Hitler-Mussolini-Hirohito fascist axis was to establish control over the vast areas of Latin America. The peoples there, half-starved and barbarously oppressed, could have been ready victims for the fascist demagogues and their local allies, but the fascist aims were frustrated chiefly by the powerful anti-fascist pro-People's Front movements that played such an important role in these countries during the middle and later 1930s. In this broad movement, the various communist parties were the moving spirits. Among the more important of such movements were the People's Front in Chile in 1938, which elected President Cerda. In Brazil, the National Liberation Alliance, a united front of the Communist and Socialist parties, trade unions, peasant organizations, student bodies, etc., in 1936, conducted a bitter struggle against the pro-fascist Vargas government. In Argentina in 1936, there was also a strong People's Front movement. And, from 1933 on, the Communist Party of Cuba led a broad People's Front movement. The Mexican Revolution during 1933 to 1940 took a big spurt ahead under People's Front stimulus. And similar movements displayed themselves in Venezuela, Colombia, Nicaragua, Uruguay, Costa Rica, and the Dominican Republic. The general effect was to block everywhere except in Argentina the attempts of the fascist Axis forces to seize these countries. The leaders were such communists as Prestes, Codavilla, Roca, Gomez, Vieira, etc. The movement superseded the plans of the Social Democrat Haya de la Torre, who, especially in Peru and Bolivia, was attempting
with his Alianza Popular Revolucionaria Americana APRA to build an American Marxism in which not the proletariat but the petty bourgeoisie should play the leading role. He is now a supporter of American imperialism. The greatest achievement of the whole broad Latin American United Front movement of those years was the building of the Latin American Confederation of Labor, CTAL, headed by Vicente Lombardo Toledano. The CTAL was organized in Mexico City in September 1938. It drew into its ranks nearly all the labor unions throughout Latin America and gave a tremendous impetus to union building. John L. Lewis was present at its founding Congress. During the war, the CTAL reached a membership of some 4 million and was far and away the biggest and best labor federation ever created in Latin America. North of the Rio Grande, in the United States, the broad popular movement of these years, of which Roosevelt was the leading figure, also had in it pronounced elements of the People's Front. See Chapter 42. It contained in its ranks the great bulk of the working class, the Negro people, the poorer farmers, and the city middle class. A striking feature was the powerful youth movement. The American Youth Congress, among whose leaders was Gil Green, in the late 30s had about 5 million affiliates. The entire broad mass people's movement was animated by a strong anti-fascist, anti-war spirit. The movement, however, was headed by the liberal bourgeoisie, of whom Roosevelt was the chief spokesman. The conservative trade union leadership never discovered enough initiative even to insist upon a coalition status with Roosevelt, much less to gather the great mass forces then politically on foot into a labor-farmer party. The Seventh Comintern Congress stated that such a party would be an American form of the People's Front. The broad mass New Deal movement, however, blocked fascism in the United States. In the United States and Canada, the communist-led trade unions amalgamated themselves willy-nilly, chiefly with the AFL unions. The Trade Union Unity League of the United States, with some 100,000 members, merged with the AFL unions in 1935. In the great organization campaigns of the CIO, beginning shortly afterward, the communists took a very active part and were admittedly a major factor in the unionization of the basic trustified industries. The biographer of John L. Lewis says, quote, "The fact is that the Communist Party made a major contribution in the organization of the unorganized for the CIO." End quote. People's Front and Civil War in Spain. Recovering quickly from the bitter defeat of 1934, see Chapter 43, the Spanish working class in 1935 under communist stimulus organized a People's Front movement. Making it up were the Socialist and Communist parties, the General Workers' Union, the syndicalist organizations of Pestana, the Anarchist National Confederation of Labor, the Petty Bourgeois Republican Party of Manuel Anzana, the Catalonian Party of Acer, the Republican League of Barrio, the Basque nationalists, and millions of partyless peasants. The People's Front thus covered the great mass of the Spanish people. On February 16, 1936, in the national elections, the People's Front administered a sharp defeat to the reactionary forces led by Gil Robles, winning 253 seats in the Cortes, 112 of them for the SP and CP, against 153 for the right and 65 for the center. Although the People's Front had a majority in the parliament, the fascist opposition was powerful, controlling the army officers, the banks, the industries, the large sections of the government apparatus, and had the all-out support of the Catholic Church. The Communist Party warned of the grave danger of a fascist revolt and urged necessary measures to smash reaction, especially by purging the army and the police. But the Azania government would have none of such drastic measures. Its leaders said, quote, "Leave the army alone, no politics in the army," end quote. On July 17th, the revolt began in Morocco, led by Franco, Mola, and other fascist generals. By vigorous action, the counter-revolution could have been crushed at the start, but the Anzania government and the Social Democrats vacillated, and the Franco movement spread. Anzania was removed from his post on September 4th, and the left socialist Largo Caballero was installed as premier. 2 communists became members of his government. Frantic efforts were begun to create a republican army and to halt the advancing fascist forces. Meanwhile, Hitler and Mussolini from the outset poured men and munitions into Spain to aid Franco. This presented a basic challenge to the anti-fascists of all countries. With the world steadily moving towards a great conflict, evidently the winning of the civil war in Spain by the democratic forces was of fundamental importance to the whole struggle against fascism and war. The communists clearly understood this and reacted accordingly. The Soviet Union proceeded to send airplanes, guns, food, and military advisors to help the embattled Republican forces, and in the League of Nations it fought for recognition of the full belligerent rights of the Spanish Republic. The Comintern proposed to the Second International that a World United Front be established in behalf of Republican Spain. Negotiations were held, but nothing came of them. The communist parties all over Europe and America called upon the workers to volunteer to fight in Spain. The international brigades, thus raised, consisted not only of communists, but of socialists and other fighters. They amounted to some 30,000 to 40,000 men. There were contingents from France, Italy, Germany, Poland, Russia, Bulgaria, Britain, Canada, and the United States. They became a vital section of the Republican Army. Even the hostile Borcanau admits that they prevented an early fall of Madrid. They suffered terrible casualties, about 50% of them never getting back to their native lands. The Second International, as usual, failed to take a fighting working-class stand for Spain. Although it made declarations favoring the Spanish Republic and demanding that it be accorded all diplomatic rights, nevertheless, its leaders and parties proceeded to sabotage these statements. Blum, the head of the French People's Front government, adopted a policy of neutrality, of non-intervention, which denied the Spanish Republic the right to buy arms in France. This became the policy of all the bourgeois democratic governments. Consequently, while the Franco counter-revolutionists had a big foreign source of munitions supply, the Republic was embargoed by its supposed friends. This was a fatal blow. Social Democrats in the various West European governments went right along with this treacherous appeasement policy. Under these hard circumstances, lacking guns, tanks, and planes, heavily outnumbered by the enemy forces, crippled by hunger and sickness, and subject to serious internal disruption from the Trotskyites and anarchists, the Spanish Republican Army made an heroic but losing fight. The battles of Madrid, Guadalajara, Jarama, Teruel, the Ebro, and many others wrote the names of the brave Republican fighters forever in proletarian revolutionary history. But the odds were too great, and after almost 3 years of a struggle that inspired the proletarian anti-fascist world, Madrid fell on March 28, 1939, and the bitterly fought war was over. In an orgy of revenge and bestiality, the victorious fascists jailed and slaughtered tens of thousands of their prisoners. The capitalist governments, including Roosevelt's, hastened to recognize the Franco regime. The Spanish People's Front had serious internal weaknesses, and these contributed to the defeat. There were such paralyzing right elements as Anzania and Prieto to contend with, but worse yet were the left socialists, like Caballero, the anarchists, and anarcho-syndicalists, and especially the Trotskyites, whose leader was Andres Nin of the Workers' Party of Marxist Unity, POUM. These elements pretended to transform the struggle into a proletarian revolution, as they confusedly described it, whereas, as the communists contended, if the People's Front was to avoid a complete breakup and demoralization in the face of the enemy, it had to continue to base itself upon the elementary task of beating the fascists. All through the war, the ultra-left elements were a constant source of indiscipline, confusion, and treachery. In March 1937, they tried to create a revolt in Barcelona. Their ranks were permeated with Franco spies and provocateurs. Caballero was ousted in May 1937 as an incompetent and disruptor, and he was replaced by Juan Negrin, socialists. During the war, there was much real cooperation established between the communists and the socialists, as against the indiscipline and confusion of the anarchists and Trotskyites. In Catalonia, the two parties consolidated, and the communists proposed, without success, however, that one united party be formed throughout Spain. The two national youth organizations were, in fact, amalgamated into the United Socialist Youth, but this body was later expelled from the Socialist International Youth Organization, unity with the Communists being against the policy of the Second International. The real leadership in the Spanish Civil War, that which made of it one of the most glorious struggles in world labor history, came from the Communists. They alone understood the real role of a People's Front movement, and it was they too who possessed the requisite organizing ability and resolute fighting spirit. The two outstanding leaders of the party were José Diaz, General Secretary, and Dolores Ibarruri, Pasionaria, the famous Asturian revolutionary fighter. The splendid fight of the Spanish People's Front was a great inspiration to the anti-fascist forces all over the world, but the loss of the war was a heavy defeat. It exposed again the treacherous appeasement policies of the Western bourgeois democracies and of their faithful ally, the Second International, and it also stimulated the fascist powers to further aggressions. The defeat of Republican Spain opened the door for World War II. Chapter 46, Munich, The Road to War, 1935 to 1939. Throughout the period between the end of the Seventh Comintern Congress in 1935 and the beginning of the Second World War in 1939, the drive of the fascist big powers, Germany, Japan, and Italy, went ahead at an increasing tempo. The Western capitalist democracies, their bourgeoisies heavily tainted with fascism, instead of checking the dangerous fascist offensive, fed it with policies of appeasement. The communist forces, for all their tireless efforts, could not bring sufficient mass pressure to bear to stop the aggressive fascists. The USSR and the National People's Front movements could not line up the Western democracies in a great anti-fascist peace bloc. As for the Second International parties, which always followed the same basic political policies as their national bourgeoisie, they tagged along after the respective capitalist classes through all the windings of their treacherous appeasement policies. During the whole period, the capitalist economic system was stagnant. It did not make the customary recovery after the profound cyclical crisis of 1929 to 1933, but lingered along in what Stalin called, quote, a depression of a special kind, end quote. In the United States, Great Britain, France, and other Western capitalist countries, huge masses of workers remained unemployed. The number of jobless in the United States in these years, despite Roosevelt's Keynesian pump priming, averaging up to 10 million. Only in the fascist countries, because of their feverish war preparations, did the industries come back again into full production. The appeasement crime. Realizing the weakness of the capitalist opposition to their plans, the fascist powers pushed their aggressions with the utmost brazenness. In March 1936, Hitler sent his troops into the Rhineland. 2 months later, the Italians captured Addis Ababa, and the conquest of Ethiopia was completed. On October 24th, 1936, Germany and Italy announced a treaty specifically directed against communism, and a month later Japan also signed it. The notorious Anti-Comintern Pact was thus born. Japan continued its violent eruption into China, and Germany and Italy waged war against Republican Spain. All during this period, Hitler, flouting the Versailles Treaty, hurriedly built his army. In March 1938, he seized Austria by force, and shortly afterward demanded that Czechoslovakia cede Sudetenland to Germany. The Vatican gave its thinly disguised blessing to these fascist depredations. The non-fascist powers had the physical strength to put a quick halt to these arrogant aggressions, had they been so disposed. They possessed 3 times as much population, produced 50 to 100% more steel, twice as much electricity, 14 times as many automobiles, 55 times as much liquid fuel, 9 times as much raw materials for textiles, 4 times as much food, and had 49 times as great gold reserves. But the bourgeois democratic governments, themselves soaked with fascism, refused to act, instead making one concession after another to the insatiable fascist imperialists. The Comintern thus described their course of appeasement, quote, Italian fascism was allowed to attack Ethiopia with impunity. It not only enslaved Ethiopia, but also hurled itself against Spain. German fascism was permitted to militarize the Rhineland without hindrance. It made use of this to fall upon Spain. Then it engulfed Austria and crushed Czechoslovakia. The Japanese freebooters were enabled to seize Manchuria and the northern provinces of China. With growing insolence, the Japanese militarists embarked upon a war to enslave the whole of China. Step by step, the countries of great Western democracy retreated before the fascist plunderers. Step by step, the fascist plunderers strengthened their positions, increased their aggressions, resorted to new acts of violence, and at the same time used all this to draw the noose tighter around the necks of their own people. End quote. Some capitalist politicians, such as Churchill, Eden, and Cooper in England, condemned this folly, and Roosevelt spoke of a quarantine against the aggressors, but the United States nonetheless continued to ship great quantities of scrap iron to Japan. In the bankrupt League of Nations, the Soviet Union tried to organize the anti-fascist forces to stop the fascist assaults. It generally urged that Article 18, the Collective Action Clause of the League Covenant, be applied. During the Ethiopian War, it fought for the enforcement of the League's tongue-in-cheek sanctions against Italy. It demanded the abandonment of the disastrous non-intervention policy towards Republican Spain. It urged a collective repulse of the Japanese invaders in China. It proposed joint action to halt Hitler's invasion of Austria, and it took a firm stand against Hitler's demands upon Czechoslovakia. But all this insistence upon militant struggle fell upon deaf ears. The capitalist democratic governments, with their appeasement policies, were heading irresistibly towards the great debacle of Munich. The growth of Soviet power. Meanwhile, during the past decade, the Soviet Union had been registering a tremendous growth in its economic and military strength and in its internal consolidation, facts which were soon to have decisive results in the eventual defeat of the world fascist menace. As we have seen in Chapter 41, the first five-year plan of 1929 to 1933 had been a tremendous success, vastly increasing the industrial and agricultural output of the USSR. The second five-year plan of 1933 to 1938, fulfilled in 4 years and 3 months, was also a brilliant victory. It raised Soviet industrial production by 120.6% over 1932 and strengthened the economic system in every respect. Since 1913, Russian output had gone up from 100 to 908 in 1938, whereas that of the United States in the same period had advanced only from 100 to 120. The third five-year plan, calling for a further industrial production increase of 88% by 1942, was about 3/4 completed by June 1941, when the USSR became involved in World War II. The USSR had become the most powerful industrial country in Europe. This enormous increase in the industrial strength of the Soviet Union was to be decisive in the winning of that great world war. The spectacular advance of socialism in the USSR was further dramatized by the adoption, in November 1936, of the famous Stalin Constitution. Under this constitution, among other basic rights, quote, all the citizens of the USSR are guaranteed the right to work, the right to rest and leisure, the right to education, the right to maintenance in old age and in case of sickness or disability, end quote, and, quote, women are accorded equal rights with men in all spheres of life, end quote. It is far and away the most democratic constitution in the world. Vitally important, too, in the increase of Soviet economic, military, political strength during this pre-war period was the complete defeat of the counter-revolutionary Trotsky, Zinoviev, Bukharin opposition. As we have seen in Chapter 39, during 1923 to 1929, the three groups had been defeated singly and in bloc by the party majority led by Stalin, and defeated with them was their basic contention that socialism could not be built in one country. The succeeding years completely confirmed this defeat by the tremendous socialist successes in the USSR. But the defeated opposition leaders refused to accept the party decision. Surreptitiously, they carried on factional work. In their desperation and degeneration, they engaged in sabotage, wrecking of industry, and assassination, finally even becoming agents of Nazi Germany and Japan. Trotsky, who had been expelled from the Soviet Union in 1929, organized abroad the Fourth International in 1933, which was composed of skeleton groups in many countries. Among its other counter-revolutionary activities, it openly advocated the violent overthrow of the Russian Communist Party leadership and of the Soviet government. In Spain, China, and elsewhere, Trotskyites were proved to be police spies. The Russian opposition conspiracies and treasons came to a head in the assassination on December 1st, 1934, in Leningrad, of S.M. Kirov, a prominent party leader. This brutal murder led to extensive investigations, which exposed the wide extent and desperation of the Trotsky-Zinoviev-Bukharin-Tukhachevsky intrigues. The proven objectives of these elements in their reckless bid for power were, quote, to assist foreign military intervention, to prepare the way for the defeat of the Red Army, to bring about the dismemberment of the USSR, to hand over the Soviet maritime region to the Japanese, Soviet Belarusia, to the Poles, and the Soviet Ukraine to the Germans, to destroy the gains of the workers and collective farmers, and to restore capitalist slavery in the USSR, end quote. These shocking revelations, which were proved to the hilt, led to several large trials in 1936 to 1937 into the execution of Zinoviev, Kamenev, Bukharin, Tukhachevsky, Rykov, Krestinsky, Smirnov, Pyatakov, and a number of others. The elimination of this Nazi-Japanese fifth column in the USSR was a major factor in the winning of World War II. The Soviet Union had to carry the overwhelming fighting burden of that war, and if, in addition, while fighting for its very life, it had had also to contend with this internal gang of spies, wreckers, and counter-revolutionaries, the consequences to the war and to the world's civilization might well have been disastrous. The betrayal at Munich. With the war crisis coming to a boil over Czechoslovakia, President Roosevelt proposed on September 25, 1938, that Hitler and the Czechs get together and settle their dispute. Taking advantage of Roosevelt's initiative, Hitler called a conference of Germany, Italy, France, and Great Britain at Munich, with himself, Mussolini, Daladier, and Chamberlain in attendance, the Russians being carefully left out. On September 30th, this conference came forth with an agreement, the substance of which was the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia to the benefit of Germany. The capitalist leaders of the world, including Roosevelt, hailed this criminal sellout as a great victory for peace. Chamberlain and Daladier returned home in triumph, loaded with bourgeois praises for having established peace in our time. On October 3rd, Hitler's Wehrmacht marched into Sudetenland and grabbed even more Czech territory. Czechoslovakia was lost. The whole cause of peace and democracy had received a staggering blow. The Second International, faithful tool of the world bourgeoisie, also hailed the Munich peace. The British Labour Party shared in the betrayal, and characteristically its two-party histories of 1946 and 1950 shamefacedly make no mention of Munich. In France, Leon Blum said, quote, "Now we can sleep soundly again," end quote, and the other French socialist leaders also accepted Munich. Vidal says, quote, "Immediately after Chamberlain's and Daldier's conspiracy with Hitler and Mussolini, the Socialist Party of France declared itself almost unanimously in favor of the fatal policy of Munich. Only one socialist voted with the 73 communists in the French chamber against it. The Polish and Hungarian socialist parties also shamelessly welcomed Hitler's annexation of the Sudetenland. Only later, the Second International parties, seeing the tragic damage that had been done and sensing the strong working-class reaction against the Munich sellout, began to make their customary word, not deed, opposition to it. In the Far East, the Japanese Socialist Party was applauding the victories of Japanese imperialism and calling for a tightening of the anti-Comintern Pact. The communists in the various countries protested as soon as the Munich Conference was called. Characteristically in Great Britain, as Dutt says, quote, "The single voice raised in opposition to that visit was that of William Gallagher, communist member of Parliament, who shouted 'shame' and 'this means war.'" End quote. Communists all over the world took a similar stand against the Munich treachery. The Communist International, promptly expressing this general stand, said, quote, "Czechoslovakia, the last bastion of democracy in Central Europe, has fallen a victim to an unprecedented conspiracy directed by Hitler and Chamberlain against the freedom and the peace of the nations. The French government has connived at this conspiracy and committed an act of treachery unparalleled in history toward the most faithful ally of France." End quote. In its manifesto of November 7, 1938, the Comintern categorically condemned the Munich betrayal, while placing the chief responsibility for the treachery upon the British and French imperialists. It pointed out that a united world labor movement could have defeated them. Quote, "This force could have prevented the Munich Agreement, could have rendered impossible the crime committed against Czechoslovakia, and could have driven the unbridled fascist robbers far back." End quote. The Comintern proposed in vain to the Second International the calling of a great world conference of all workers' organizations to organize an international united front to halt the march of fascism. The manifesto listed 10 previous occasions since 1933 when the Comintern unavailingly proposed international united front actions with the Second International against advancing fascism. The manifesto also contained a forecast of Hitler's war timetable, stating that he would invade the USSR in the autumn of 1941. It actually took place in June of that year. The basic purpose of the British and French bourgeoisie in engineering the Munich betrayal was to direct Hitler's bayonets away from themselves and against the Soviet Union. Undoubtedly, they felt that in the Munich Agreement they had finally achieved their long-desired all-capitalist united front against the USSR, a determination which remains to this day the great imperialist objective. This explains why, when the Soviet government offered, if France agreed, to support Czechoslovakia with arms, their treaties calling for the defense of that country, it got no response whatever from the West. Undoubtedly, if the Soviet Union had gone to war alone against Hitler over Czechoslovakia, it would have had to face not only Germany but Britain and France as well, which would have been just what the European imperialists were planning for. Since the Russian Revolution of November 1917 down to the present time, the bourgeoisie of the world have dreamed and plotted for an all-out attack against the USSR. This is the main key to all their foreign policies. Sometimes this counter-revolutionary scheming has been active and sometimes passive, but it is always there. In the period just before World War II, the bourgeoisie hope for a great capitalist war against the Soviet Union was especially alive. As for the Soviet government, it has always followed a resolute peace policy. This was well stated in 1934 by Stalin, and it remains today the line of the USSR. Said Stalin, quote, "Our foreign policy is clear. It is a policy of preserving peace and strengthening commercial relations with all countries. The USSR does not think of threatening anybody, let alone attacking anybody. Those who want peace and seek business relations with us will always have our support, but those who try to attack our country will receive a crushing repulse to teach them not to poke their pig snouts into our Soviet garden." End quote. The drive to war. The Munich betrayal, of course, did not satisfy Hitler, but only whetted his insatiable appetite for more conquests. On March 2, 1939, he marched into Prague, and he was already knee-deep in demands upon Poland. In August, Daladier sought to arrange another Munich at the expense of Poland, but the arrogant Hitler believed that the time had come for a showdown with the wobbly capitalist West, and he moved directly towards taking Poland by force. He rejected Daladier's proposal. Again, as in the case of Czechoslovakia, the Soviet government offered, jointly with the West, to defend Poland by arms, but Great Britain and France, who were looking in a different direction for allies, would have none of this, and their fascist puppet, the Polish government, flatly refused the passage of Soviet troops across its territory. Meanwhile, the Soviet government was bending all efforts to create the general anti-fascist peace front, which had been its policy for 5 years past. Negotiations, presumably to this effect, went on in Moscow, but Great Britain and France, which were hoping for a Hitler attack upon the USSR, wanted no alliance with that country, which would obligate them to resist such an assault. So, they sent minor officials to dabble with the Moscow Conference, and they used every subterfuge to prevent any constructive alliance being formed. After several direct but futile warnings to Britain and France that it was not going to let them thus play with its most basic national interests, that it was not going to pull the chestnuts out of the fire for them, the Soviet government entered into negotiations with Germany, and on August 21st, 1939, announced the Soviet-German 10-year non-aggression pact. This pact was in line with similar treaties that the USSR had drawn up with other neighboring states: France, Czechoslovakia, Mongolia, China, etc. Great Britain and France, which wanted to keep the USSR under their thumb while they peddled away its fate to Hitler in a new Munich, cried out that the Soviet-German pact was a betrayal. Foreign Minister Molotov of the USSR, however, recited to them their repeated treacheries against the Soviet Union. He said, quote, "As the negotiations had shown that the conclusion of a pact of mutual assistance could not be expected, we could not but explore other possibilities of ensuring peace and eliminating the danger of war between Germany and the USSR." End quote. Churchill publicly admitted that the Soviet Union needed the 2 years of the pact to prepare for the Nazi invasion, which it knew would come. The oft-repeated charge that the Soviet-German pact helped Hitler was not true. On this matter, Yakontov says, quote, "Its immediate effect was to crack the fascist bloc. Hitler offended his ally Japan. He alienated his secret collaborators, Chamberlain and Daladier. He lost his financial support among certain bankers." End quote. The Soviet-German non-aggression pact has been fully justified by history. It not only broke up the attempt of the British and French imperialists to develop an all-out capitalist war against the USSR, but it gave that country a breathing space of some 22 months in which to prepare for the inevitable Nazi attack. During this period, the Soviet Union made tremendous industrial and armament progress, and this added strength was a very important, if not a decisive, factor in winning World War II. Hitler, who had long been developing his war line, marched against Poland, as he had done against Czechoslovakia and Austria. Great Britain and France, therefore, declared war on Germany on September 3rd, 1939. For all their maneuvering, the British and French imperialists had succeeded only in getting the wrong kind of a war. Instead of the Soviet-German war that they had devoutly hoped and planned for, they found themselves in a war with Germany. The world had been deceived and betrayed by the German, French, British, American imperialists into another terrible mass slaughter. Chapter 47. World War II, the Course of the War. World War II was a product of the general crisis of the world capitalist system, a devastating explosion of that system's inner contradictions, precipitated by the uneven development of the respective capitalist powers. Concretely, it was a violent imperialist redistribution of the earth. Germany, Japan, and Italy were mainly responsible for the war, with a large share of the guilt attaching also to Great Britain, France, and the United States because of their appeasement policies and anti-Soviet line. In the war, there were various clashing elements: the attempts of all the imperialist powers to destroy the Soviet Union, the efforts of the two groups of great capitalist states to secure imperialist world domination, and the resistance of the world democratic masses to fascist enslavement. The imperialist stage of the war. After the official declaration of war on September 3rd, 1939, there set in a period of 6 months without hostilities, the so-called phony war. Great Britain and France turned not a finger to help attack Poland, nor did they move in any way against Germany. This was because the last thing their reactionary leaders wanted to do was to fight Nazi Germany. Their aim was to transform the wrong war into a right war, a German-Soviet war. Meanwhile, on September 5th, the United States declared its neutrality. The policy of its ruling class, essentially as in World War I, was to stand aside from the conflict, to get rich selling munitions to the Western belligerents, and then, when all the fighting states were weakened by the war,
to assert its own decisive power. Hitler was deaf to the blandishments of the Western democracies. He and his Japanese pals were out for world conquest, and they did not want to share the expected loot with British, French, and American imperialism. Hitler's schedule, as previously exposed by the Russians, called first for the destruction of the flabby Western powers, then the mobilization of their industries and manpower, and finally the grand assault upon the Soviet Union, with Japan in the meantime taking over the eastern colonial systems of Britain, Holland, and France. Besides, Hitler was not taking any chances on a two-front war by assaulting the USSR with an armed Britain and France at his back, so the initial attack, when Hitler was well ready, was to go against the West. The fascists' perspective was entirely unacceptable to British and French imperialism, which could not accept a position of utter inferiority to German imperialism in a fascist world. Hence, when Hitler's attack upon them came, they had no alternative but to fight as they did in some sort of fashion. Chamberlain represented the British bourgeoisie, seeking an anti-Soviet bargain with Hitler. Churchill, who became Prime Minister on May 10, 1940, represented that bourgeoisie refusing to surrender to Hitler. These developments, the obvious attempts of British and French imperialism with the United States in the background to turn Hitler's guns against the Soviet Union, caused a necessary shift in communist policy everywhere. The expectation had been that if it came to war, the USSR would be on the side of the Western democracies, which would have given the war a democratic content. This had been the sense of communist policy for several years past, but the treachery of the Western Munichites had made this course utterly impossible, as we have seen. Therefore, a policy of non-support had to be adopted. The major expression of this was the German-Soviet Pact of mutual non-aggression. In October 1939, the Communist International issued a manifesto containing this new policy. It declared, quote, "This war is the continuation of the many years of imperialist strife in the camp of capitalism," end quote. It pointed out that England, France, and the United States held sway over the major economic resources of the world, and that the fascist powers were trying to wrest them away. Quote, "Such is the real meaning of this war, which is an unjust reactionary imperialist war. In this war, the blame falls on all the capitalist governments and primarily the ruling class of the belligerent states. The working class cannot support such a war." End quote. The CI put out as slogans, quote, "No support for the policy of the ruling classes, aimed at continuing and spreading the imperialist slaughter. Demand the immediate cessation of the war." End quote. At the same time, Dimitrov wrote, quote, "It is for the working class to put an end to this war in its own way, in its own interests, and in the interests of the entire world of labor, thus creating the conditions for the abolition of the fundamental causes of imperialist wars." End quote. This revolutionary policy was reiterated in the Comintern May Day manifestos of 1940 and 1941. The communist parties everywhere in the West followed this general line after some hesitation and confusion at the start, as they reoriented themselves to the new world situation. In China, where it was a people's war, the Communist Party was the leader of the national defense. The Western Communist parties demanded the organization of People's Front governments in the respective countries, the ending of the war, and the establishment of a democratic peace. The British, French, and other continental communist parties demanded radical changes in the governments as a basis for a successful defense. This new line brought down upon the heads of the communist persecutions in the various capitalist democracies. In France, the party was outlawed, its parliamentary representatives expelled, 159 party journals suppressed, 317 communist municipalities dissolved, and large numbers of party leaders thrown in jail. In Japan, the Communist Party, taking an anti-war position, faced barbaric repression. As for the parties and unions of the Second International, in accordance with their usual course of taking leadership from the capitalist class, they obediently followed the policy of their government's Munich imperialist war and all. The Soviet-Finnish War. On November 30th, 1939, war broke out between fascist Finland and the USSR. This was caused by systematic Finnish provocations by repeated forays across the Soviet border. Leningrad was fully within the range
of the Finnish heavy fortification guns. Behind the Finnish depredations were the imperialists of Great Britain and France, who had long since been using Finland as an anti-Soviet puppet. They expected that the Finnish war would provide them with the opportunity to organize their hoped-for all-out capitalist anti-Soviet war. It was their chance, they speculated, to turn the wrong war against Germany into the right war against the USSR. During this minor Finnish war, a wild anti-Soviet agitation was carried on in the capitalist democracies. Little democratic Finland became the darling of the capitalist West. Fantastic reports were made regarding imaginary Finnish successes in the war. President Roosevelt ostentatiously donated $10 million to Finland. Pro-Finnish volunteer armies were raised in Britain, France, and other countries. The USSR was expelled from the League of Nations. Open efforts were made to enlist Hitler in the projected all-capitalist war against the USSR. The Second International parties joined in this anti-Soviet agitation. But Hitler had no taste for such a general war. He believed that Germany, Japan, and Italy would take care of all questions of world conquest in due season, to the exclusion of British, French, and American imperialism. The Red Army ended the Finnish adventure, concluding the war on March 13, 1940. It had smashed the impregnable Mannerheim Line, thus displaying some of the power that was later to be fatal to Hitler's Wehrmacht. The Soviet government worked out a democratic peace with Finland, and this dangerous interlude passed into history. Later, democratic Finland joined Hitler's side in World War II. Hitler smashes the Western powers. His military preparations completed in disregarding the ingratiating maneuvers of British and French capitalists, in April 1940 Hitler opened his assault against the West by an attack on Norway. The German Wehrmacht quickly smashed through the armies of Britain, France, Holland, and Belgium. The fascist-soaked general staffs and broad officer corps made little resistance. King Leopold of Belgium quit the war outright. On May 28th, Hitler had shattered the Western armies and driven their remnants into the sea at Dunkirk, France, and had made himself master of Western Europe. The communist parties of the West proposed a militant reorganization of the war into a democratic struggle in defense of their countries, but in vain. During this period, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, formerly parts of Russia, first made non-aggression pacts with the USSR and then reaffiliated with her. And as the reactionary Polish government fled before Hitler, the Red Army occupied eastern Poland up to the so-called Curzon Line, territory which the Versailles Peace Conference had long since declared legitimately Russian. With its army destroyed, Great Britain was about to fall, when the Soviet Union made a sudden move which saved it. The Red Army occupied the former Russian territory of Bessarabia, then in the hands of Romania. This dramatic step forced Hitler at once to relax his mounting pressure against Great Britain. Mortally afraid of a two-front war, the Führer was compelled to consolidate himself in the Balkans and to further strengthen his main forces on the border of the USSR. Hence, for the next 9 months, he was busy conquering Bulgaria, Romania, Yugoslavia, and Greece, and getting ready to attack the USSR, figuring no doubt that after the chore of whipping the Soviet Union was accomplished, he could easily finish mopping up weakened Great Britain. He made the fatal mistake on June 22, 1941, of sending his troops, 170 divisions, across the Soviet borders. Meanwhile, in the United States, the dominant sections of the bourgeoisie, fearing the downfall of Great Britain and the rise of a far more powerful German imperialism, tended more and more towards active support of the embattled Western capitalist powers. Roosevelt's slogans were all aid short of war and turning the United States into the arsenal of democracy, but a very powerful section of the capitalist class, the most fascicized elements, openly sought to aid Hitler, although looking askance at the spectacular Japanese victories in Asia. As for the American people, peace-loving and democratic, while willing to aid England, in the vast majority they wanted to keep out of the war. The changed character of the war. The entry of the Soviet Union changed, fundamentally, the character of the war. This is what made it progressive, democratic, and anti-fascist. Prior to this time, the war was in the hands of imperialists, including also Western democracies, and was being directed to further their class interests. Under such circumstances, the war was not and could not be an anti-fascist war. The entry of the USSR changed all this. It not only conferred upon the war a definite anti-fascist character, but it also gave the Western democracies their first opportunity to win. Up until that time, with Britain, France, Belgium, Holland, and Norway virtually completely knocked out of the war, their chances of victory were practically nil. The USSR, which was the real political leader of the war, gave the war both its democratic content and its possibility for victory.
From the outset, there had been a deep people's element in the war, the struggle of the masses against fascist subjugation. This element finally became dominant, putting the stamp of a just people's war upon World War II, but not until the great democratic weight of the Soviet Union was thrown into the war scales. Doubtless, it was this process that Stalin had in mind when he said, quote, "Unlike the First World War, the Second World War against the Axis states from the very outset assumed the character of an anti-fascist war, a war of liberation, one aim of which was also the restoration of democratic liberties. The entry of the Soviet Union into the war against the Axis states could only enhance, and indeed did enhance, the anti-fascist and liberation character of the Second World War." End quote. The Second International, of course, did not recognize the all-importance of the entry of the USSR, and as for the Trotskyites, they declared the war to be imperialist throughout. No sooner had the Hitler attack upon the USSR begun than Churchill, followed by Roosevelt after Pearl Harbor, accepted the plan of a war alliance with the Soviet Union, making all due reservations against communism as such. Thus came into existence, in war form, the general anti-fascist alliance that the Soviet government had been advocating ever since the middle 30s. The peace front at that time could have averted the war and checked fascism in its early stages, but it was, however, cynically rejected. Only when British, French, and American imperialism had their backs against the wall, virtually whipped in the war, did they call upon the communists to pull them out of their deadly predicament. But the United Front was better late than never. The all-out national and international front against fascism, the line of the Comintern Seventh Congress, thus became the general strategy which won the war. Another example of communist world political leadership. Because of the greater sharpness of the fascist issue presented by the war, the anti-Axis front at that time, both internationally and nationally, was broader in scope than the pre-war anti-fascist front. Thus, on the international scale, it was expressed by the General Anti-Fascist Alliance finally crystallized in the United Nations, and on the national scale by the united action of all those classes ready and willing to fight against fascism, including sections of the bourgeoisie. The national front in the respective countries ranged from a loose cooperation of these anti-fascist groups to their joint participation in national governments. Unfaithful capitalist allies. Although the Western capitalist powers officially made an alliance and a joint war front with the USSR, they never treated that country as a real ally. Their line was to utilize the USSR as much as they could to smash Germany in the war, but at the same time to see to it that the Soviet Union was weakened as badly as possible in the process. Hoover, Truman, and other American reactionaries openly said as much at the time. Hoover still boasts of this shameless treachery, especially after Stalingrad, which had opened up a prospect of victory for the Allies, did this knifing of the Soviet Union take place. From then on, the imperialists especially had in mind a post-war world run by the Anglo-Americans, in which socialist Russia would play only a subordinate role. These reactionary imperialist considerations stood out like a mountain in British American attitudes and war policy towards the USSR. Among other things, this was manifested by the concealment of vital, much-needed military secrets from the Soviet Union, among which were radar and certain bomb sites. Worse yet, there was the withholding from the Russians of all information about the atomic bomb. Besides, there was the gross discrimination shown in the matter of Lend-Lease. All told, the USSR was sent only about 1/4 as much Lend-Lease materials as Britain got, although the former did at least 10 times more fighting. Reactionaries, for obvious reasons, have grossly exaggerated in general the importance of American Lend-Lease supplies to Russia in winning the war. Actually, the $10 billion worth that was sent, a large portion of which was sunk en route, amounted to only 5% of the American total of $210 billion in wartime munitions production. Besides, as Hubert Hoover said, quote, she, the USSR, had stopped the Germans even before Lend-Lease had reached her, end quote. Gross discrimination against the USSR was also shown by the United States in devoting its main war effort to the defeat of Japan. Roosevelt insisted, time and again, that Nazi Germany was the chief enemy and Europe the main theater of war, but it is nevertheless a fact that under the pressure of the Japan First crowd, the basic war struggle of the United States was directed against Japan. The Soviet Union was left to fight and defeat the main enemy, Germany, virtually alone, save for the help of the West's minor military activities, indecisive air bombing, and inadequate Lend-Lease shipments. This general situation was emphasized, above all, by the studied refusal of the United States and Great Britain to open up a Western Western Front in Europe. The USSR, facing the vast bulk of Hitler's Wehrmacht, and with a great section of its army immobilized on the Chinese borders holding Japan at bay, almost desperately called upon its capitalist allies to attack Hitler from the west. This was the great means needed to win the war swiftly. On May 1st, 1942, the Comintern put out the slogan to win the war in 1942, but nothing was done by the Anglo-Americans. The Western Front was deliberately held up for at least 18 months after it became possible to launch it. British and American reaction was definitely responsible for this monstrous crime, which prolonged the war and cost millions of Russian, American, British, French, and other lives. Indeed, the Western Front never was opened until the Russians, having broken the back of the German Wehrmacht, were rapidly sweeping ahead and had already entered Poland, 1,000 miles along the way to Berlin. The British and American imperialists were afraid then that if they did not finally act, the Red Army would occupy all of Europe. Communists have often charged the Western Allies with this treachery, only to meet with indignant denials. But Winston Churchill has lately proceeded to spill the beans by boasting publicly that in the closing months of the war, he issued instructions to Field Marshal Montgomery to the effect that in disarming the Germans, he should be prepared to rearm them if he deemed it necessary in order to stop the advancing Red Army. The American masses had nothing in common with such shameful treachery toward our Russian ally. On the contrary, all through the war they expressed a warm, friendly, and admiring solidarity with the Soviet people then carrying through the greatest military effort in human history, nor was the liberal Roosevelt chiefly to blame. Generally, he also had a friendly attitude toward the Russian people, but he was by no means a dictator of American war policy. The Russians smash Nazi Germany. When Hitler's army swept across the Soviet border in June 1941, the bourgeois military experts of the West were unanimous in prophesying that it would be only a few weeks until Hitler would crush the USSR completely. In fact, Hitler's blitz did carry him fast and far, to the very gates of Leningrad by September, a city he was never to capture. On October 3rd, the vainglorious Hitler blared out to the world that the Soviet Union was crushed and would never rise again. But Hitler counted his chickens before they were hatched. He vastly underestimated the fighting power of the Soviet people, their Red Army, and their socialist system. The Wehrmacht had been made to pay a terrible price in its drive across Russia. It was battered again in its fruitless attempts to take either Moscow or Leningrad, and in January 1943, its back was broken at Stalingrad, the most decisive battle in the history of the world. Then began for the Nazis their terrible 1,500-mile retreat, with the Red Army slashing them to pieces all the way, while the United States and Great Britain kept their enormous armies idling in Britain. For 2 years, the press of the world hailed enthusiastically the great victories of the Red Armies, which in these days of Cold War are completely ignored by American warmongers, and even the reactionary General MacArthur stated that, quote, "The hopes of civilization rest upon the worthy banners of the courageous Red Army," end quote. The communists were wonderful people while they were saving the world from the criminal follies of the capitalist system. At long last, on June 6, 1944, after the European war was basically decided and Hitler licked, the Allies launched their long-delayed Western Front, and on April 25, 1945, the British, American, and Soviet armies met on the banks of the Elbe in Germany. Hitler was indeed kaput. The war in the Pacific was far more of a coalition war than that in Europe. The Chinese people during their many years of struggle had done enormous damage to the Japanese war machine. The great drive of the American Navy, Army, and Air Force was, of course, a disaster to the Japanese armed forces, and the immobilization of Japan's Kwantung Army all through the war on the Siberian border and the final destruction of that army by the Red Army was also a major factor in winning the war. On August 14, 1945, Japan unconditionally surrendered. The Great World War, with its 25 million dead and 32 million wounded, was finally at an end. Footnote: of these casualties, the Russians had 6,115,000 battle deaths and 14,012,000 wounded, or about 9 times as many soldier deaths as Britain and the United States combined. End of footnote. During the last days of the Japanese phase of the war, a sinister event took place of the gravest historical importance. Upon the express orders of President Truman, atomic bombs were dropped upon Hiroshima, August 6th, and Nagasaki, August 9th. This was a monstrous crime, the brutal killing of vast numbers of non-combatant civilians. The crime was all the more reprehensible because Japan, already defeated, was at the point of surrender. Even more terrible than all this, however, was the notification, by the dropping of the bombs, that Wall Street was going to try to set up its domination of the post-war world on the basis of this terrible weapon. The bomb was aimed at the Soviet Union, even more than at the Japanese. Chapter 48. World War II. The Guerrilla Forces. Among the most basic factors in winning the Second World War were the guerrillas, or semi-irregular armed forces. These were known variously in Europe and Asia as the resistance, as partisans, or as simply the guerrillas. They did much to inspirit the peoples and to wear down the enemy's regular troops. They operated both in occupied and semi-occupied areas. In November 1870, Ingalls pointed out the significance and importance of this type of popular warfare, which was then being waged by the masses in defeated France against victorious Germany. He remarked that, quote, "From the American War of Independence to the American Civil War, in Europe as well as in America, the participation of the population in war has not been the exception but the rule." End quote. Ingalls described the savage reprisals made against guerrillas by the Prussians, but he also remarked that, nevertheless, quote, "The English in America, the French under Napoleon in Spain, the Austrians in 1848 in Italy and Hungary, were very soon compelled to treat popular resistance as perfectly legitimate warfare." End quote. In World War II, however, the barbaric German, Italian, and Japanese fascist officers dealt with captured guerrillas almost always as outlaws and bandits. In no war have guerrillas operated upon such a wide, systematic, and successful basis as in World War II. Their activities extended from France in the west to China in the east. The guerrillas, usually but not always, worked in organized cooperation with regular troops. This extensive development of the resistance guerrilla movement indicated the progressive and people's character of the war. Realizing from the outset the fundamental importance of armed action by the peoples themselves, Stalin, on July 3, 1941, only 11 days after the German invasion of the USSR began, issued a call for the organization of guerrilla forces everywhere. He said, quote, "In areas occupied by the enemy, guerrilla units mounted and on foot must be formed. Diversionist groups must be organized to combat the enemy troops, to foment guerrilla warfare everywhere, to blow up bridges and roads, damage telephone and telegraph lines, set fire to forests, stores, transports. In the occupied regions, conditions must be made unbearable for the enemy and all his accomplices. They must be hounded and annihilated at every step, and all their measures frustrated." End quote. Eventually, the Western bourgeois military forces also took to cultivating guerrilla forces. Throughout the entire area of the Great War, the militant guerrilla policy requiring real courage and fortitude was applied by the masses of the peoples. In this dangerous work, it is a matter of historical record that the communists were nearly everywhere the fighting leaders. It was a situation that called forth, in fullest measure, their natural bravery, strong organization, and disciplined, tireless devotion to the cause, and burning hatred of the capitalist enemy. In organizing the guerrilla forces, whether in the cities or in the country, the wide experience that communists had with underground political life in the face of vicious police persecution stood them in very good stead. Generally, the resistance was organized upon a national front basis, all those willing to fight fascism being eligible. This was one more application of the basic anti-fascist People's Front tactic, worked out by the 7th Congress of the Comintern. Many social democrats and bourgeois elements participated, but, characteristically, the general line of their leaders was to dampen down the militancy of the resistance forces on the grounds that the Germans' savage reprisals would scare off popular support, which was an illusion. The communists, on the other hand, were for a bold fighting policy without which the whole resistance movement was almost valueless as a war force, a policy which the workers and peasant masses supported. The Comintern and the communist parties give a strong lead to the guerrilla movement. Characteristically, the CI May Day Manifesto of 1942 declared, quote, "The workers in the Hitler-occupied countries will affirm their determination to fulfill their proletarian and national duty. Every ounce of energy and every bit of skill will be concentrated by them to disrupt war production and the transport of military supplies for the malignant foe. By diverse means, including fires and explosions, they will destroy machinery and equipment working for the invaders." End quote. Communist parties and communist youth leagues everywhere carried out this policy vigorously. As for the Second International parties, they mostly disappeared in the occupied countries. Price says, quote, "On the political side, the LSI ceased to function after the collapse of France." End quote. The resistance or guerrilla movement, besides playing a tremendous role in the military defeat of the fascist Axis powers, also had much to do with the national revolutions at the end of the war and with shaping the political situation in the post-war period. This we shall deal with later. The Russian partisans.
The Russian people have a long and rich tradition of guerrilla action by the masses to resist tyrants. During past centuries, there were many peasant uprisings against brutal czars, and these always took on the character of guerrilla movements. Napoleon, in his terrible march to and from Moscow in 1812, also got a bitter and fatal taste of Russian guerrillas, and during the Revolutionary Civil War of 1918 to 1921, guerrilla fighting took place on a wide scale. Hence, in fighting Hitler's invasion in 1941, the Soviet people had many guerrilla precedents to guide them. Stalin's call for guerrilla action and a scorched earth policy, cited above, gave a big impetus all over Europe to such fighting. It especially stimulated the growth of powerful partisan movements in the Baltic states and in the Balkans, as well as in the USSR. The broad partisan movement in the Soviet Union did not spring up merely spontaneously. Kornikov says, quote, "It was organized long in advance. Everything was prepared. Men, women, and youngsters, their weapons training, and morale." End quote. The guerrilla forces were integrated with the Red Army. Partisan fighting was also a definite part of Stalin's great political military strategy, which won the war and saved the world from fascism. It was included in the basic war in-depth concept, which is described by Kornikov, quote, "We can say that the grand strategic scheme of the war in-depth is as follows. The Red Army fights the war in the front zone. The guerrilla army spreads it all over the German rear. The people in arms keep it from spreading over the Soviet rear." End quote. The collective farm system was well adapted to the development of guerrilla warfare, each farm becoming a center of patriotic resistance. The spirit of united action inherent in the whole Soviet social order was another strong contributing force to the mighty guerrilla organization. Capitalism could not possibly develop such a solid and rugged defense. The guerrilla bodies, often including regular Red Army detachments, which had been cut off from the main forces, actually controlled whole stretches of territory behind the German front. Thus, in 1942, there was such an area of 3,000 square kilometers, close to Leningrad, occupied, controlled, and administered by guerrillas, who sent supplies through the German lines to the beleaguered city. Similar guerrilla-controlled islands existed in many other parts of the country overrun by the Germans. Guerrillas systematically destroyed railroads, roads, bridges, telegraph, and telephone lines, etc. It took whole detachments of German troops to do repair work, small bodies being wiped out if they undertook such tasks. Sloan thus pictures how guerrillas on the farms applied the scorched earth policy. Quote, "The milkmaids from the collective farm drove their cows through the fields of growing corn, trampling it down and destroying it. Women cut the corn with scythes, and tractors were used to crush it into the ground. A whole beet field was plowed under. Pigs were slaughtered and were hauled over to a nearby Red Army regiment. The pigsty, stables, and a cowshed were demolished. The best horses were driven off into the woods for the use of the guerrilla fighters. Agricultural machinery was smashed. The pond was emptied, and the local sugar refinery was wrecked." End quote. The partisans did an immense amount of damage to the fascist enemy. Menz states that, quote, "In the course of 10 months, the guerrillas in the Leningrad area killed nearly 21,000 German privates and officers and destroyed 117 heavy and light tanks, 25 armored cars, 91 airplanes, over 100 fuel tanks, and over 2,000 motor trucks. According to the reports of only 28 units in the Smolensk region, the guerrillas killed 15,800 German soldiers, officers, spies, and traitors, destroyed 27 airplanes and 34 tanks, and captured a large quantity of war materiel." End quote. It was estimated, too, that in the Belarusia alone, guerrillas killed some 150,000 Germans. Multiply these figures on the many fronts, and some idea may be had of the huge damage done by the guerrillas. The psychological damage caused by guerrilla fighters was hardly less important than their physical destruction. Zakharov says, quote, "Partisans strike such terror into the Nazi hearts that the enemy is afraid to bivouac for the night within village limits, spend his nights outside the village, digs in, and puts up elaborate sentry arrangements." End quote. A typical letter found on a captured German officer reads, quote, "Curse them. I have never experienced anything like it in any way before. I cannot fight against phantoms in the forest. As I write this, I glance at the setting sun with fear and trembling. It is better not to think. Night is setting in, and I feel that out of the darkness shadows are creeping up silently, and I see horror grips my heart." End quote. One of the most famous of the partisan groups, led by an old man, was called Grandpa's Unit. Quote, "The Germans," end quote, says Menz, quote, "resort to the most ferocious measures to suppress the guerrillas. If they capture a guerrilla fighter in any village, they usually burn the whole village. Often they take half the inhabitants of a village as hostages and shoot them in batches. The monstrous reign of terror that rages in the Soviet districts temporarily occupied by the fascists is unprecedented in history." End quote. This terror, however, could not break the iron spirit of the Soviet people.
as the wide extent of partisan action testified. Hitler grossly underestimated the strength of all phases of the Soviet People's War in depth, the unprecedented striking power of the Red Army, the splendid back-of-the-front organization in support of the war effort, and the magnificent fighting capacity of the guerrillas. Hitler broke his neck on the solid rock of a social system which, whether in the field of production, of human freedom, or of military action in the field, was incomparably superior to the rotting capitalist system, of which he was the supremely characteristic representative. The Chinese guerrillas. In no country were the guerrillas a more decisive war force than in People's China. It was a form of warfare highly adaptable to the conditions prevailing in that country. Mao Zedong says of it, quote, "What is guerrilla warfare? It is in a backward country, in a big semi-colonial country, and for a long period of time, the indispensable, therefore, the best form of struggle for the people's armed forces to overcome the armed enemy and create their own strongholds," end quote. The Chinese people made tremendous use of this natural weapon, to the dismay of their enemies. From the time of the treachery of Chiang Kai-shek in 1927, resulting in civil war, the Communist Party was able to keep strong guerrilla forces continuously in the field. In later years, these forces took on immense size, and they became a menace that the Japanese invaders and the Chiang reactionaries could not handle. In 1938, Chu Te, chief military leader of the People's Forces, stated that, quote, "There are millions of gallant and hardened Chinese fighters in the ranks of the guerrilla detachments," end quote. All through these decades of bitter warfare, the revolutionary Chinese people, led by the Communist Party, were able to control large territorial areas and to keep a regularly organized army in the field. These were the basis from which the giant guerrilla system fanned out. There were also smaller but important anti-Japanese guerrilla movements in the Philippines, Burma, Indochina, Indonesia, and other Far Eastern countries. The guerrillas were made up chiefly of peasants, and they were the direct armed expression of the agrarian revolution. There were also many workers and other elements in these units. Chu Te says that, quote, "Chinese people, irrespective of their social standing, fight in the ranks of the guerrilla detachments. The youth were of most vital importance in all these heroic formations. In its guerrilla activities, as in so many other phases of the revolution, the young Communist League covered itself with glory. Women and aged men also played very important parts. The Chinese guerrillas were a very important economic and political as well as a military force. Together with harassing the enemy, they also helped the local peasants who were their brothers, friends, and neighbors to cultivate and harvest the crops. They worked, too, as effective propagandists, and they took an active part in organizing the localities politically. They were generally a great school for the development of revolutionary leadership, especially among the peasantry. The guerrillas, above all else, were a people's army. Their whole effectiveness depended upon their expressing the will of the broad masses of the people, in China's case, especially of the peasantry. The guerrilla formations were part of the very structure of the people's life. Chen Lin says, quote, "Before billeting their men in the homes of the local inhabitants, the commanders asked their consent. If any property is damaged, the owners are compensated in money. During engagements, the local population helped to transport the wounded and the trophies seized," end quote. Such cooperation of the greatest military value was the very heart of the guerrilla system, and it could not possibly be achieved by foreign imperialist invaders or national reactionaries. Far from being scattering groups, the people's guerrillas in China were well disciplined and organized. Mao Zedong, for example, remarks that, quote, "The guerrilla units of the Red Army left behind along the lower Yangtze River were reorganized and named the new Fourth Army of the National Revolutionary Army. Out of these guerrilla units were developed regular Red Army formations." Mao thus describes the process in the localities. He calls for, quote, "expanding the people's armed forces by developing in due order, first the Xiang Red Guards, then the District Red Guards, then the County Red Guards, then the local Red Army, and then a regular Red Army," end quote. People's China was a classical land of guerrilla action, with these formations growing systematically into a great, solidly organized revolutionary army. The regular armies of the Japanese and of Chiang Kai-shek, for all their superior military equipment, were unable to cope with the revolutionary guerrillas, who were everywhere behind their lines. With their high mobility, these forces, arming themselves by seizing the weapons of the enemy, avoiding major clashes, and striking unexpectedly at night, did incalculable damage by destroying small military detachments, wiping out transportation lines, sabotaging industry, etc. Chu Te says, quote,
Guerrilla war undermines the fighting spirit of the enemy soldiers, thereby assisting enormously our regular army. In a war of maneuver, the guerrilla detachments established the most important conditions for the victory of the regular army." End quote. This was amply demonstrated in China. During the Great Japanese Incursion, mainly from 1931 to 1945, these invaders were quite unable to control the broad areas which they overran with their armies. They managed to hang on to the railroads and the major population centers, but the vast country regions were more or less dominated by guerrillas. To the Japanese, this was a tremendous handicap. It represented a steady, heavy loss of manpower, and even more disastrous, it prevented the invading armies from living off the country. Chiang, in the long Civil War from 1927 to 1935, had much the same experience. By the time of the last Civil War, however, from 1945 to 1950, the People's Armies, huge, well-organized, and well-armed, with Chiang's American supplies, were able to capture even the greatest cities, which they did. Both Chiang and the Japanese fought the guerrillas by extreme terrorist measures, indiscriminately torturing and executing peasants and burning their villages, but this frightfulness failed of its purpose, the revolutionary spirit of the people triumphing over all such savage butchery. The enormous spread of the guerrilla movement and its decisive importance in the people's ultimate complete victory over the Japanese invaders and the Chiang Kai-shek reactionaries expressed the bravery of countless peasant heroes. The partisans in Eastern and Middle Europe. In Eastern Europe, where the fighting influence of the Red Army was particularly strong, and the leading role of the communist parties most developed, the partisan movements were especially vigorous, extensive, and effective. This included Greece, Yugoslavia, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, and the Baltic states. Generally, these movements got underway very early in the war, and they also became vital forces in the series of revolutions which accompanied the eventual liberation of this whole area by the Red Army. They were all actively supported by the warring Soviet government and to a lesser extent by the Western capitalist governments. The resistance movements were formed on a broad national front basis, with the communists, in every instance, giving the lead in establishing the organizations and in heading the actual fighting in the field. The Greek resistance movement was typical in its makeup, including the agrarian, socialist, and communist parties, the Union of Popular Democracy, the Liberal Youth, the General Unionist Confederation of Labor, various women's organizations, the Pan-Hellenic Organization of Youth, plus a few bishops, and even former monarchists. The Yugoslav organization was likewise made up of the Communist, Slovene, Christian Socialist, Social Democratic Peasant, and Croat peasant parties, the labor unions, Sokols, gymnastic youth groups, and the left wings of the Serbian Democratic Party and the Serbian Agrarian Party. Wherever there were Trotskyite elements, these played a disruptive role. Generally, the programs of the resistance movements were of the broadest united front anti-fascist character. The Yugoslav program was typical, proposing, quote, the liberation of the country from the occupation forces and the winning of independence and truly democratic rights and liberties of all the peoples of Yugoslavia. All important measures in social life and state organizations to be decided after the war by representatives truly and freely elected by the people. The People's Liberation Movement accords full recognition of the national rights to Croatia, Slovenia, Serbia, as well as the Macedonian and others, end quote. The guerrilla movements in Eastern Europe did vast damage to the Axis powers and their quisling agents. In Bulgaria, for example, a police report for the month of June 1944 shows 82 cases of sabotage and 415 armed attacks by partisan forces. In Poland, Hungary, and Romania, the guerrillas overran large sections of the country and occupied the attention of many German and Italian divisions. In Yugoslavia, the partisan movement, controlling most of the country, tied down some 20 German divisions, and the Greek national movement, which defeated Mussolini's army and bulked the Wehrmacht, had occupied 3/5 of the country when the British army entered Greece at the close of the war. In Czechoslovakia, there was much underground activity during the war despite the Nazi terror. This was true also of Austria, where a broad freedom front existed. Even in Germany itself, there was far more underground anti-Hitler activity carried on than is generally understood. Alan Dulles, a U.S. government official in Europe, reported in 1944, quote, there exists in Germany a communist central committee which directs and coordinates communist activities in Germany. This committee has contacts with the Free Germany Committee in Moscow and receives support from the Russian government. Its power is greatly enhanced by the presence of millions of Russian prisoners of war and laborers. The drift to the extreme left has assumed stupendous proportions and steadily gains momentum." End quote. In all these countries, however, right social democratic influence was a strong deterrent to militant guerrilla activity. The resistance movements in Western Europe. All the countries of Western Europe occupied by fascist forces had more or less well-developed resistance movements: Norway, Denmark, Belgium, Holland, Spain, Italy, and France. There was a broad political character to them, and they included communists, socialists, liberals, Catholics, and other groups, especially the youth. Many opportunist, socialist, and bourgeois elements, with an eye to future political developments, attached themselves to the resistance movements, and their influence tended to kill the movement's militancy. It was generally characteristic that in the actual fighting contingents and in the real guerrilla work, the communists were the leading force. This explains why the anti-communist Bourkenau had to say that in France the communists, quote, "finally achieved effective control of most of the military forces of the resistance," end quote. The Allied governments recognized the legitimacy of partisan warfare, and they officially encouraged it, giving it a certain amount of arms and funds. The governments in exile located in London made energetic efforts to control the resistance movements in their respective countries. In Italy, for over 20 years, the Communist Party had heroically fought the fascist regime. During this bitter fight, Antonio Gramsci, the party's leader, and many others perished. Of the 140,000 political prisoners sentenced by Mussolini courts, 85% were communists. The anti-fascist fight was based upon close cooperation between the socialist and communist parties since their pact of 1934. The struggle was greatly stepped up with the entry of the USSR into World War II. A broad national anti-fascist front was established in December 1942. And the National Committee of Liberation was formed in September 1943. It comprised the Communist, Socialist, Christian Democratic, Activist, Liberal, and Labor Democratic parties, and it directed the expanding underground movement. The Vatican played both sides. While vigorously supporting the Mussolini regime, it also, under the pressure of the Catholic masses, affiliated its Christian Democratic Party to the National Front. In March 1943, the workers in Milan, Turin, and other northern cities declared a general strike, which brought out 3 million workers, and on April 24th to April 25th, the movement culminated in a general insurrection all over northern Italy. In July of the same year, Mussolini was forced to resign, and on April 28, 1945, at Lake Como, the workers publicly hanged him and his mistress. In the military defeat of fascist Italy, the resistance movement was of decisive importance. In France, with a communist party also strong and well led, the resistance movement was correspondingly powerful and aggressive. From the outset of the war, the underground movement led strikes. In May 1941, 120,000 miners in the Pas de Salais struck, and it was active in slowing up and sabotaging the production of munitions and in disrupting all branches of Nazi transportation and communication. It also paid special attention to disposing of Vichyite traitors. All this activity greatly increased with the changed character of the war due to the entry of the Soviet Union in June 1941. The communists were the initiators of the French resistance movement. In the grave war crisis, they stepped forth as the real leaders of the French nation. In May 1941, the Communist Party issued its first call for a national front to fight for national independence. In March 1943, 13 underground groups, including communists and de Gaullists, issued a similar call, and in March 1944, there was established the National Council of Resistance, CNR, which was made up of the Communist, Socialist, Radical Socialist, Democratic Alliance, and Republican Federation parties, the General Confederation of Labor, the Christian Labor Unions, various armed partisan groups, and of course the youth organizations. The general program of the CNR proposed, quote, to deliver our homeland, cooperating closely with the military operations which French and Allied armies will undertake, end quote. The communists called for a policy of militant action, for only this could really injure the Nazis. The de Gaullists and social democratic leaders, however, who were more interested in controlling politically the resistance movement than in risking their lives fighting the fascists, played down all militancy, arguing that it provoked too severe reprisals. Theirs was a wait-and-see policy.
to just organize in the expectation that the day would arrive sometime in the vague future. The Nazi reprisals were indeed terrible, the Communist Party alone losing 75,000 in killed during the occupation, but it was the indomitable spirit of the resistance movement to carry on in spite of all such terrorism. The first open guerrilla warfare in France developed in Savoy, followed soon afterward in the Central Plateau and in the Pyrenees. These were the famous Maquis, who were organized by the Franci-Tireur partisans, FTP, led by the Communists. By the beginning of 1944, there were an estimated 30,000 Maquis in the field. This movement became of vital importance in the entire resistance forces. General Eisenhower declared that the French resistant movement was worth 15 divisions of troops to him, but others said it equaled twice that many. In September 1944, there were 500,000 armed fighters in the resistance. The whole movement, which included large numbers of women, was oriented towards an anti-fascist overthrow, which is why Watson could say that in the final clash with the Nazis, Paris was liberated mainly by its own resistance forces. Chapter 49. The Role of the Third International, 1919 to 1943. On May 22, 1943, the ECCI made public to the world a resolution proposing, quote, to dissolve the Communist International as the guiding center of the international labor movement, releasing the sections of the Communist International from obligations ensuing from the Constitution and decisions of the Congress of the Communist International, end quote. The document stated that, quote, the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International unable, owing to the conditions of World War, to convene a Congress of the Communist International, permits itself to submit for approval by the sections of the Communist International the following proposal, end quote, for dissolution. It was signed by the members of the ECCI, Gottwald, Dimitrov, Jandov, Kolarov, Kaplegnig, Kusinin, Menulilsky, Marty, Payek, Thorez, Florin, and Ercole, and endorsed by the following representatives of communist parties: Bianco, Italy; Dolores Ibariri, Spain; Leitien, Finland; Pauker, Romania; Rakosi, Hungary. It was adopted in Moscow May 15, 1943. On June 8th, at its final meeting, the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International considered the resolutions received from its affiliated sections with regard to the decision of May 15, 1943, proposing the dissolution of the Communist International, and it established, quote, that the proposal to dissolve the Communist International has been approved by the Communist and Workers' Parties of Argentina, Australia, Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Canada, Catalonia, Chile, China, Colombia, Cuba, Czechoslovakia, Finland, France, Germany, Great Britain, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Mexico, Poland, Romania, Soviet Union, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Syria, South Africa, Uruguay, Yugoslavia, and the Young Communist International, affiliated to the Communist International as one of its sections. That not one of the existing sections of the Communist International raised any objections to the proposal of the Presidium. In view of the above mentioned, the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International hereby declares, 1. That the proposal to dissolve the Communist International has been unanimously approved by all of its existing sections, including the most important ones, which were in a position to make their decision known. 2. That it considers the Executive Committee of the Communist International, the Presidium and Secretariat of the Executive Committee, as well as the International Control Commission, dissolved as of June 10, 1943. 3. It instructs the committee composed of Dimitrov, chairman, M. Ercole, Dmitry Menulilsky, and Wilhelm Payek to wind up the affairs, dissolve the organs, and dispose of the staff and the property of the Communist International. End quote. On behalf of the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, the decision was signed by G. Dimitrov as of June 10, 1943. It is to be noted that the dissolution decision also covered the Young Communist International, its representatives signing the document for that body as a section of the Comintern. The last issue of the CI official journal, the Communist International, appeared on July 5, 1943. Communists all over the world realized the necessity of dissolving the Comintern, hence there was no opposition to it.
They considered that the suspension of the highly prized right of international organization was a real sacrifice that they had to make for the winning of the Great War and to facilitate the preservation of peace in the post-war world. Nevertheless, there was much sadness at the dissolution of their well-beloved international organization, the bearer of all their best hopes and aspirations. Why the Comintern was dissolved. The dissolution of the Communist International in the midst of the World War provoked widespread discussion throughout the world. Generally, the opinion of bourgeois journalists and statesmen in the Allied countries was that the decision would facilitate international cooperation to win the war. Many labor leaders believed, too, that it would contribute to strengthening labor unity. A sour note was struck by the Nazis who, with their great stress upon the anti-Comintern pact, denounced the whole business as the work of Roosevelt, a deceit, and a maneuver. The Trotskyites, who had long since condemned the Communist International, nevertheless yelled that its dissolution was a betrayal of world socialism. Many bourgeois elements demanded that the dissolution of the Comintern be followed by similar action with respect to the national parties, which the decision in no sense proposed. Indeed, within a very few months, in the Communist Party of the United States, the opportunist Browder sought to put this bourgeois demand into effect by attempting to dissolve that party. The specific reason for the dissolution of the Comintern, as formulated in the original resolution, were that, quote, long before the war it had already become increasingly clear that to the extent that the internal as well as the international situation of individual countries became more complicated, the solution of the problem of the labor movement of each country through the medium of some international center would meet with insuperable obstacles, end quote. In short, that, quote, the organizational form as chosen by the First Congress of the Communist International, end quote, had outlived itself, and that, quote, this form even became a hindrance to the further strengthening of the national workers' parties, end quote. In one of his characteristic replies to questions by newspapermen, Stalin thus summed up the question for Harold King, Reuters correspondent, quote, the dissolution of the Communist International is proper because, A, it exposes the lie of the Hitlerites to the effect that Moscow allegedly intends to intervene in the life of other nations and to Bolshevize them, and end is now being put to this lie. B, it exposes the calumny of the adversaries of communism within the labor movement to the effect that the communist parties in the various countries are allegedly acting not in the interests of their people, but on orders from the outside, and end is now being put to this calumny. 2. C. It facilitates the work of the patriots in the freedom-loving countries for uniting the progressive forces of their respective countries, regardless of party or religious faith, into a single camp of national liberation, for unfolding the struggle against fascism. D. It facilitates the work of the patriots of all countries for uniting all the freedom-loving peoples into a single international camp for the fight against the menace of world domination by Hitlerism, thus clearing the way to the future organization of the companionship of nations based upon their equality. End quote. It is significant that the historic decision was taken right at the most crucial moment of the fight to establish the Second Front. This front was very greatly needed for a quick and decisive victory, but the Western reactionaries who also believed Goebbels' lies about the Comintern were blocking it. Undoubtedly, the favorable impression all over the bourgeois world made by the dissolution of the Comintern helped very decisively to break this deadly log jam. It was only a few months later, in November-December 1943, that there was held the famous Turan Conference, at which the date for the Second Front was finally decided. The growing feeling in the Comintern leading circles that the organization had to be dissolved explains why there was relatively so little activity by the Comintern during the early war years. The original proposal for the dissolution states that, quote, the Executive Committee of the Communist International was guided by these same considerations when it took note of and approved the decision of the Communist Party of the United States of America in November 1940 to leave the ranks of the Communist International, end quote. Footnote. This step was made necessary by the passage of the reactionary Voorhees Act, which virtually outlawed Proletarian International Political Organization. See Proceedings of Emergency Convention, CPUSA, New York, November 16, 1940. End of footnote. But the dissolution trend dates back even further than this. One of the most basic elements tending to render the Comintern obsolete in its existing form was the coming forth actively of the Soviet Union in the mid-30s as the world champion of the peoples. Prior to this time, the USSR was largely on the defensive, and the Comintern led the world fight, but the burning menace of fascism and war, against which the Soviet Union stepped forward on the world arena as the basic opponent, gave that country a world political leadership of the anti-fascist forces. This was clearly expressed in Manuelski's report report to the 7th Congress, see Chapter 44, when he said that because of the victory of socialism in the USSR and because of its fight against fascism and war, quote, it had become the center of attraction and the rallying point for all peoples, countries, and even governments which are interested in the preservation of international peace, end quote. Already, therefore, on the eve of the 7th Congress, at the supreme height of Comintern activity, discussions were had at which it was indicated that the new active world role of the Soviet Union as the great champion of peace and democracy tended to render obsolete the world political leadership of the Communist International. The historical role of the Comintern. In estimating the role of the three internationals, Lenin says, quote, the first international laid the foundation of the international struggle of the proletariat for socialism. The second international was the epoch of preparing the ground for the widespread mass movements in many countries. The third international has garnered the fruit of the labors of the second international, casting off its opportunistic, social chauvinistic, bourgeois, and petty bourgeois refuse, and has set out to achieve the dictatorship of the proletariat. End quote. The First International, functioning in the revolutionary period of the capitalist system, laid the basis for the modern labor movement both theoretically and organizationally. The Paris Commune was its great monument. The Second International was organized at the time of the rapid growth of world capitalism and imperialism, and it, for the first time, developed the trade unions, cooperatives, and workers' parties into mass organizations. It became overwhelmed, however, with opportunism and degenerated into an instrument of the employers against the working class, which it remains today. The Third Communist International was the revolutionary organization of the working class, the peasantry, and the oppressed peoples of the world functioning in the period of imperialism, of the general crisis of the international capitalist system, and of the beginning of world socialism. It tended to cleanse the proletarian movement of the poison of class collaborationism and petty bourgeois reformism, and to equip it with the program, leadership, and organization necessary for it to carry out its historical socialist mission. The Communist International, although it was formally organized in March 1919, had solid roots extending much further back into labor history. The whole life work of Lenin, 30 years of brilliant labor, belongs properly to the history of the Comintern. He was to the Communist International what Marx was to the First International, its founder and cultivator. As remarked in Chapter 27, the real history of the Comintern therefore goes back at least to the Second Congress of the Social Democratic Labor Party of Russia, held in London in 1903, when the Bolshevik tendency was first solidly established, even as the history of the First International, which was formed in 1864, actually goes back to the Communist League of 1847. Three great achievements stand out in the historic work of the Communist International. The first of these was that it re-equipped the working class with a body of revolutionary theory, properly belonging to the general period of the Third International as defined above, was Lenin rehabilitation of Marx's revolutionary theories, discarded by the Second International, and the tremendous polemic Lenin waged against the right opportunists. There was Lenin's vast enrichment of Marxism with his profound analysis of imperialism, his presentation of the theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat, his fundamental analysis of the national liberation movement, his development of the alliance of the proletariat and the peasantry, his unfoldment of revolutionary strategy and tactics generally in the period of the decay of capitalism, his masterful development of the principles of the party of a new type, and his theoretical practical leadership of the great Russian Revolution. There was also the basic theoretical work of Stalin, especially on the national and colonial question and the building of socialism in one country based upon Lenin's theory. One of the really great achievements of the Comintern in a general sense was the development of a strong body of Marxist theoreticians among the oppressed peoples, the most brilliant example being Mao Zedong, theoretical practical leader of the vast Chinese Revolution and one of the world's best Marxist-Leninists. The second elementary achievement of the Comintern was the strengthening of communist parties in all the major countries of the world, called into existence by the intolerable conditions of capitalism. These organizations, together with the many millions of developing Marxists in the youth leagues, trade unions, and other proletarian organizations, are the great international revolutionary force. The CI nurtured them, trained them, and taught them. They are the little leaven that leaveneth the whole lump. They are an altogether higher type of fighting party for socialism than was ever produced by the Second International, even in its best days. They are a growing, expanding power in all parts of the world. Clear-seeing, resolute, tireless, invincible, the communist parties are indeed the grave diggers of capitalism and the builders of the new socialist world.
The third basic accomplishment of the Comintern was the long series of revolutionary struggles conducted under its banner. These properly include both the Russian Revolution of 1905 and the world-decisive Russian Revolution of 1917. For these great struggles had nothing to do with the collaborationist spirit of the Second International. They include, too, the German, Austrian, and Hungarian revolutions, the Spanish Civil War, the Broad People's Front movements, the establishment of the people's democracies after World War II, the many liberation struggles in the colonies, and the immense Chinese Revolution, not to mention thousands of strikes and political battles. Let him who wants to measure the achievements of the Comintern in its true Leninist scope consider that over one-third of the world is now on a socialist orientation. The birth of the Third International cannot be dated simply from March 1919, nor did the proletarian internationalism upon which it was based die in June 1943. Although organizationally the Comintern was dissolved at that time, its fighting spirit lives on, and so do the vast body of Marxist and Communist parties which it nurtured. The Third International developed a great revolutionary force, which will never lose its momentum until the capitalist system is abolished and the world is brought to socialism. The Third International will forever remain enshrined in the hearts and minds of the working-class peasants and oppressed peoples of the world. When and under what conditions the Third International will be succeeded by another international, much broader in affiliation and far more powerful politically than any of the three internationals which have preceded it, only the future can answer. End of Part 3.